The Secret Doctrine. The Secret Doctrine, the synthesis of science, religion, and philosophy. By H.P. Blavatsky, author of ISIS Unveiled. There is no religion higher than truth. Vol. I Cosmogenesis. 3116 kb Volume 2 Anthropogenesis. 3523 kb scanned and edited to a facsimile of the original edition of 1888 The Theosophy Company, Los Angeles, California. This electronic version of The Secret Doctrine follows the pagination and style of the facsimile of the original edition of 1888 except for the footnotes, instead of breaking up the footnotes, that are continued on other pages, due to lack of space. On the pages printed in paper books, we placed all the information for each footnote together on the page of its origin. Editor Theosophy Co. of Arizona 2005 London, The Theosophical Publishing Company, Limited. 7, Duke Street, Adelphi, W.C. William Q. Judge, 117, Nassau Street, New York. The manager of the Theosophist /ADR, Madras. 1888 entered according to Act of Congress in the year 1888, by H. P. Blavatsky, in the office of the Librarian of Congress at Washington, D.C. $$ or 3 JEJK to all registered trademark RTTE3N Ethiopia country, and NB of RLMP9 RACE. J4 Tljep Kalab TT Fortf, A and B for TFM TT Toas for Korbeb. The Theosophy Company, November 17, 1947. Publishers preface. The Theosophical movement of the 19th century began in 1875. The Secret Doctrine, first published in 1888, was written by Madame H.P. Blavatsky to establish an authentic record of the teachings of the Theosophical philosophy. The Secret Doctrine is not, she said, a treatise, or a series of vague theories, but contains all that can be given out to the world in this century. XXXVIII. By 1925, 50 years after the inauguration of the movement in New York City, the original edition had long been out of print. At that time, the midpoint of the centennial cycle of the Theosophical movement, the Theosophy Company first made available a facsimile edition of Madame Blavatsky's great work, in the form of a photographic reproduction of the original edition. The present volume is identical with previous printings of the facsimile edition, although from new plates. Besides the original edition of 1888, the only one authorized by Madame Blavatsky, several other editions of this work have appeared. One of these, the so-called third and revised edition of 1893, is marred by many thousands of alterations, some of them trivial, some actual mutilations of the original text. Included in later printings of this so-called revised edition is a spurious third volume of The Secret Doctrine, issued in 1897, 6 years after the death of H. P. Blavatsky. Compiled from miscellaneous papers found among her effects, this volume forms no part of the original Secret Doctrine written by H.P.B. The third and revised edition was followed by another in 1938, this time in 6 volumes, called the ADR edition. Except for additional indexes, a biographical sketch of the author, various typographical changes, and the inclusion of material attempting to justify publication of the spurious third volume, this ADR edition is substantially the same as the earlier revised version. Still another edition of The Secret Doctrine has been printed from reset type. Except for gratuitous corrections of the author's Sanskrit scholarship, and the addition of irrelevant sectarian matter, this edition is virtually an accurate reproduction of the original text. Its exact authenticity, however, cannot be determined without laborious comparison with the original. The genuine Secret Doctrine has only 2 volumes. While, as originally written, The Secret Doctrine was to be published in 4 volumes, only 2 volumes were given to the printer by H.P.B. The remaining 2 volumes, although complete, or nearly complete, were withheld by her for reasons clearly indicated at the close of the second volume of the original edition, 2, 798. With the present printing of the Secret Doctrine, the Theosophy Company continues its function of providing students and inquirers with unaltered editions of the original literature of the Theosophical movement. The 2 volumes of the original edition are here bound in one for the convenience of students, otherwise, this edition is a perfect facsimile of the original edition and can be relied upon as such. November 17, 1947. The Theosophy Company H.P. London, October, 1888. Preface. The author, the writer, rather feels it necessary to apologize for the long delay which has occurred in the appearance of this work. It has been occasioned by ill health and the magnitude of the undertaking. Even the 2 volumes now issued do not complete the scheme, and these do not treat exhaustively of the subjects dealt with in them. A large quantity of material has already been prepared, dealing with the history of occultism as contained in the lives of the great adepts of the Aryan race, and showing the bearing of occult philosophy upon the conduct of life, as it is and as it ought to be. Should the present volumes meet with a favorable reception, no effort will be spared to carry out the scheme of the work in its entirety. The 3rd volume is entirely ready, the 4th almost so. This scheme, it must be added, was not in contemplation when the preparation of the work was first announced. As originally announced, it was intended that the Secret Doctrine should be an amended and enlarged version of Isis Unveiled. It was, however, soon found that the explanations which could be added to those already put before the world in the last named and other works dealing with esoteric science, were such as to require a different method of treatment, and consequently the present volumes do not contain, in all, 20 pages extracted from Isis Unveiled. The author does not feel it necessary to ask the indulgence of her readers and critics for the many defects of literary style, and the imperfect English which may be found in these pages. She is a foreigner, and her knowledge of the language was acquired late in life. The English tongue is employed because it offers the most widely diffused medium for conveying the truths which it had become her duty to place before the world. These truths are in no sense put forward as a revelation, nor does the author claim the position of a revealer of mystic lore, now made public for the first time in the world's history. For what is contained in this work is to be found scattered throughout thousands of volumes embodying the scriptures of the great Asiatic and early European religions, hidden under glyph and symbol, and hitherto left unnoticed because of this veil. What is now attempted is to gather the oldest tenets together and to make of them one harmonious and unbroken whole. The sole advantage which the writer has over her predecessors, is that she need not resort to personal speculations and theories. For this work is a partial statement of what she herself has been taught by more advanced students, supplemented, in a few details only, by the results of her aid preface. Own study and observation. The publication of many of the facts herein stated has been rendered necessary by the wild and fanciful speculations in which many theosophists and students of mysticism have indulged, during the last few years, in their endeavor to, as they imagined, work out a complete system of thought from the few facts previously communicated to them. It is needless to explain that this book is not the Secret Doctrine in its entirety, but a select number of fragments of its fundamental tenets, special attention being paid to some facts which have been seized upon by various writers, and distorted out of all resemblance to the truth. But it is perhaps desirable to state unequivocally that the teachings, however fragmentary and incomplete, contained in these volumes, belong neither to the Hindu, the Zoroastrian, the Chaldean, nor the Egyptian religion, neither to Buddhism, Islam, Judaism, nor Christianity exclusively. The Secret Doctrine is the essence of all these. Sprung from it in their origins, the various religious schemes are now made to merge back into their original element, out of which every mystery and dogma has grown, developed, and become materialized. It is more than probable that the book will be regarded by a large section of the public as a romance of the wildest kind, for who has ever even heard of the Book of Qian? The writer, therefore, is fully prepared to take all the responsibility for what is contained in this work, and even to face the charge of having invented the whole of it. That it has many shortcomings she is fully aware. All that she claims for it is that, romantic as it may seem to many, its logical coherence and consistency entitle this new Genesis to rank, at any rate, on a level with the working hypotheses so freely accepted by modern science. Further, it claims consideration, not by reason of any appeal to dogmatic authority, but because it closely adheres to nature, and follows the laws of uniformity and analogy. The aim of this work may be thus stated: to show that nature is not a fortuitous concurrence of atoms, and to assign to man his rightful place in the scheme of the universe, to rescue from degradation the archaic truths which are the basis of all religions, and to uncover, to some extent, the fundamental unity from which they all spring. Finally, to show that the occult side of nature has never been approached by the science of modern civilization. If this is in any degree accomplished, the writer is content. It is written in the service of humanity, and by humanity and the future generations it must be judged. Its author recognizes no inferior court of appeal. Abuse she is accustomed to, calumny she is daily acquainted with, at slander she smiles in silent contempt. De minimis non curat lex. H.P. London, October, 1888. Table of Contents. Introduction, 17. The need of such a book, 19. The antiquity of documents and MSS. XXIII. What the book is intended to do, XXVIII. Volume 1st. Cosmogenesis. Proem. 1. The oldest manuscripts in the world and its symbolism. 2. The one life, active and passive. 4. The secret doctrine, pantheism, atheism. 6. Space in all religions and in occultism. 9. 7 Cosmic elements, 7 races of mankind. 12. The three postulates of the secret doctrine. 14. Description of the stanzas from the Book of Jinn. 20. Book I Part I Cosmic Evolution, 7 stanzas from the Book of Jinn. 27. Stanza I The Night of the Universe. 35. The 7 Eternities. 36. Time. 37. The Universal Mind and the Dhyan Kohans. 38. Nidana and Maya, the causes of misery. 39. The Great Breath. 43. Being and non-being. 45. The Eye of Dangma. 47. Alaya, the Universal Soul. 49. X stanza 2. The idea of differentiation. 53. The Absolute knows itself not. 55. The germ of life was not yet. 57. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought. 61. Stanza 3. The awakening of cosmos. 62. The great vibration. 63. Nature's symbols. 65. The power of numbers. 67. The logoi and the dragon. 73. The astral light. 75. Primeval radiations from unity. 79. The web of being. 83. Conscious electricity, Fahad. 85. Stanza 4. The septenary hierarchies. 86. The sons of the fire. 86. The vehicle of the universe, the Dhyan Kohans. 89. The army of the voice. 93. Speech and mind. 95. The ogdoad and the heptad. 99. The stellar sons of light. 103. Contents. Stanza V. Fahad, the child of the septenary hierarchies. 106. The fiery whirlwind and the primordial seven. 106. They produce Fahad. 108. The correlation of the gods. 113. Evolution of the principles of nature. 119. The mystery of the fire. 121. The secret of the elements. 123. The square of the tabernacle. 125. The planetary spirits and the Lipika. 129. The ring pass not. 130. The sidereal book of life. 131. The soul's pilgrimage and its rest. 134. Stanzas 6. Our world, its growth and development. 136 The Logos. 136 Mystery of the Female Logos. 137 11 Contents. The 7 Laos Centers. 138 The Elementary Germs. 139 The Evolution of the Elements. 140 The Building of the Worlds. 145 A Neutral Center. 147 Dead Planets the Moon. 149 Theosophical Misconceptions. 152 The Planetary Divisions and the Human Principles. 153 The Moon. 155 Transmigrations of the Ego. 159 The Septenary Chain. 161 Relation of the other planets to the Earth. 163 Explanations concerning the globes and the monads. 170 The Lunar Chain and the Earth Chain. 172 The Earth, the Child of the Moon. 173 Classification of the monads. 175 The lunar monads, the Pitris. 179 A Triple Evolution in Nature. 181 Stanza 6 continued. 191 Creation in the fourth. 191 The Curse, Sin, and War. 193 The Struggle for Life and the Birth of the Worlds. 202 The Adepts and the Sacred Island. 207 Stanza 7 The Parents of Man on Earth. 213 Divisions of the Hierarchies. 214 Correlations of Beings. 223 What incarnates in animal man. 233 Formation of man, the thinker. 238 Occult and Kabbalistic Pneumatics. 243 Akasa and Ether. 257 The Invisible Lives. 259 Occult Vital Chemistry and Bacteriology. 261 12 Contents. The Watcher and His Shadow. 265 Earth peopled by the shadows of the gods. 267 Summing up. 269 The Pith and Marrow of the Secret Doctrine. 273 Hermes in Christian garb. 285 Some Occult Aphorisms. 289 The 7 Powers of Nature. 293 Book I Part E The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order. I Symbolism and Ideographs. 303 Emblem and Symbol Differ. 305 Magic Potency of Sound. 307 Mystery Language. 309 2 The Mystery Language and its Keys. 310 Egypt's Many Religions. 311 The Jews and their System. 313 Moses copied from Sargon. 319 Identity of Ancient Symbols. 323 3 Primordial Substance and Divine Thought. 325 Divine Thought, or Cinericious Matter. 327 Ether and Intelligence. 330 The 7 Prakritis. 335 The Mystic Fire. 339 One Tree of Knowledge. 341 4 Chaos Theos Cosmos. 342 The Union of Chaos and Spirit. 343 The Birth of Mind. 345 V The Hidden Deity, its Symbols and Glyphs. 349 The Gnostic Idea. 351 International Correlation of Gods. 355 13 Contents. 6 The Mundane Egg. 359 Egg Bomb Logoi. 363 7 The Days and Nights of Brahma. 368 Human Gods and Divine Men. 369 The Rebirth of Gods. 371 The Puranic Prophecy. 377 8 The Lotus as a Universal Symbol. 379 Exoteric and Esoteric. 381 The Purity of Early Phallicism. 383 The Egyptian Lotus. 385 9. Dies Lunis. 386 A Glance at the Lunar Myth. 387 A Keynote to the Moon. 389 Copies and Originals. 393 The Moon Bisexual. 397 X Tree and Serpent and Crocodile Worship. 403 Degeneration of the Symbol. 405 The Seven-Headed Dragons. 407 Dragon and Crocodile. 409 11. Demon est Deus Inversus. 411 Death is Life. 413 The Fall of the Angels. 418 Transformation of the Legend. 421 12. The Theogony of the Creative Gods. 424 The Point within the Circle. 426 The Logos or Verbum. 429 The Factors of Creation. 432 Identity of the Hierarchies in all religions. 438 Difference between the Aryan and Semitic systems. 444 14 Contents. 13 The Seven Creations. 445 The Gnostic and the Hindu versions. 449 The Seven Puranic Creations. 450 14. The Four Elements. 460 The Gods and the Elements. 463 The Language of the Elements. 464 Pagan and Christian Worship of the Elements. 467 15. On Quan Shi Yin and Quan Yin. 470 Quan Shi Yin and Phallicism. 471 The Real Meaning. 472 Book I. Part 3. Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. I Reasons for these addenda. 477 Occultism versus Materialism. 479 The Sabbath of the Mystic. 481 2. Modern physicists are playing at blind man's buff. 482 3. En lumen sit corpus nec non? 483 The Hypothetical Ether. 485 Scientific theories of its constitution. 489. 4 Is gravitation a law? 490 Intelligences or blind forces. 493 The cause of attraction. 498 15 Contents. V. The theories of rotation science. 500 Conflicting hypotheses. 502 More hypotheses. 505 6. The masks of science. 506 What are the forces? 508 The view of the occultists. 510 Scientific and occult theories on heat. 515 The atoms of science. 519 7. An attack on the scientific theory of force by a man of science. 523 Ether and atoms. 527 8. Life, force, or gravity. 529 Dr. Richardson on nervous ether. 531 The senses and their action. 535 Too much life may kill. 539 9. The solar theory. 540 The primordial element. 542 Elements and meta-elements. 546 The tree of life and being. 549 Professor Crooks on the elements. 552. X The coming force. 554 Mr. Keeley, an unconscious occultist. 557 Interetheric waves. 561 The secrets of sound and odor. 565 XL on the elements and atoms. 566 Metaphysical chemistry. 569 What are the seven planets? 575 The cyclic fall of the gods. 577 16 Contents. 12 Ancient thought in modern dress. 579 All potential unity. 583 The seventh in chemistry. 585 13. The modern nebular theory. 588 Forces are emanations. 591 What is the nebula? 595 14. Forces, modes of motion or intelligences. 601 The vital principle. 603 Occult and physical science. 605 15. Gods, monads, and atoms. 610 The gods of the ancients, the monads. 613 The monad and the duad. 617. The teaching of Leibniz. 627 The monads according to occultism. 632 16. Cyclic evolution and karma. 634 Karmic cycles and universal ethics. 637 Destiny and karma. 639 Karma nemesis. 643 17. The zodiac and its antiquity. 647 The Jewish patriarchs and the signs of the zodiac. 651 Zodiacal cycles. 656 Hindu astronomy. 661 18. Summary of the mutual position. 668 Science confesses her ignorance. 669 Materialism is leading Europe towards a catastrophe. 675 Introductory. Gently to hear, kindly to judge. Shakespeare. Since the appearance of theosophical literature in England, it has become customary to call its teachings esoteric Buddhism. And, having become a habit as an old proverb based on daily experience has it, error runs down an inclined plane, while truth has to laboriously climb its way uphill. Old truisms are often the wisest. The human mind can hardly remain entirely free from bias, and decisive opinions are often formed before a thorough examination of a subject from all its aspects has been made. This is said with reference to the prevailing double mistake, a. of limiting theosophy to Buddhism, and b. of confounding the tenets of the religious philosophy preached by Gautama, the Buddha, with the doctrines broadly outlined in esoteric Buddhism. Anything more erroneous than this could be hardly imagined. It has enabled our enemies to find an effective weapon against theosophy, because, as an eminent Pali scholar very pointedly expressed it, there was in the volume named neither esotericism nor Buddhism. The esoteric truths, presented in M.R. Sinnott's work, had ceased to be esoteric from the moment they were made public, nor did it contain the religion of Buddha, but simply a few tenets from a hitherto hidden teaching which are now supplemented by many more, enlarged and explained in the present volumes. But even the latter, though giving out many fundamental tenets from the secret doctrine of the East, raise but a small comer of the dark veil. For no one, not even the greatest living adept, would be permitted to, or could even if he would give out promiscuously, to a mocking, unbelieving world, that which has been so effectually concealed from it for long eons and ages. Esoteric Buddhism was an excellent work with a very unfortunate 18 introductory title, though it meant no more than does the title of this work, The Secret Doctrine. It proved unfortunate, because people are always in the habit of judging things by their appearance, rather than their meaning, and because the error has now become so universal, that even most of the Fellows of the Theosophical Society have fallen victims to the same misconception. From the first, however, protests were raised by Brahmins and others against the title, and, in justice to myself, I must add that esoteric Buddhism was presented to me as a completed volume, and that I was entirely unaware of the manner in which the author intended to spell the word Buddhism. This has to be laid directly at the door of those who, having been the first to bring the subject under public notice, neglected to point out the difference between Buddhism, the religious system of ethics preached by the Ford Gautama, and named after his title of Buddha, the enlightened, and Buddha, wisdom or knowledge, vidya, the faculty of cognizing, From the Sanskrit root bud, to know. We Theosophists of India are ourselves the real culprits, although, at the time, we did our best to correct the mistake. See Theosophist, June, 1883. To avoid this deplorable misnomer was easy, the spelling of the word had only to be altered, and by common consent both pronounced and written Buddhism, instead of Buddhism. Nor is the latter term correctly spelt and pronounced, as it ought to be called, in English, Buddhism, and its votaries. Buddhists. This explanation is absolutely necessary at the beginning of a work like this one. The wisdom religion is the inheritance of all the nations, the world over, though the statement was made in Esoteric Buddhism, preface to the original edition, that 2 years ago, i.e. 1883, neither I nor any other European living, knew the alphabet of the science, here for the first time put into a scientific shape, etc. This error must have crept in through inadvertence. For the present writer knew all that which is divulged in esoteric Buddhism and much more many years before it became her duty, in 1880, to impart a small portion of the secret doctrine to 2 European gentlemen, one of whom was the author of Esoteric Buddhism, and surely the present writer has the undoubted, though to her, rather equivocal, privilege of being a European, by birth and education. Moreover, a considerable part of the philosophy. 19 Introductory. Expounded by Mr. Sinnett was taught in America, even before Isis Unveiled was published, to 2 Europeans and to my colleague, Colonel H.S. Alcott. Of the 3 teachers the latter gentleman has had, the first was a Hungarian initiate, the second an Egyptian, the third a Hindu. As permitted, Colonel Alcott has given out some of this teaching in various ways. If the other 2 have not, it has been simply because they were not allowed, their time for public work having not yet come. But for others it has, and the appearance of Mr. Sinnett's several interesting books is a visible proof of the fact. It is above everything important to keep in mind that no theosophical book acquires the least additional value from pretended authority. In etymology adi, and adi buddha, the one, or the first, and supreme wisdom is a term used by Arya Sangha in his secret treatises, and now by all the mystic northern Buddhists. It is a Sanskrit term, and an appellation given by the earliest Aryans to the unknown deity, the word Brahma not being found in the Vedas and the early works. It means the absolute wisdom, and Adi Buddha is translated the primeval uncreated cause of all by Fitz-Edward Hall. Eons of untold duration must have elapsed, before the epithet of Buddha was so humanized, so to speak, as to allow of the term being applied to mortals and finally appropriated to one whose unparalleled virtues and knowledge caused him to receive the title of the Buddha of wisdom. Unmoved Bodha means the innate possession of divine intellect or understanding, Buddha, the acquirement of it by personal efforts and merit, while Buddhi is the faculty of cognizing the channel through which divine knowledge reaches the ego, the discernment of good and evil. Divine conscience also, and spiritual soul, which is the vehicle of Atma. When Buddhi absorbs our egotism, destroys it, with all its vikaras, Avalokiteshvara becomes manifested to us, and nirvana, or mutti, is reached, mutti being the same as nirvana, i.e., freedom from the trammels of maya or illusion. Bodhi is likewise the name of a particular state of trance condition, called samadhi, during which the subject reaches the culmination of spiritual knowledge. Unwise are those who, in their blind and, in our age, untimely hatred of Buddhism, and, by reaction, of Buddhism, deny its esoteric teachings, which are those also of the Brahmins. Simply because the name XX introductory suggests what to them, as monotheists, are noxious doctrines. Unwise is the correct term to use in their case. For the esoteric philosophy is alone calculated to withstand, in this age of crass and illogical materialism, the repeated attacks on all and everything man holds most dear and sacred in his inner spiritual life. The true philosopher, the student of the esoteric wisdom, entirely loses sight of personalities, dogmatic beliefs, and special religions. Moreover, esoteric philosophy reconciles all religions, strips every one of its outward, human garments, and shows the root of each to be identical with that of every other great religion. It proves the necessity of an absolute divine principle in nature. It denies deity no more than it does the Sunday. Esoteric philosophy has never rejected God in nature, nor deity as the absolute and abstract ends. It only refuses to accept any of the gods of the so-called monotheistic religions, gods created by man in his own image and likeness, a blasphemous and sorry caricature of the ever unknowable. Furthermore, the records we mean to place before the reader embrace the esoteric tenets of the whole world since the beginning of our humanity, and Buddhistic occultism occupies therein only its legitimate place, and no more. Indeed, the secret portions of the Dan or Janana Dhyan, of Gautama's metaphysics, grand as they appear to one unacquainted with the tenets of the wisdom religion of antiquity, are but a very small portion of the whole. The Hindu reformer limited his public teachings to the purely moral and physiological aspect of the wisdom religion, to ethics and man alone. Things unseen and incorporeal, the mystery of being outside our terrestrial sphere, the great teacher left entirely untouched in his public lectures, reserving the hidden truths for a select circle of his arhats. The latter received their initiation at the famous Saptaparna cave, the Satapani of Mahavansa, near Mount Babhar, the Webera of the Pali manuscripts. This cave was in Rajagriha, the ancient capital of Magadha, and was the Cheetah Cave of Fahayan, as rightly suspected by some archaeologists. Time and human imagination made short work of the purity and philo. Dan, now become in modern Chinese and Tibetan phonetics Chan, is the general term for the esoteric schools, and their literature. In the old books, the word jhana is defined as to reform oneself by meditation and knowledge, a second inner birth. Hence Jin phonetically, the book of Jin F. Mr. Begler, the chief engineer at Buddha Gaya, and a distinguished archaeologist, was the first, we believe, to discover it. XXI Introductory. Sophie of these teachings, once that they were transplanted from the secret and sacred circle of the Arhats, during the course of their work of proselytism, into a soil less prepared for metaphysical conceptions than India, i.e., once they were transferred into China, Japan, Siam, and Burma. How the pristine purity of these grand revelations was dealt with may be seen in studying some of the so-called esoteric Buddhist schools of antiquity in their modem garb, not only in China and other Buddhist countries in general, but even in not a few schools in Tibet, left to the care of uninitiated lamas and Mongolian innovators. Thus the reader is asked to bear in mind the very important difference between Orthodox Buddhism, i.e., the public teachings of Gautama the Buddha, and his esoteric Buddhism. His secret doctrine, however, differed in no wise from that of the initiated Brahmins of his day. The Buddha was a child of the Aryan soil, a born Hindu, a Kshatriya, and a disciple of the twice Bham, the initiated Brahmins, or Dwajas. His teachings, therefore, could not be different from their doctrines, for the whole Buddhist reform merely consisted in giving out a portion of that which had been kept secret from every man outside of the enchanted circle of temple initiates and ascetics. Unable to teach all that had been imparted to him owing to his pledges, though he taught a philosophy built upon the groundwork of the true esoteric knowledge, the Buddha gave to the world only its outward material body and kept its soul for his elect. See also Volume 2. Many Chinese scholars among Orientalists have heard of the soul doctrine. None seem to have understood its real meaning and importance. That doctrine was preserved secretly, too secretly, perhaps within the sanctuary. The mystery that shrouded its chief dogma and aspirations, nirvana, has so tried and irritated the curiosity of those scholars who have studied it, that, unable to solve it logically and satisfactorily by untying the Gordian knot, they cut it through, by declaring that nirvana meant absolute annihilation. Toward the end of the first quarter of the century, a distinct class of literature appeared in the world, which became with every year more defined in its tendency. Being based, soi-disant, on the scholarly researches of Sanskritists and Orientalists in general, it was held scientific. Hindu, Egyptian, and other ancient religions, myths, and emblems were made to yield anything the symbologist wanted them to. XXII Introductory. Yield, thus often giving out the MDE outward form in place of the inner meaning. Works, most remarkable for their ingenious deductions and speculations, in circulo vicioso, foregone conclusions generally changing places with premises as in the syllogisms of more than one Sanskrit and Pali scholar, appeared rapidly in succession, overflooding the libraries with dissertations rather on phallic and sexual worship than on real symbology, and each contradicting the other. This is the true reason, perhaps, why the outline of a few fundamental truths from the secret doctrine of the archaic ages is now permitted to see the light, after long millenniums of the most profound silence and secrecy. I say a few truths, advisedly, because that which must remain unsaid could not be contained in 100 such volumes, nor could it be imparted to the present generation of Sadducees. But, even the little that is now given is better than complete silence upon those vital truths. The world of today, in its mad career towards the unknown which it is too ready to confound with the unknowable, whenever the problem eludes the grasp of the physicist, is rapidly progressing on the reverse, material plane of spirituality. It has now become a vast arena, a true valley of discord and of eternal strife, a necropolis, wherein lie buried the highest and the most holy aspirations of our spirit soul. That soul becomes with every new generation more paralyzed and atrophied. The amiable infidels and accomplished profligates of society, spoken of by Greeley, care little for the revival of the dead sciences of the past, but there is a fair minority of earnest students who are entitled to learn the few truths that may be given to them now, and now much more than 10 years ago, when Isis unveiled, or even the later attempts to explain the mysteries of esoteric science, were published. One of the greatest, and, withal, the most serious objection to the correctness and reliability of the whole work will be the preliminary stanzas. How can the statements contained in them be verified? True, if a great portion of the Sanskrit, Chinese, and Mongolian works quoted in the present volumes are known to some Orientalists, the chief work, that one from which the stanzas are given, is not in the possession of European libraries. The Book of Jin, or Jin, is utterly unknown to our philologists, or at any rate was never heard of by them under its present name. This is, of course, a great drawback. Introductory. XXII to those who follow the methods of research prescribed by official science, but to the students of occultism, and to every genuine occultist, this will be of little moment. The main body of the doctrines given is found scattered throughout hundreds and thousands of Sanskrit manuscripts, some already translated disfigured in their interpretations, as usual, others still awaiting their turn. Every scholar, therefore, has an opportunity of verifying the statements herein made, and of checking most of the quotations. A few new facts, new to the profane Orientalist, only, and passages quoted from the commentaries will be found difficult to trace. Several of the teachings, also, have hitherto been transmitted orally, yet even those are in every instance hinted at in the almost countless volumes of Brahmanical, Chinese, and Tibetan temple literature. However it may be, and whatsoever is in store for the writer through malevolent criticism, one fact is quite certain. The members of several esoteric schools, the seat of which is beyond the Himalayas, and whose ramifications may be found in China, Japan, India, Tibet, and even in Syria, besides South America, claim to have in their possession the sum total of sacred and philosophical works in manuscripts and type, all the works, in fact, that have ever been written, in whatever language or characters, since the art of writing began, from the ideographic hieroglyphs down to the alphabet of Cadmus and the Devanagari. It has been claimed in all ages that ever since the destruction of the Alexandrian library, see Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, p. 27, every work of a character that might have led the profane to the ultimate discovery and comprehension of some of the mysteries of the secret science, was, owing to the combined efforts of the members of the brotherhoods, diligently searched for. It is added, moreover, by those who know, that once found, save 3 copies left and stored safely away, such works were all destroyed. In India, the last of the precious manuscripts were secured and hidden during the reign of the Emperor Akbar. It is maintained, furthermore, that every sacred book of that kind, whose text was not sufficiently veiled in symbolism, or which had any asterisk. Professor Max Muller shows that no bribes or threats of Akbar could extort from the Brahmins the original text of the Veda, and boasts that European Orientalists have it. Lecture on the Science of Religion, p. 23, whether Europe has the complete text is very doubtful, and the future may have very disagreeable surprises in store for the Orientalists. XXIV Introductory. Direct references to the ancient mysteries, after having been carefully copied in cryptographic characters, such as to defy the art of the best and cleverest paleographer, was also destroyed too. The last copy. During Akbar's reign, some fanatical courtiers, displeased at the emperor's sinful prying into the religions of the infidels, themselves helped the Brahmins to conceal their MSS. Such was Badayani, who had all undisguised horror for Akbar's mania for idolatrous religions. Moreover, in all the large and wealthy lamaseries, there are subterranean crypts and cave libraries, cut in the rock, whenever the Gonpa and the Lhakhang are situated in the mountains. Beyond the western Tsedam, in the solitary passes of Kunlun F there are several such hiding places. Along the ridge of Altantoga, whose soil no European foot has ever trodden so far, there exists a certain hamlet, lost in a deep gorge. It is a small cluster of houses, a hamlet rather than a monastery, with a poor-looking temple in it, with one old lama, a hermit, living nearby to watch it. Pilgrims say that the subterranean galleries and halls under it contain a collection of books, the number of which, according to the accounts given, is too large to find room even in the British Museum. All this is very likely to provoke a smile of doubt. But then, before Badayan wrote in his Muntakab at Tawarik, His Majesty relished inquiries into the sex of these infidels, who cannot be counted, so numerous they are, and who have no end of revealed books. As they, the Sramana and Brahmins, surpass other learned men in their treatises on morals, on physical and religious sciences, and reach a high degree in their knowledge of the future, in spiritual power, and human perfection, they brought proofs based on reason and testimony, and inculcated their doctrines so firmly that no man could now raise a doubt in His Majesty. Even if mountains were to crumble to dust, or the heavens were to tear asunder. This work was kept secret, and was not published till the reign of Jahangir. An-i Akbari, translated by Drive. Blockman, p. 104, note, F. Karakoram Mountains. Western Tibet. According to the same tradition, the now desolate regions of the waterless land of Darima, true wilderness in the heart of Turkestan, were in the days of old covered with flourishing and wealthy cities. At present, hardly a few verdant oases relieve its dead solitude. One such, sprung on the sepulchre of a vast city swallowed by and buried under the sandy soil of the desert, belongs to no one, but is often visited by Mongolians and Buddhists. The same tradition speaks of immense subterranean abodes, of large corridors filled with tiles and cylinders. It may be an idle rumor, and it may be an actual fact. XXV Introductory. The reader rejects the truthfulness of the reports, let him pause and reflect over the following well-known facts. The collective researches of the Orientalists, and especially the labors of late years of the students of comparative philology and the science of religions, have led them to ascertain as follows: an immense, incalculable number of manuscripts, and even printed works known to have existed, are now to be found no more. They have disappeared without leaving the slightest trace behind them. Were they works of no importance, they might, in the natural course of time, have been left to perish, and their very names would have been obliterated from human memory. But it is not so, for, as now ascertained, most of them contain the true keys to works still extant, and entirely incomprehensible, for the greater portion of their readers, without those additional volumes of commentaries and explanations. Such are, for instance, the works of Lao Tse, the predecessor of Confucius. He is said to have written 930 books on ethics and religions, and 70 on magic, 1,000 in all. His great work, however, the heart of his doctrine, the Tao Te Ching, or the sacred scriptures of the Das, has in it, as Stanislas Julian shows, only about 5,000 words. Tao Te Ching, p. XXVII, hardly a dozen of pages, yet Professor Max Muller finds that the text is unintelligible without commentaries, so that Mr. Julian had to consult more than 60 commentators for the purpose of his translation, the earliest going back as far as the year 163 BC, not earlier, as we see. During the 4 centuries and a half that preceded this earliest of the commentators, there was ample time to veil the true Lao Tse doctrine from all but his initiated priests. The Japanese, among whom are now to be found the most learned of the priests and followers of Lao Tse, simply laugh at the blunders and hypotheses of the European Chinese scholars, and tradition affirms that the commentaries to which our Western sinologues have access are not the real occult records, but intentional veils, and that the true commentaries, as well as almost all the texts, have long since disappeared from the eyes of the profane. If we turn to China, we find that the religion of Confucius is founded on the 5 King and the 4 Shu books, in themselves of considerable extent and surrounded by voluminous commentaries, without which even the most learned scholars would not venture to fathom the depth of their sacred canon. Lectures on the Science of Religion, p. 185. Max Muller. But they have not fathomed it, and this is the complaint of the Confucianists, as a very learned member of that body, in Paris, complained in 1881, XXVI Introductory. If one turns to the ancient literature of the Semitic religions, to the Chaldean scriptures, the elder sister and instructress, if not the fountainhead of the Mosaic Bible, the basis and starting point of Christianity, what do the scholars find? To perpetuate the memory of the ancient religions of Babylon, to record the vast cycle of astronomical observations of the Chaldean Magi, to justify the tradition of their splendid and eminently occult literature, what now remains, only a few fragments, said to be by Berosus. These, however, are almost valueless, even as a clue to the character of what has disappeared. For they passed through the hands of His Reverence the Bishop of Caesarea, that self-constituted censor and editor of the sacred records of other men's religions, and they doubtless bear to this day the mark of his eminently veracious and trustworthy hand. For what is the history of this treatise on the once grand religion of Babylon? Written in Greek by Berosus, a priest of the temple of Belus, for Alexander the Great, from the astronomical and chronological records preserved by the priests of that temple, and covering a period of 200,000 years, it is now lost. In the 1st century BC, Alexander Polyhistor made a series of extracts from it, also lost. Eusebius used these extracts in writing his Chronicon, 273–40 AD. The points of resemblance, almost of identity, between the Jewish and the Chaldean scriptures made the latter most dangerous to Eusebius, in his role of defender and champion of the new faith which had adopted the Jewish scriptures, and with them an absurd chronology. It is pretty certain that Eusebius did not spare the Egyptian synchronistic tables of Manetho, so much so that Bunsen charges him with mutilating history most unscrupulously. And Socrates, a historian of the 5th century, and Syncellus, vice-patriarch of Constantinople, 8th century, both denounce him as the most daring and desperate forger. Is it likely, then, that he dealt more tenderly with the Chaldean records, which were already menacing the new religion, so rashly accepted? Found out and proven only now, through the discoveries made by George Smith, vide his Chaldean account of Genesis, and which, thanks to this Armenian forger, have misled all the civilized nations for over 1,500 years into accepting Jewish derivations for direct divine revelation. F. Bunsen's Egypt's Place in History, Vol. IP 200 XXVII Introductory. So that, with the exception of these more than doubtful fragments, the entire Chaldean sacred literature has disappeared from the eyes of the profane as completely as the lost Atlantis. A few facts that were contained in the Beroshian history are given in Part 2 of Volume 2, and may throw a great light on the true origin of the fallen angels, personified by Bel and the dragon. Turning now to the oldest Aryan literature, the Rig Veda, the student will find, following strictly in this the data furnished by the said Orientalists themselves, that, although the Rig Veda contains only about 10,580 verses, or 1,028 hymns, in spite of the Brahmanas and the mass of glosses and commentaries, it is not understood correctly to this day. Why is this so? Evidently because the Brahmanas, the scholastic and oldest treatises on the primitive hymns, themselves require a key, which the Orientalists have failed to secure. What do the scholars say of Buddhist literature? Have they got it in its completeness? Assuredly not. Notwithstanding the 325 volumes of the Kanjur and the Tanjur of the northern Buddhists, each volume, we are told, weighing from 4 to 5 pounds, nothing, in truth, is known of Lamaism. Yet, the sacred canon of the Southern Church is said to contain 29,368,000 letters in the Sadharma Alankara * or, exclusive of treatises and commentaries, 5 or 6 times the amount of the matter contained in the Bible, the latter, in the words of Professor Max Muller, rejoicing only in 3,567,180 letters. Notwithstanding, then, these 325 volumes, in reality there are 333, Kanjur comprising 108, and Tanjur 225 volumes. The translators, instead of supplying us with correct versions, have interwoven them with their own commentaries, for the purpose of justifying the dogmas of their several schools. Moreover, according to a tradition preserved by the Buddhist schools, both of the South and of the North, the sacred Buddhist canon comprised originally 80,000 or 84,000 tracts, but most of them were lost, so that there remained but 6,000, the professor tells his audiences. Lost as usual for Europeans. But who can be quite sure that they are likewise lost for Buddhists and Brahmins? Considering the sacredness for the Buddhists of every line written * Spence Hardy, The Legends and Theories of the Buddhists, p. 66f. Buddhism in Tibet, p. 78. XXVIII Introductory. Upon Buddha or his good law, the loss of nearly 76,000 tracts does seem miraculous. Had it been vice versa, every one acquainted with the natural course of events would subscribe to the statement that, of these 76,000, 5 or 6,000 treatises might have been destroyed during the persecutions in, and emigrations from, India. But as it is well ascertained that Buddhist arhats began their religious exodus, for the purpose of propagating the new faith beyond Kashmir and the Himalayas, as early as the year 300 before our era * and reached China in the year 61 AD when Kashyapa, at the invitation of the Emperor Mingti, went there to acquaint the Son of Heaven with the tenets of Buddhism, it does seem strange to hear the Orientalists speaking of such a loss as though it were really possible. They do not seem to allow for one moment the possibility that the texts may be lost only for West and for themselves, or, that the Asiatic people should have the unparalleled boldness to keep their most sacred records out of the reach of foreigners, thus refusing to deliver them to the profanation and misuse of races even so vastly superior to themselves. Owing to the expressed regrets and numerous confessions of almost every one of the Orientalists, see Max Muller's lectures for example, the public may feel sufficiently sure, a. that the students of ancient religions have indeed very few data upon which to build such final conclusions as they generally do about the old religions, and, b. that such lack of data does not prevent them in the least from dogmatizing. One would imagine that, thanks to the numerous records of the Egyptian theogony and mysteries preserved in the classics, and in a number of ancient writers, the rites and dogmas of pharaonic Egypt ought to be well understood at least, better, at any rate, than the two abstruse philosophies and pantheism of India, of whose religion and language Europe had hardly any idea before the beginning of the present century. Along the Nile and on the face of the whole country, there stand to this hour, exhumed yearly and daily, fresh relics which eloquently tell their own history. Still it is not so. The learned Oxford philologist himself confesses the truth by saying that though we see still standing the pyramids, and the ruins of temples and labyrinths, their walls *lassen, ind. Aldersunken Volume 2, p. 1072, shows a Buddhist monastery erected in the Kailas range in 137 BC, and General Cunningham, earlier than that. F. Rev. T. Edkins, Chinese Buddhism XXIX Introductory. Covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions, and with the strange pictures of gods and goddesses. On rolls of papyrus, which seem to defy the ravages of time, we have even fragments of what may be called the sacred books of the Egyptians, yet, though much has been deciphered in the ancient records of that mysterious race, the mainspring of the religion of Egypt and the original intention of its ceremonial worship are far from being fully disclosed to us. Here again the mysterious hieroglyphic documents remain, but the keys by which alone they become intelligible have disappeared. Nevertheless, having found that there is a natural connection between language and religion, and, secondly, that there was a common Aryan religion before the separation of the Aryan race, a common Semitic religion before the separation of the Semitic race, and a common Turanian religion before the separation of the Chinese and the other tribes belonging to the Turanian class. Having, in fact, only discovered 3 ancient centers of religion and 3 centers of language, and though as entirely ignorant of those primitive religions and languages, as of their origin, the professor does not hesitate to declare that a truly historical basis for a scientific treatment of those principal religions of the world has been gained. A scientific treatment of a subject is no guarantee for its historical basis, and with such scarcity of data on hand, no philologist, even among the most eminent, is justified in giving out his own conclusions for historical facts. No doubt, the eminent Orientalist has proved thoroughly to the world's satisfaction, that according to Grimm's law of phonetic rules, Odin and Buddha are 2 different personages, quite distinct from each other, and he has shown it scientifically. When, however, he takes the opportunity of saying in the same breath that Odin was worshipped as the supreme deity during a period long anterior to the age of the Veda and of Homer, compare Theol, p. 318, he has not the slightest historical basis for it. He makes history and fact subservient to his *. So little acquainted are our greatest Egyptologists with the funerary rites of the Egyptians and the outward marks of the difference of sexes made on the mummies, that it has led to the most ludicrous mistakes. Only a year or 2 since, one of that kind was discovered at Bolak, Cairo. The mummy of what had been considered the wife of an unimportant pharaoh, has turned out, thanks to an inscription found on an amulet hung on his neck, to be that of Sesostris, the greatest king of Egypt. XXX Introductory. Own conclusions, which may be very scientific, in the sight of Oriental scholars, but yet very wide of the mark of actual truth. The conflicting views on the subject of chronology, in the case of the Vedas, of the various eminent philologists and Orientalists, from Martin Hogg down to Mr. Max Muller himself, are an evident proof that the statement has no historical basis to stand upon, internal evidence being very often a jack-o'-lantern, instead of a safe beacon to follow. Nor has the science of modern comparative mythology any better proof to show, that those learned writers, who have insisted for the last century or so that there must have been fragments of a primeval revelation, granted to the ancestors of the whole race of mankind, preserved in the temples of Greece and Italy, were entirely wrong. For this is what all the Eastern initiates and pundits have been proclaiming to the world from time to time. While a prominent Singhalese priest assured the writer that it was well known that the most important Buddhist tracts belonging to the sacred canon were stored away in countries and places inaccessible to the European pundits, the late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, the greatest Sanskritist of his day in India, assured some members of the Theosophical Society of the same fact with regard to ancient Brahmanical works. When told that Professor Max Muller had declared to the audiences of his lectures that the theory that there was a primeval preternatural revelation granted to the fathers of the human race, finds but few supporters at present, the holy and learned man laughed. His answer was suggestive. If Mr. Mokshir Muller, as he pronounced the name, were a Brahmin, and came with me, I might take him to a Gupta cave, a secret crypt, near Okemath, in the Himalayas, where he would soon find out that what crossed the Kalapani, the black waters of the ocean, from India to Europe were only the bits of rejected copies of some passages from our sacred books. There was a primeval revelation, and it still exists, nor will it ever be lost to the world, but will reappear, though the Mlechchas will of course have to wait. Questioned further on this point, he would say no more. This was at Meerut, in 1880. No doubt the mystification played, in the last century at Calcutta, by the Brahmins upon Colonel Wilford and Sir William Jones was a cruel one. But it had been well deserved, and no one was more to be blamed XXXI introductory in that affair than the missionaries and Colonel Wilford themselves. The former, on the testimony of Sir William Jones himself, see Asiat. Res, Volume I, p. 272, were silly enough to maintain that the Hindus were even now almost Christians, because their Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahisa were no other than the Christian Trinity. It was a good lesson. It made the Oriental scholars doubly cautious, but perchance it has also made some of them too shy, and caused, in its reaction, the pendulum of foregone conclusions to swing too much the other way. For that first supply on the Brahmanical market, made for Colonel Wilford, has now created an evident necessity and desire in the Orientalists to declare nearly every archaic Sanskrit manuscript so modem as to give to the missionaries full justification for availing themselves of the opportunity. That they do so and to the full extent of their mental powers, is shown by the absurd attempts of late to prove that the whole Puranic story about Krishna was plagiarized by the Brahmins from the Bible. But the facts cited by the Oxford professor in his lectures on the science of religion, concerning the now famous interpolations, for the benefit, and later on to the sorrow, of Colonel Wilford, do not at all interfere with the conclusions to which one who studies the secret doctrine must unavoidably come. For, if the results show that neither the New nor even the Old Testament borrowed anything from the more ancient religion of the Brahmins and Buddhists, it does not follow that the Jews have not borrowed all they knew from the Chaldean records, the latter being mutilated later on by Eusebius. As to the Chaldeans, they assuredly got their primitive learning from the Brahmins, for Rawlinson shows an undeniably Vedic influence in the early mythology of Babylon, and Col. Vance Kennedy has long since justly declared that Babylonia was, from her origin, the seat of Sanskrit and Brahmin learning. But all such proofs must lose their value, in the presence of the latest theory worked out by Prof. Max Muller. What it is everyone knows. The Code of Phonetic Laws has now become a universal solvent for every identification and connection between *C. Max Muller's Introduction to the Science of Religion. Lecture on False Analogies in Comparative Theology, pp. 288 and 296 et seq. This relates to the clever forgery, on leaves inserted in old Puranic manuscripts, in correct and archaic Sanskrit, of all that the pundits of Col. Wilford had heard from him about Adam and Abraham, Noah and his 3 sons, etc., etc. XXXII Introductory. The gods of many nations. Thus, though the mother of Mercury, Buddha, thought Hermes, etc., was Maya, the mother of Buddha, Gautama, also Maya, and the mother of Jesus, likewise Maya, illusion, for Mary is Mare, the sea, the great illusion symbolically, yet these 3 characters have no connection, nor can they have any, since Bach has laid down his code of phonetic laws. In their efforts to collect together the many skeins of unwritten history, it is a bold step for our Orientalists to take, to deny, a priori, everything that does not dovetail with their special conclusions. Thus, while new discoveries are daily made of great arts and sciences having existed far back in the night of time, even the knowledge of writing is refused to some of the most ancient nations, and they are credited with barbarism instead of culture. Yet the traces of an immense civilization, even in Central Asia, are still to be found. This civilization is undeniably prehistoric. And how can there be civilization without a literature, in some form, without annals or chronicles? Common sense alone ought to supplement the broken links in the history of departed nations. The gigantic, unbroken wall of the mountains that hem in the whole tableland of Tibet, from the upper course of the river Kwanki down to the Karakoram hills, witnessed a civilization during millenniums of years, and would have strange secrets to tell mankind. The eastern and central portions of those regions, the Nanshan and the Altyn Taga, were once upon a time covered with cities that could well vie with Babylon. A whole geological period has swept over the land, since those cities breathed their last, as the mounds of shifting sand, and the sterile and now dead soil of the immense central plains of the basin of Darim testify. The borderlands alone are superficially known to the traveler. Within those tablelands of sand there is water, and fresh oases are found blooming there, wherein no European foot has ever yet ventured, or trodden the now treacherous soil. Among these verdant oases there are some which are entirely inaccessible even to the native profane traveler. Hurricanes may tear up the sands and sweep whole plains away, they are powerless to destroy that which is beyond their reach. Built deep in the bowels of the earth, the subterranean stores are secure, and as their entrances are concealed in such oases, there is little fear that anyone should discover them, even should several armies invade the sandy wastes where XXXIII introductory. Not a pool, not a bush, not a house is seen, and the mountain range forms a rugged screen round the parched flats of the dry desert. But there is no need to send the reader across the desert, when the same proofs of ancient civilization are found even in comparatively populated regions of the same country. The oasis of Churchin, for instance, situated about 4,000 feet above the level of the river Churchin area, is surrounded with the ruins of archaic towns and cities in every direction. There, some 3,000 human beings represent the relics of about 100 extinct nations and races, the very names of which are now unknown to our ethnologists. An anthropologist would feel more than embarrassed to class, divide, and subdivide them, the more so, as the respective descendants of all these antediluvian races and tribes known as little of their own forefathers themselves, as if they had fallen from the moon. When questioned about their origin, they reply that they know not whence their fathers had come, but had heard that their first, or earliest, men were ruled by the great genii of these deserts. This may be put down to ignorance and superstition, yet in view of the teachings of the secret doctrine, the answer may be based upon primeval tradition. Alone, the tribe of Khorasan claims to have come from what is now known as Afghanistan, long before the days of Alexander, and brings legendary lore to that effect as corroboration. The Russian traveler, Colonel, now General, Przhevalsky, found quite close to the oasis of Churchin, the ruins of two enormous cities, the oldest of which was, according to local tradition, ruined 3,000 years ago by a hero and giant, and the other by the Mongolians in the 10th century of our era. The emplacement of the two cities is now covered, owing to shifting sands and the desert wind, with strange and heterogeneous relics, with broken china and kitchen utensils and human bones. The natives often find copper and gold coins, melted silver, ingots, diamonds, and turquoises, and what is the most remarkable, broken glass. Coffins of some undecaying wood, or material, also, within which beautifully preserved embalmed bodies are found. The male mummies are all extremely tall, powerfully built men with long waving hair. A vault was found with 12 dead men sitting in it. Another time, in a separate coffin, a young girl was discovered by us. Her eyes were closed with golden discs, and the jaws held firm by a golden circlet running from under the chin across the top of the head. Clad in a narrow XXXIV introductory woolen garment, her bosom was covered with golden stars, the feet being left naked. From a lecture by N.M. Przewalski. To this, the famous traveler adds that all along their way on the river Churchin they heard legends about 23 towns buried ages ago by the shifting sands of the deserts. The same tradition exists on the Lobnor and in the oasis of Kirya. The traces of such civilization, and these and like traditions, give us the right to credit other legendary lore warranted by well-educated and learned natives of India and Mongolia, when they speak of immense libraries reclaimed from the sand, together with various relics of ancient magic lore, which have all been safely stowed away. To recapitulate, the secret doctrine was the universally diffused religion of the ancient and prehistoric world. Proofs of its diffusion, authentic records of its history, a complete chain of documents, showing its character and presence in every land, together with the teaching of all its great adepts, exist to this day in the secret crypts of libraries belonging to the occult fraternity. This statement is rendered more credible by a consideration of the following facts: the tradition of the thousands of ancient parchments saved when the Alexandrian library was destroyed, the thousands of Sanskrit works which disappeared in India in the reign of Akbar, the universal tradition in China and Japan that the true old texts with the commentaries, which alone make them comprehensible amounting to many thousands of volumes, have long passed out of the reach of profane hands, the disappearance of the vast sacred and occult literature of Babylon, the loss of those keys which alone could solve the thousand riddles of the Egyptian hieroglyphic records, the tradition in India that the real secret commentaries which alone make the Veda intelligible, though no longer visible to profane eyes, still remain for the initiate, hidden in secret caves and crypts, and an identical belief among the Buddhists, with regard to their secret books. The occultists assert that all these exist, save from Western spoliating hands, to reappear in some more enlightened age, for which, in the words of the late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, the mlechchas, outcasts, savages, those beyond the pale of Aryan civilization, will have to wait. For it is not the fault of the initiates that these documents are now lost to the profane, nor was their policy dictated by selfishness, or introductory any desire to monopolize the life-giving sacred lore. There were portions of the secret science that for incalculable ages had to remain concealed from the profane gaze. But this was because to impart to the unprepared multitude secrets of such tremendous importance, was equivalent to giving a child a lighted candle in a powder magazine. The answer to a question which has frequently arisen in the minds of students, when meeting with statements such as this, may be outlined here. We can understand, they say, the necessity for concealing from the herd such secrets as the vril, or the rock-destroying force, discovered by J. W. Keeley, of Philadelphia, but we cannot understand how any danger could arise from the revelation of such a purely philosophic doctrine, as, e.g., the evolution of the planetary chains. The danger was this: doctrines such as the planetary chain, or the seven races, at once give a clue to the sevenfold nature of man, for each principle is correlated to a plane, a planet, and a race, and the human principles are, on every plane, correlated to sevenfold occult forces, those of the higher planes being of tremendous power. So that any septenary division at once gives a clue to tremendous occult powers, the abuse of which would cause incalculable evil to humanity. A clue, which is, perhaps, no clue to the present generation, especially the Westerns, protected as they are by their very blindness and ignorant materialistic disbelief in the occult, but a clue which would, nevertheless, have been very real in the early centuries of the Christian era, to people fully convinced of the reality of occultism, and entering a cycle of degradation, which made them ripe for abuse of occult powers and sorcery of the worst description. The documents were concealed, it is true, but the knowledge itself and its actual existence had never been made a secret of by the hierophants of the temple, wherein mysteries have ever been made a discipline and stimulus to virtue. This is very old news, and was repeatedly made known by the great adepts, from Pythagoras and Plato down to the Neoplatonists. It was the new religion of the Nazarenes that wrought a change for the worse in the policy of centuries. Moreover, there is a well-known fact, a very curious one, corroborated to the writer by a reverend gentleman attached for years to a Russian embassy, namely, that there are several documents in the St. Petersburg XXXVI introductory imperial libraries to show that, even so late as during the days when Freemasonry, and secret societies of mystics flourished unimpeded in Russia, i.e., at the end of the last and the beginning of the present century, more than one Russian mystic traveled to Tibet via the Ural Mountains in search of knowledge and initiation in the unknown crypts of Central Asia. And more than one returned years later, with a rich store of such information as could never have been given him anywhere in Europe. Several cases could be cited, and well-known names brought forward, but for the fact that such publicity might annoy the surviving relatives of the said late initiates. Let anyone look over the annals and history of Freemasonry in the archives of the Russian metropolis, and he will assure himself of the facts stated. This is a corroboration of that which has been stated many times before, and, unfortunately, too indiscreetly. Instead of benefiting humanity, the virulent charges of deliberate invention and imposture with a purpose thrown at those who asserted but a truthful, if even a little known fact, have only generated bad karma for the slanderers. But now the mischief is done, and truth should no longer be denied, whatever the consequences. Is it a new religion, we are asked? By no means, it is not a religion, nor is its philosophy new, for, as already stated, it is as old as thinking man. Its tenets are not now published for the first time, but have been cautiously given out to, and taught by, more than one European initiate, especially by the late Ragan. More than one great scholar has stated that there never was a religious founder, whether Arian, Semitic or Turanian, who had invented a new religion, or revealed a new truth. These founders were all transmitters, not original teachers. They were the authors of new forms and interpretations, while the truths upon which the latter were based were as old as mankind. Selecting one or more of those grand verities, actualities visible only to the eye of the real sage and seer out of the many orally revealed to man in the beginning, preserved and perpetuated in the addita of the temples through initiation, during the mysteries, and by personal transmission they revealed these truths to the masses. Thus every nation received in its turn some of the said truths, under the veil of its own local and special symbolism, which, as time went on, developed into a more or less philosophical cultus, a pantheon in mythical disguise. Therefore is Confucius, a very ancient XXXVII introductory legislator in historical chronology, though a very modern sage in the world's history, shown by Dr. Legge *, who calls him emphatically a transmitter, not a maker, as saying, I only hand on, I cannot create new things. I believe in the ancients and therefore I love them. F. Quoted in Science of Religions by Max Muller. The writer loves them too, and therefore believes in the ancients, and the modem heirs to their wisdom. And believing in both, she now transmits that which she has received and learned herself to all those who will accept it. As to those who may reject her testimony, i.e., the great majority, she will bear them no malice, for they will be as right in their way in denying, as she is right in hers in affirming, since they look at truth from two entirely different standpoints. Agreeably with the rules of critical scholarship, the Orientalist has to reject a priori whatever evidence he cannot fully verify for himself. And how can a Western scholar accept on hearsay that which he knows nothing about? Indeed, that which is given in these volumes is selected from oral, as much as from written teachings. This first installment of the esoteric doctrines is based upon stanzas, which are the records of a people unknown to ethnology. It is claimed that they are written in a tongue absent from the nomenclature of languages and dialects with which philology is acquainted. They are said to emanate from a source, occultism, repudiated by science, and, finally, they are offered through an agency, incessantly discredited before the world by all those who hate unwelcome truths, or have some special hobby of their own to defend. Therefore, the rejection of these teachings may be expected, and must be accepted beforehand. No one styling himself a scholar, in whatever department of exact science, will be permitted to regard these teachings seriously. They will be derided and rejected a priori in this century, but only in this one. For in the 20th century of our era scholars will begin to recognize that the secret doctrine has neither been invented nor exaggerated, but, on the contrary, simply outlined, and finally, that its teachings antedate the Vedas *, have not the latter been derided, rejected, and *lunyith, ia, shot. Chinesis Literatur, p. 7. F. Life of Confucius, p. 96. This is no pretension to prophecy, but simply a statement based on the knowledge of facts. Every century an attempt is being made to show the world that occultism is no vain superstition. Once the door permitted to be kept a little ajar, it will be opened wider with every new century. The times are ripe for a more serious knowledge than hitherto permitted, though still very limited, so far. XXXVIII Introductory. Called a modem forgery even so recently as 50 years ago. Was not Sanskrit proclaimed at one time the progeny of, and a dialect derived from, the Greek, according to Lempriere and other scholars? About 1820, Professor Max Muller tells us, the sacred books of the Brahmins, of the Magians, and of the Buddhists, were all but unknown, their /airy existence was doubted, and there was not a single scholar who could have translated a line of the Veda. Of the Zendavesta, or dot of the Buddhist Tripitaka, and now the Vedas are proved to be the work of the highest antiquity whose preservation amounts almost to a marvel. Lecture on the Vedas. The same will be said of the secret archaic doctrine, when proofs are given of its undeniable existence and records. But it will take centuries before much more is given from it. Speaking of the keys to the zodiacal mysteries as being almost lost to the world, it was remarked by the writer in Isis Unveiled some 10 years ago that, the said key must be turned 7 times before the whole system is divulged. We will give it but one turn, and thereby allow the profane one glimpse into the mystery. Happy he, who understands the whole. The same may be said of the whole esoteric system. One turn of the key, and no more, was given in Isis. Much more is explained in these volumes. In those days the writer hardly knew the language in which the work was written, and the disclosure of many things, freely spoken about now, was forbidden. In century the 20th some disciple more informed, and far better fitted, may be sent by the masters of wisdom to give final and irrefutable proofs that there exists a science called Gupta Vidya, and that, like the once mysterious sources of the Nile, the source of all religions and philosophies now known to the world has been for many ages forgotten and lost to men, but is at last found. Such a work as this has to be introduced with no simple preface, but with a volume rather, one that would give facts, not mere disquisitions, since the secret doctrine is not a treatise, or a series of vague theories, but contains all that can be given out to the world in this century. It would be worse than useless to publish in these pages even those introductory portions of the esoteric teachings that have now escaped from confinement, unless the genuineness and authenticity, at any rate, the probability of the existence of such teachings was first established. Such statements as will now be made, have to be shown warranted by various authorities, those of ancient philosophers, classics, and even certain learned church fathers, some of whom knew these doctrines because they had studied them, had seen and read works written upon them, and some of whom had even been personally initiated into the ancient mysteries, during the performance of which the arcane doctrines were allegorically enacted. The writer will have to give historical and trustworthy names, and to cite well-known authors, ancient and modern, of recognized ability, good judgment, and truthfulness, as also to name some of the famous proficients in the secret arts and science, along with the mysteries of the latter, as they are divulged, or, rather, partially presented before the public in their strange archaic form. How is this to be done? What is the best way for achieving such an object? Was the ever-recurring question. To make our plan clearer, an illustration may be attempted. When a tourist coming from a well-explored country, suddenly reaches the borderland of a terra incognita, hedged in, and shut out from view by a formidable barrier of impassable rocks, he may still refuse to acknowledge himself baffled in his exploratory plans. Ingress beyond is forbidden. But, if he cannot visit the mysterious region personally, he may still find a means of examining it from as short a distance as can be arrived at. Helped by his knowledge of landscapes left behind him, he can get a general and pretty correct idea of the transmural view, if he will only climb to the loftiest summit of the altitudes in front of him. Once there, he can gaze at it, at his leisure, comparing that which he dimly perceives with that which he has just left below, now that he is, thanks to his efforts, beyond the line of the mists and the cloud-capped cliffs. Such a point of preliminary observation, for those who would like to get a more correct understanding of the mysteries of the pre-archaic periods given in the texts, cannot be offered to them in these 2 volumes. But if the reader has patience, and would glance at the present state of beliefs and creeds in Europe, compare and check it with what is known to history of the ages directly preceding and introductory, following the Christian era, then he will find all this in Volume 3 of this work. In that volume a brief recapitulation will be made of all the principal adepts known to history, and the downfall of the mysteries will be described, after which began the disappearance and final and systematic elimination from the memory of men of the real nature of initiation and the sacred science. From that time its teachings became occult, and magic sailed but too often under the venerable but frequently misleading name of Hermetic philosophy. As real occultism had been prevalent among the mystics during the centuries that preceded our era, so magic, or rather sorcery, with its occult arts, followed the beginning of Christianity. However great and zealous the fanatical efforts, during those early centuries, to obliterate every trace of the mental and intellectual labor of the pagans, it was a failure, but the same spirit of the dark demon of bigotry and intolerance has perverted systematically and ever since, every bright page written in the pre-Christian periods. Even in her uncertain records, history has preserved enough of that which has survived to throw an impartial light upon the whole. Let, then, the reader tarry a little while with the writer, on the spot of observation selected. He is asked to give all his attention to that millennium which divided the pre-Christian and the post-Christian periods, by the year 1 of the Nativity. This event, whether historically correct or not, has nevertheless been made to serve as a first signal for the erection of manifold bulwarks against any possible return of, or even a glimpse into, the hated religions of the past, hated and dreaded because throwing such a vivid light on the new and intentionally veiled interpretation of what is now known as the New Dispensation. However superhuman the efforts of the early Christian fathers to obliterate the secret doctrine from the very memory of man, they all failed. Truth can never be killed, hence the failure to sweep away entirely from the face of the earth every vestige of that ancient wisdom, and to shackle and gag every witness who testified to it. Let one only think of the thousands, and perhaps millions, of manuscripts burnt, of monuments, with their too indiscreet inscriptions and pictorial symbols, pulverized to dust, of the bands of early hermits and ascetics roaming about among the ruined cities of Upper and Lower Egypt, in desert and slee introductory mountain, valleys, and highlands, seeking for and eager to destroy every obelisk and pillar, scroll, or parchment they could lay their hands on, if it only bore the symbol of the Tao, or any other sign borrowed and appropriated by the new faith, and he will then see plainly how it is that so little has remained of the records of the past. Verily, the fiendish spirits of fanaticism, of early and medieval Christianity and of Islam, have from the first loved to dwell in darkness and ignorance, and both have made the sun like blood, the earth a tomb, the tomb a hell, and hell itself a murkier gloom. Both creeds have won their proselytes at the point of the sword, both have built their churches on heaven-kissing hecatombs of human victims. Over the gateway of century I of our era, the ominous words "the karma of Israel," fatally glowed. Over the portals of our own, the future seer may discern other words, that will point to the karma for cunningly made-up history, for events purposely perverted, and for great characters slandered by posterity, mangled out of recognition, between the two cars of Jagannatha bigotry and materialism, one accepting too much, the other denying all. Wise is he who holds to the golden midpoint, who believes in the eternal justice of things. Says Lagi Dewan, the witness to the wonderful speeches of a free thinker who belongs to 1,000 sects, in the assembly of the day of resurrection, when past things shall be forgiven, the sins of the Kaaba will be forgiven for the sake of the dust of Christian churches. To this, Professor Max Muller replies, the sins of Islam are as worthless as the dust of Christianity. On the day of resurrection both Muhammadans and Christians will see the vanity of their religious doctrines. Men fight about religion on earth, in heaven they shall find out that there is only one true religion, the worship of God's Spirit. Asterisk. In other words, there is no religion, or law, higher than truth. Satyat Nasti Paro Dharma, the motto of the Maharaja of Benares, adopted by the Theosophical Society. As already said in the preface, the secret doctrine is not a version of Isis unveiled as originally intended. It is a volume explanatory of asterisk lectures on the science of religion, by F. Max Muller, p. 257. Slightly introductory. It rather, and, though entirely independent of the earlier work, an indispensable corollary to it. Much of what was in Isis could hardly be understood by theosophists in those days. The secret doctrine will now throw light on many a problem left unsolved in the first work, especially on the opening pages, which have never been understood. Concerned simply with the philosophies within our historical times and the respective symbolism of the fallen nations, only a hurried glance could be thrown at the panorama of occultism in the 2 volumes of Isis. In the present work, detailed cosmogony and the evolution of the 4 races that preceded our 5th race, humanity, are given, and now 2 large volumes explain that which was stated on the first page of Isis unveiled alone, and in a few allusions scattered hither and thither throughout that work. Nor could the vast catalogue of the archaic sciences be attempted in the present volumes, before we have disposed of such tremendous problems as cosmic and planetary evolution, and the gradual development of the mysterious humanities and races that preceded our Adamic humanity. Therefore, the present attempt to elucidate some mysteries of the esoteric philosophy has, in truth, nothing to do with the earlier work. As an instance, the writer must be allowed to illustrate what is said. Volume I of Isis begins with a reference to an old book, so very old that our modem antiquarians might ponder over its pages an indefinite time, and still not quite agree as to the nature of the fabric upon which it is written. It is the only original copy now in existence. The most ancient Hebrew document on occult learning, the Sefer Geneauta, was compiled from it, and that at a time when the former was already considered in the light of a literary relic. One of its illustrations represents the divine essence emanating from Adam * like a luminous arc proceeding to form a circle, and then, having attained the highest point of its circumference, the ineffable glory bends back again, and returns to earth, bringing a higher type of humanity in its vortex. As it approaches nearer and nearer to our planet, the emanation becomes more and more shadowy, until upon touching the ground it is as black as night. The name is used in the sense of the Greek word 3JL, JTWP0 introductory. The very old book is the original work from which the many volumes of QTI were compiled. Not only this latter and the Sefer Geneauta, but even the Sefer Yetzirah *, the work attributed by the Hebrew Kabbalists to their patriarch Abraham, the Book of Shuking, China's primitive Bible, the sacred volumes of the Egyptian Thoth Hermes, the Puranas in India, and the Chaldean Book of Numbers and the Pentateuch itself, are all derived from that one small parent volume. Tradition says, that it was taken down in Centaur, the secret sacerdotal tongue, from the words of the divine beings, who dictated it to the sons of light, in Central Asia, at the very beginning of the 5th race, for there was a time when its language, the Senzar, was known to the initiates of every nation, when the forefathers of the Toltec understood it as easily as the inhabitants of the lost Atlantis, who inherited it, in their turn, from the sages of the 3rd race, the Manushis, who learned it direct from the Devas of the second and first races. The illustration spoken of in Isis relates to the evolution of these races and of our fourth and fifth race humanity in the Vaivasvata Manvantara or round, each round being composed of the yugas of the 7 periods of humanity, 4 of which are now past in our life cycle, the middle point of the 5th being nearly reached. The illustration is symbolical, as every one can well understand, and covers the ground from the beginning. The old book, having described cosmic evolution and explained the origin of everything on earth, including physical man, after giving the true history of the races from the first down to the 5th, race, goes no further. It stops short at the beginning of the Kali Yuga just 4,989 years ago at the death of Krishna, the bright sun god, the once living hero and reformer. But there exists another book. None of its possessors regard it as very ancient, as it was born with, and is only as old as the Black Age, Rabbi Jehoshua ben Chananea, who died about AD 72, openly declared that he had performed miracles by means of the book of Sefer Jezirah, and challenged every skeptic. Frank, quoting from the Babylonian Talmud, names 2 other thaumaturgists, Rabbis Janina and Oshoy. See Jerusalem Talmud, Sanhedrin, c7, etc., and Frank, pages 55, 56. Many of the medieval occultists, alchemists, and Kabbalists claimed the same, and even the late modern Magus, Eliphas Levi, publicly asserts it in print in his books on magic. Sliv Introductory. Namely, about 5,000 years. In about 9 years hence, the first cycle of the first 5 millenniums, that began with the great cycle of the Kali Yuga, will end. And then the last prophecy contained in that book, the first volume of the prophetic record for the Black Age, will be accomplished. We have not long to wait, and many of us will witness the dawn of the new cycle, at the end of which not a few accounts will be settled and squared between the races. Volume 2 of the prophecies is nearly ready, having been in preparation since the time of Buddha's grand successor, Sankaracharya. One more important point must be noticed, one that stands foremost in the series of proofs given of the existence of one primeval, universal wisdom at any rate for the Christian Kabbalists and students. The teachings were, at least, partially known to several of the fathers of the Church. It is maintained, on purely historical grounds, that Origen, Synesius, and even Clemens Alexandrinus, had been themselves initiated into the mysteries before adding to the Neoplatonism of the Alexandrian school, that of the Gnostics, under the Christian veil. More than this, some of the doctrines of the secret schools, though by no means all, were preserved in the Vatican, and have since become part and parcel of the mysteries, in the shape of disfigured additions made to the original Christian program by the Latin Church. Such is the now materialized dogma of the Immaculate Conception. This accounts for the great persecution set on foot by the Roman Catholic Church against occultism, Masonry, and heterodox mysticism generally. The days of Constantine were the last turning point in history, the period of the supreme struggle that ended in the Western world throttling the old religions in favor of the new one, built on their bodies. From thence the vista into the far distant past, beyond the deluge and the Garden of Eden, began to be forcibly and relentlessly closed by every fair and unfair means against the indiscreet gaze of posterity. Every issue was blocked up, every record that hands could be laid upon, destroyed. Yet there remains enough, even among such mutilated records, to warrant us in saying that there is in them every possible evidence of the actual existence of apparent doctrine. Fragments have survived geological and political cataclysms to tell the story, and every survival shows evidence that the now secret wisdom was once the XLV introductory. One fountainhead, the ever-flowing perennial source, at which were fed all its streamlets the later religions of all nations from the first down to the last. This period, beginning with Buddha and Pythagoras at the one end and the Neoplatonists and Gnostics at the other, is the only focus left in history wherein converge for the last time the bright rays of light streaming from the eons of time gone by, unobscured by the hand of bigotry and fanaticism. This accounts for the necessity under which the writer has labored to be ever explaining the facts given from the hoariest past by evidence gathered from the historical period. No other means was at hand, at the risk even of being once more charged with a lack of method and system. The public must be made acquainted with the efforts of many world adepts, of initiated poets, writers, and classics of every age, to preserve in the records of humanity the knowledge of the existence, at least, of such a philosophy, if not actually of its tenets. The initiates of 1888 would indeed remain incomprehensible and ever a seemingly impossible myth, were not like initiates shown to have lived in every other age of history. This could be done only by naming chapter and verse where may be found mention of these great characters, who were preceded and followed by a long and interminable line of other famous antediluvian and post-diluvian masters in the arts. Thus only could be shown, on semi-traditional and semi-historical authority, that knowledge of the occult and the powers it confers on man, are not altogether fictions, but that they are as old as the world itself. To my judges, past and future, therefore, whether they are serious literary critics, or those howling dervishes in literature who judge a book according to the popularity or unpopularity of the author's name, who, hardly glancing at its contents, fasten like lethal bacilli on the weakest points of the body, I have nothing to say. Nor shall I condescend to notice those crack-brained slanderers, fortunately very few in number, who, hoping to attract public attention by throwing discredit on every writer whose name is better known than their own, foam and bark at their very shadows. These, having first maintained for years that the doctrines taught in the Theosophist, and which culminated in esoteric Buddhism, had been all invented by the present writer, have finally turned round, and denounced Isis unveiled and the rest as a plagiarism from Eliphas Levi, Paracelsus, and Mirabile Sylvie introductory. Dictu, Buddhism and Brahmanism. As well charge Renan with having stolen his Vita Jesus from the Gospels, and Max Muller his sacred books of the East, or his chips from the philosophies of the Brahmins and Gautama, the Buddha. But to the public in general and the readers of the secret doctrine I may repeat what I have stated all along, and which I now clothe in the words of Montaigne: Gentlemen, I have here made only a nosegay of culled flowers, and have brought nothing of my own but the string that ties them. Pull the string to pieces and cut it up in shreds, if you will. As for the nosegay of facts, you will never be able to make away with these. You can only ignore them, and no more. We may close with a parting word concerning this volume. In an introduction prefacing a part dealing chiefly with cosmogony, certain subjects brought forward might be deemed out of place, but one more consideration added to those already given have led me to touch upon them. Every reader will inevitably judge the statements made from the standpoint of his own knowledge, experience, and consciousness, based on what he has already learned. This fact the writer is constantly obliged to bear in mind. Hence, also the frequent references in this first book to matters which, properly speaking, belong to a later part of the work, but which could not be passed by in silence, lest the reader should look down on this work as a fairy tale, indeed a fiction of some modern brain. Thus, the past shall help to realize the present, and the latter to better appreciate the past. The errors of the day must be explained and swept away, yet it is more than probable, and in the present case it amounts to certitude, that once more the testimony of long ages and of history will fail to impress anyone but the very intuitional, which is equal to saying the very few. But in this, as in all like cases, the true and the faithful may console themselves by presenting the skeptical modem sagacity with the mathematical proof and memorial of his obdurate obstinacy and bigotry. There still exists somewhere in the archives of the French Academy, the famous law of probabilities worked out by an algebraical process for the benefit of skeptics by certain mathematicians. It runs thus: if two persons give their evidence to slay introductory a fact, and thus impart to it each of them 5/6 of certitude, that fact will have then 35/36 of certitude, i.e., its probability will bear to its improbability the ratio of 35:1. If three such evidences are joined together, the certitude will become 2/6. The agreement of 10 persons giving each 6 of certitude will produce 1024, etc., etc. The occultist may remain satisfied, and care for no more. Proem pages from a prehistoric period. An archaic manuscript, a collection of palm leaves made impermeable to water, fire, and air, by some specific unknown process, is before the writer's eye. On the first page is an immaculate white disk within a dull black ground. On the following page, the same disk, but with a central point. The first, the student knows to represent cosmos in eternity, before the reawakening of still slumbering energy, the emanation of the Word in later systems. The point in the hitherto immaculate disk, space and eternity in pralaya, denotes the dawn of differentiation. It is the point in the mundane egg, see Part 2, the mundane egg, the germ within the latter which will become the universe, the all, the boundless, periodical cosmos, this germ being latent and active, periodically and by turns. The one circle is divine unity, from which all proceeds, whither all returns. Its circumference, a forcibly limited symbol, in view of the limitation of the human mind, indicates the abstract, ever incognoscible presence, and its plane, the universal soul, although the two are one. Only the face of the disk being white and the ground all around black, shows clearly that its plane is the only knowledge, dim and hazy though it still is, that is attainable by man. It is on this plane that the manvantaric manifestations begin, for it is in the soul that slumbers, during the pralaya, the divine thought wherein lies concealed the plan of every future cosmogony and theogony. It is hardly necessary to remind the reader once more that the term divine thought, like that of universal mind, must not be regarded as even vaguely shadowing forth an intellectual process akin to that exhibited by man. The unconscious, according to von Hartmann, arrived at the vast creative, or rather evolutionary plan, by a clairvoyant wisdom superior to all consciousness, which in the Vedantic language would mean absolute wisdom. Only those who realize how far intuition soars above the tardy processes of ratiocinative thought can form the faintest conception of that absolute wisdom which transcends the ideas of time and space. Mind, as we know it, is resolvable into states of consciousness, of varying duration, intensity, complexity, etc., all, in the ultimate, resting on sensation, which is again Maya. Sensation, again, necessarily postulates limitation. The personal God of Orthodox theism perceives, thinks, and is affected by emotion, he repents and feels fierce anger. But the notion of such mental states clearly involves the unthinkable postulate of the externality of the exciting stimuli, to say nothing of the impossibility of ascribing changelessness to a being whose emotions fluctuate with events. In the worlds he presides over, the conceptions of a personal God as changeless and infinite are thus unpsychological and, what is worse, unphilosophical. 2. The secret doctrine. It is the one life, eternal, invisible, yet omnipresent, without beginning or end, yet periodical in its regular manifestations, between which periods reigns the dark mystery of non-being, unconscious, yet absolute consciousness, unrealizable, yet the one self-existing reality, truly, a chaos to the sense, a cosmos to the reason. Its one absolute attribute, which is itself, eternal, ceaseless motion, is called in esoteric parlance the great breath, which is the perpetual motion of the universe, in the sense of limitless, ever-present space. That which is motionless cannot be divine. But then there is nothing in fact and reality absolutely motionless within the universal soul. Almost 5 centuries BC. Leucippus, the instructor of Democritus, maintained that space was filled eternally with atoms actuated by a ceaseless motion, the latter generating in due course of time, when those atoms aggregated, rotatory motion, through mutual collisions producing lateral movements. Epicurus and Lucretius taught the same, only adding to the lateral motion of the atoms the idea of affinity and occult teaching. From the beginning of man's inheritance, from the first appearance of the architects of the globe he lives in, the unrevealed deity was recognized and considered under its only philosophical aspect, universal motion, the thrill of the creative breath in nature. Occultism sums up the one existence thus: deity is an arcane, living, or moving, fire, and the eternal witnesses to this unseen presence are light, heat, moisture, this trinity including, and being the cause of, every. Plato proves himself an initiate, when saying in Critulus that C60, is derived from the verb CJ601II, to move, to run, as the first astronomers who observed the motions of the heavenly bodies called the planets CJ64, the gods. See Book 2, Symbolism of the Cross and Circle. Later, the word produced another term, 9JHSJ6I3, the breath of God. 3 Proem phenomenon in nature. Asterisk intracosmic motion is eternal and ceaseless, cosmic motion, the visible, or that which is subject to perception, is finite and periodical. As an eternal abstraction it is the ever-present, as a manifestation, it is finite both in the coming direction and the opposite, the two being the alpha and omega of successive reconstructions. Cosmos, the noumenon, has not to do with the causal relations of the phenomenal world. It is only with reference to the intracosmic soul, the ideal cosmos in the immutable divine thought, that we may say, it never had a beginning nor will it have an end. With regard to its body or cosmic organization, though it cannot be said that it had a first, or will ever have a last construction, yet at each new manvantara, its organization may be regarded as the first and the last of its kind, as it evolutes every time on a higher plane. A few years ago only, it was stated that, the esoteric doctrine teaches, like Buddhism and Brahmanism, and even the Kabbalah, that the one infinite and unknown essence exists from all eternity, and in regular and harmonious successions is either passive or active. In the poetical phraseology of Manu, these conditions are called the days and the nights of Brahma. The latter is either awake or asleep. The Svabhavikas, or philosophers of the oldest school of Buddhism, which still exists in Nepal, speculate only upon the active condition of this essence, which they call Svabhavat, and deem it foolish to theorize upon the abstract and unknowable power in its passive condition. Hence they are called atheists by both Christian theologians and modern scientists, for neither of the nominalists, arguing with Berkeley that it is impossible to form the abstract idea of motion distinct from the body moving, Prin of Human Knowledge, Introd, par 10, may put the question, what is that body, the producer of that motion? Is it a substance? Then you are believers in a personal God, etc., etc. This will be answered farther on, in the addendum to this book. Meanwhile, we claim our rights of conceptionalists as against Rossellini's materialistic views of realism and nominalism. Has science, says one of its ablest advocates, Edward Claude, revealed anything that weakens or opposes itself to the ancient words in which the essence of all religion, past, present, and to come, is given, to do justly, to love mercy, to walk humbly before thy God? Provided we connote by the word God, not the crude anthropomorphism which is still the backbone of our current theology, but the symbolic conception of that which is life and motion of the universe, to know which in physical order is to know time past, present, and to come, in the existence of successions of phenomena, to know which, in the moral, is to know what has been, is, and will be, within human consciousness. See Science and the Emotions. A discourse delivered at South Place Chapel, Finsbury, London, December 27, 1885. For the secret doctrine. 2 are able to understand the profound logic of their philosophy. The former will allow of no other God than the personified secondary powers which have worked out the visible universe, and which became with them the anthropomorphic God of the Christians, the male Jehovah, roaring amid thunder and lightning. In its turn, rationalistic science greets the Buddhists and the Svabhavikas as the positivists of the archaic ages. If we take a one-sided view of the philosophy of the latter, our materialists may be right in their own way. The Buddhists maintain that there is no creator, but an infinitude of creative powers, which collectively form the one eternal substance, the essence of which is inscrutable, hence not a subject for speculation for any true philosopher. Socrates invariably refused to argue upon the mystery of universal being. Yet no one would ever have thought of charging him with atheism, except those who were bent upon his destruction. Upon inaugurating an active period, says the secret doctrine, an expansion of this divine essence from without inwardly and from within outwardly, occurs in obedience to eternal and immutable law, and the phenomenal or visible universe is the ultimate result of the long chain of cosmical forces thus progressively set in motion. In like manner, when the passive condition is resumed, a contraction of the divine essence takes place, and the previous work of creation is gradually and progressively undone. The visible universe becomes disintegrated, its material dispersed, and darkness solitary and alone, broods once more over the face of the deep. To use a metaphor from the secret books, which will convey the idea still more clearly, an outbreathing of the unknown essence produces the world, and an inhalation causes it to disappear. This process has been going on from all eternity, and our present universe is but one of an infinite series, which had no beginning and will have no end. See Isis Unveiled, also the Days and Nights of Brahma, in Part 2. This passage will be explained, as far as it is possible, in the present work. Though, as it now stands, it contains nothing new to the Orientalist, its esoteric interpretation may contain a good deal which has hitherto remained entirely unknown to the Western student. The first illustration being a plain disk, the second one in the archaic symbol shows a disk with a point in it, the first differentiation in the periodical manifestations of the ever-eternal nature, sexless and infinite oddity in that, Rig Veda, the point in the disk, or potential space within abstract space. In its third stage the point is transformed into a diameter, thus it now symbolizes a divine immaculate mother nature within the all-embracing absolute infinitude. 5 pro m. When the diameter line is crossed by a vertical 1 copyright, it becomes the mundane cross. Humanity has reached its third root race, it is the sign for the origin of human life to begin. When the circumference disappears and leaves only the end, it is a sign that the fall of man into matter is accomplished, and the fourth race begins. The cross within a circle symbolizes pure pantheism. When the cross was left uninscribed, it became phallic. It had the same and yet other meanings as a tau inscribed within a circle or copyright, as a Thor's hammer, the Jaina cross, so called, or simply svastika within a circle by the third symbol, the circle divided in two by the horizontal line of the diameter, the first manifestation of creative, still passive, because feminine, nature was meant. The first shadowy perception of man connected with procreation is feminine, because man knows his mother more than his father. Hence female deities were more sacred than the male. Nature is therefore feminine, and, to a degree, objective and tangible, and the spirit principle which fructifies it is concealed. By adding to the circle with the horizontal line in it, a perpendicular line, the tau was formed T_TPE, oldest form of the letter. It was the glyph of the third root race to the day of its symbolical fall, i.e., when the separation of sexes by natural evolution took place, when the figure CD became, the circle, or sexless life modified or separated a double glyph or symbol. With the races of our fifth race it became in symbology the Sikra, and in Hebrew Nkava, of the first formed races, *, then it changed into the Egyptian T, emblem of life, and still later into the sign of Venus, then comes the svastika, Thor's hammer, or the Hermetic cross, now, entirely separated from its circle, thus becoming purely phallic. The esoteric symbol of Kali Yuga is the five-pointed star reversed, thus the sign of human sorcery, with its 2 points, horns, turned heavenward, a position every jj. See that suggestive work, The Source of Measures, where the author explains the real meaning of the word sacra, from which sacred, sacrament, are derived, which have now become synonyms of holiness, though purely phallic. 6. The secret doctrine. Occultist will recognize as one of the left hand, and used in ceremonial magic. It is hoped that during the perusal of this work the erroneous ideas of the public in general with regard to pantheism will be modified. It is wrong and unjust to regard the Buddhists and Advaita occultists as atheists. If not all of them philosophers, they are, at any rate, all logicians, their objections and arguments being based on strict reasoning. Indeed, if the Parabrahman of the Hindus may be taken as a representative of the hidden and nameless deities of other nations, this absolute principle will be found to be the prototype from which all the others were copied. Parabrahm is not God, because it is not a God. It is that which is supreme, and not supreme. Paravara, explains Mandukya Upanishad, 2.28. It is supreme as cause, not supreme as effect. Parabrahm is simply, as a secondless reality, the all-inclusive cosmos or, rather, the infinite cosmic space in the highest spiritual sense, of course. Brahma, neuter, being the unchanging, pure, free, undecaying supreme root, the one true existence, Paramarthika, and the absolute Chit and Chaitanya, intelligence, consciousness, cannot be a cognize, for that can have no subject of cognition. Can the flame be called the essence of fire? This essence is the life and light of the universe. The visible fire and flame are destruction, death, and evil. Fire and flame destroy the body of an arhat, their essence makes him immortal. Bodhi Moor, Book 2. The knowledge of the Absolute Spirit, like the effulgence of the sun, or like heat in fire, is naught else than the absolute essence itself, says Sankaracharya. It is the spirit of the fire, not fire itself. Therefore, the attributes of the latter, heat or flame, are not the attributes of the spirit, but of that of which that spirit is the unconscious cause. Is not the above sentence the true keynote of later Rosicrucian? We are told by the Western mathematicians and some American Kabbalists, that in the Kabbalah also the value of the Jehovah name is that of the diameter of a circle. Add to this the fact that Jehovah is the third Sephiroth, Bina, a feminine word, and you have the key to the mystery. By certain Kabbalistic transformations this name, androgynous in the first chapters of Genesis, becomes in its transformations entirely masculine, Cainite, and phallic. The fact of choosing a deity among the pagan gods and making of it a special national god, to call upon it as the one living God, the God of gods, and then proclaim this worship monotheistic, does not change it into the one principle whose unity admits not of multiplication, change, or form, especially in the case of a priapic deity, as Jehovah now demonstrated to be. 7. Pro-em philosophy. Parabrahm is, in short, the collective aggregate of cosmos in its infinity and eternity, the that and this to which distributive aggregates cannot be applied. In the beginning this was the self, one only. Aitareya Upanishad, the great Sankaracharya, explains that this referred to the universe, Jagat, the sense of the words, in the beginning, meaning before the reproduction of the phenomenal universe. Therefore, when the pantheists echo the Upanishads, which state, as in the secret doctrine, that this cannot create, they do not deny a creator, or rather a collective aggregate of creators, but only refuse, very logically, to attribute creation and especially formation, something finite to an infinite principle. With them, Parabrahman is a passive because an absolute cause, the unconditioned Mutta. It is only limited omniscience and omnipotence that are refused to the latter, because these are still attributes, as reflected in man's perceptions, and because Parabrahm, being the supreme all, the ever-invisible spirit and soul of nature, changeless and eternal, can have no attributes, absoluteness very naturally precluding any idea of the finite or conditioned from being connected with it. And if the Vedantin postulates attributes as belonging simply to its emanation, calling it Iswara plus Maya, and avidya, agnosticism and nescience rather than ignorance, it is difficult to find any atheism in this conception. Since there can be neither two infinites nor two absolutes in a universe supposed to be boundless, this self-existence can hardly be conceived of as creating personally. in the sense and perceptions of finite beings, that is non-being, in the sense that it is the one beingness, for, in this all lies concealed its co-eternal and co-evil emanation or inherent radiation, which, upon becoming periodically Brahma, the male-female potency, becomes or expends itself into the manifested universe. Narayana, moving on the abstract waters of space, is transformed into the waters of concrete substance moved by him, who now becomes the manifested word or logos. See Vedanta Sara, by Major G. A. Jacob, as also the aphorisms of Sandilya, translated by Cowell, p. 42. Plus, nevertheless, prejudiced and rather fanatical Christian Orientalists would like to prove this pure atheism. For proof of this, see about Major Jacob's Vedanta Sara. Yet, the whole antiquity echoes this Vedantic thought: omnis enim per se divum natura necessest immortali evo summa cum pace fruitor. 8. The secret doctrine. The orthodox Brahmins, those who rise the most against the pantheists and Advaites, calling them atheists, are forced, if Manu has any authority in this matter, to accept the death of Brahma, the creator, at the expiration of every age of this creative deity, 100 divine years, a period which in our years requires 15 figures to express it. Yet, no philosopher among them will view this death in any other sense than as a temporary disappearance from the manifested plane of existence, or as a periodical rest. The occultists are, therefore, at one with the Advaita Vedantin philosophers as to the above tenet. They show the impossibility of accepting on philosophical grounds the idea of the absolute all-creating or even evolving the golden egg, into which it is said to enter in order to transform itself into Brahma the creator, who expends himself later into gods and all the visible universe. They say that absolute unity cannot pass to infinity, for infinity presupposes the limitless extension of something, and the duration of that something, and the one all is like space, which is its only mental and physical representation on this earth, or our plane of existence, neither an object of, nor a subject to, perception. If one could suppose the eternal infinite all, the omnipresent unity, instead of being in eternity, becoming through periodical manifestation a manifold universe or a multiple personality, that unity would cease to be one. Locke's idea that pure space is capable of neither resistance nor motion is incorrect. Space is neither a limitless void, nor a conditioned fullness, but both, being, on the plane of absolute abstraction, the ever-incognoscible deity, which is void only to finite minds *, and on that of Mayavic perception, the plenum, the absolute container of all that is, whether manifested or unmanifest. It is, therefore, that absolute all. There is no difference between the Christian apostles, in him we live and move and have our being, and the Hindu rishis the universe lives in, proceeds from, and will. The very names of the two chief deities, Brahma and Vishnu, ought to have long ago suggested their esoteric meanings. For the root of one, Brahmam, or Brahm, is derived by some from the word bri, to grow or to expand. See Calcutta Review, Vol. Lxi, p. 14, and of the other, Vishnu, from the root vis, to pervade, to enter in the nature of the essence, Brahma Vishnu being this infinite space, of which the gods, the rishis, the manas, and all in this universe are simply the potencies, Vibhutaya. 9 Pro M. Return to Brahma. Brahma, for Brahma, neuter, the unmanifest, is that universe in abscondido, and Brahma, the manifested, is the logos, made male-female * in the symbolical orthodox dogmas. The God of the apostle initiate and of the rishi being both the unseen and the visible space. Space is called in the esoteric symbolism the seven-skinned eternal Mother-Father. It is composed from its undifferentiated to its differentiated surface of 7 layers. What is that which was, is, and will be, whether there is a universe or not, whether there be gods or none, asks the esoteric Centaur Catechism. And the answer made is space. It is not the one unknown ever-present God in nature, or nature in abscondido, that is rejected, but the God of human dogma and his humanized word. In his infinite conceit and inherent pride and vanity, man shaped it himself with his sacrilegious hand out of the material he found in his own small brain fabric, and forced it upon mankind as a direct revelation from the one unrevealed space. The occultists see Manu's account of Brahma separating his body into male and female, the latter the female Vach, in whom he creates Viraj, and compare this with the esotericism of chapters 2, IIP, and 4 of Genesis. Occultism is indeed in the air at the close of this our century. Among many other works recently published, we would recommend one especially to students of theoretical occultism who would not venture beyond the realm of our special human plane. It is called New Aspects of Life and Religion, by Henry Pratt, M.D. It is full of esoteric dogmas and philosophy, the latter rather limited, in the concluding chapters, by what seems to be a spirit of conditioned positivism. Nevertheless, what is said of space as the unknown first cause, merits quotation. This unknown something, thus recognized as, and identified with, the primary embodiment of simple unity, is invisible and impalpable, abstract space, granted, and because invisible and impalpable, therefore incognoscible. And this incognoscibility has led to the error of supposing it to be a simple void, a mere receptive capacity. But, even viewed as an absolute void, space must be admitted to be either self-existent, infinite, and eternal, or to have had a first cause outside, behind, and beyond itself. And yet could such a cause be found and defined, this would only lead to the transferring thereto of the attributes otherwise accruing to space, and thus merely throw the difficulty of origination a step farther back, without gaining additional light as to primary causation. p. 5. This is precisely what has been done by the believers in an anthropomorphic creator, an extracosmic, instead of an intracosmic God. Most of M.R. Pratt's subjects, we may say, are old Kabbalistic ideas and theories which he presents in quite a new garb, new aspects of the occult in nature, indeed. Space, however, viewed as a substantial unity, the living source of life, is as the unknown causeless cause, is the oldest dogma in occultism, millenniums earlier than the pater zethar of the Greeks and Latins. So are the force and matter, as potencies of space, inseparable, and the unknown revealers of the unknown. They are all found in Aryan philosophy personified by Visvakarman, Indra, Vishnu, etc., etc. Still they are expressed very philosophically, and under many unusual aspects, in the work referred to. 10. The secret doctrine accepts revelation as coming from divine yet still finite beings, the manifested lives, never from the unmanifestable one life, from those entities, called primordial man, Dhyani Buddhas, or Dhyan Kohans, the Rishi Prajapati of the Hindus, the Elohim or sons of God, the planetary spirits of all nations, who have become gods for men. He also regards the Adi Sakti, the direct emanation of Malaprakriti, the eternal root of that, and the female aspect of the creative cause Brahma, in her akasic form of the universal soul, as philosophically a Maya, and cause of human Maya. But this view does not prevent him from believing in its existence so long as it lasts, to wit, for one Mahamanvantara, nor from applying akase, the radiation of Malaprakriti, to practical purposes, connected as the world soul is with all natural phenomena, known or unknown to science. The oldest religions of the world exoterically, for the esoteric root or foundation is one, are the Indian, the Mazdean, and the Egyptian. Then comes the Chaldean, the outcome of these entirely lost to the world now, except in its disfigured Sabaeanism as at present rendered by the archaeologists. Then, passing over a number of religions that will be mentioned later, comes the Jewish, esoterically, as in the Kabbalah, following in the line of Babylonian Magism, exoterically, as in Genesis and the Pentateuch, a collection of allegorical legends. Read by the light of the Zohar, the initial 4 chapters of Genesis are the fragment in contradistinction to the manifested universe of matter, the term Malaprakriti, from mula, the root, and Prakriti, nature, or the unmanifest primordial matter called by Western alchemists atoms. Earth is applied by the Vedantins to Parabrahmam. Matter is dual in religious metaphysics, and septenary in esoteric teachings, like everything else in the universe. As Malaprakriti, it is undifferentiated and eternal; as Vyakta, it becomes differentiated and conditioned, according to Svetasvatara Upanishad, I8, and Devi Bhagavata Purana. The author of the 4 lectures on the Bhagavad Gita, says, in speaking of Malaprakriti, from its, the Logos, objective standpoint, Parabrahmam appears to it as Malaprakriti. Of course this Malaprakriti is material to it, as any material object is material to us. Parabrahmam is an unconditioned and absolute reality, and Malaprakriti is a sort of veil thrown over it. Theosophist, Vol. 8, p. 304. 11 Proem of a highly philosophical page in the world's cosmogony. See Book 3, Gupta Vidya and the Zohar. Left in their symbolical disguise, they are a nursery tale, an ugly thorn in the side of science and logic, an evident effect of karma. To have let them serve as a prologue to Christianity was a cruel revenge on the part of the rabbis, who knew better what their Pentateuch meant. It was a silent protest against their spoliation, and the Jews have certainly now the better of their traditional persecutors. The above-named exoteric creeds will be explained in the light of the universal doctrine as we proceed with it. The occult catechism contains the following questions and answers: what is it that ever is? Space, the eternal anupadaka. Asterisk, what is it that ever was? The germ in the root. What is it that is ever coming and going? The great breath. Then, there are 3 eternals. No, the 3 are one. That which ever is one, that which ever was is one, that which is ever being and becoming is also one, and this is space. Explain, Olanu, disciple. Try one is an unbroken circle, ring, with no circumference, for it is nowhere and everywhere, the one is the boundless plane of the circle. Manifesting a diameter only during the Manvantaric periods, the one is the indivisible point found nowhere, perceived everywhere during those periods. It is the vertical and the horizontal, the father and the mother, the summit and base of the father, the 2 extremities of the mother, reaching in reality nowhere, for the one is the ring as also the rings that are within that ring. Light in darkness and darkness in light, the breath which is eternal. It proceeds from without inwardly, when it is everywhere, and from within outwardly, when it is nowhere, i.e., Maya phone of the centers J. It expands and meaning parentless. See farther on. Plus esoteric philosophy, regarding as Maya, or the illusion of ignorance, every finite thing, must necessarily view in the same light every intracosmic planet and body, as being something organized, hence finite. The expression, therefore, it proceeds from without inwardly, etc. refers in the first portion of the sentence to the dawn of the Mahamanvantaric period, or the great re-evolution after one of the complete periodical dissolutions of every compound form in nature, from planet to molecule, into its ultimate essence or element, and in its second portion, to the partial or local Manvantara, which may be a solar or even a planetary one. J by center, a center of energy or a cosmic focus is meant, when the so-called creation, or formation of a planet, is accomplished by that force which is designated by the occultist's life and by science energy. Then the process takes place from within outwardly, every atom being said to contain in itself creative energy of the divine breath. Hence, whereas after an absolute pralaya, or when the pre-existing material consists but of one element, and breath is everywhere, the latter acts from without inwardly. After a minor pralaya, everything having remained in statu quo in a refrigerated state, so to say, like the moon at the first flutter of Manvantara, the planet or planets begin their resurrection to life from within outwardly. 12. The secret doctrine. Contracts, exhalation and inhalation. When it expands, the mother diffuses and scatters; when it contracts, the mother draws back and ingathers. This produces the periods of evolution and dissolution, manvantara and pralaya. The germ is invisible and fiery, the root, the plane of the circle, is cool, but during evolution and manvantara her garment is cold and radiant. Hot breath is the father who devours the progeny of the many-faced element, heterogeneous, and leaves the single-faced ones, homogeneous. Cool breath is the mother, who conceives, forms, brings forth, and receives them back into her bosom, to reform them at the dawn of the day of Brahma, or Manvantara. For clearer understanding on the part of the general reader, it must be stated that occult science recognizes 7 cosmical elements for entirely physical, and the fifth, ether, semi-material, as it will become visible in the air towards the end of our fourth round, to reign supreme over the others during the whole of the fifth. The remaining two are as yet absolutely beyond the range of human perception. These latter will, however, appear as presentments during the sixth and seventh races of this round, and will become known in the sixth and seventh rounds respectively. These 7 elements with their numberless sub-elements. It is curious to notice how, in the evolutionary cycles of ideas, ancient thought seems to be reflected in modern speculation. Had Mr. Herbert Spencer read and studied ancient Hindu philosophers when he wrote a certain passage in his First Principles, p. 482, or is it an independent flash of inner perception that made him say half correctly, half incorrectly, motion as well as matter, being fixed in quantity, it would seem that the change in the distribution of matter which motion affects, coming to a limit in whichever direction it is carried, the indestructible motion thereupon necessitates a reverse distribution. Apparently, the universally coexistent forces of attraction and repulsion which, as we have seen, necessitate rhythm in all minor changes throughout the universe, also necessitate rhythm in the totality of its changes, produce now an immeasurable period during which the attracting forces predominating, cause universal concentration, and then an immeasurable period, during which the repulsive forces predominating, cause universal diffusion. Alternate eras of evolution and dissolution. 13 Pro-M, far more numerous than those known to science, are simply conditional modifications and aspects of the one and only element. This latter is not ether *, not even akasa, but the source of these. The fifth element, now advocated quite freely by science, is not the ether hypothesized by Sir Isaac Newton, although he calls it by that name, having associated it in his mind probably with the ether, father-mother of antiquity. As Newton Intuition Ally says, nature is a perpetual circulatory worker, generating fluids out of solids, fixed things out of volatile, and volatile out of fixed, subtle out of gross, and gross out of subtle. Thus, perhaps, may all things be originated from ether, Hypoth. 1675. The reader has to bear in mind that the stanzas given treat only of the cosmogony of our own planetary system and what is visible around it, after a solar pralaya. The secret teachings with regard to the evolution of the universal cosmos cannot be given, since they could not be understood by the highest minds in this age, and there seem to be very few initiates, even among the greatest, who are allowed to speculate upon this subject. Moreover, the teachers say openly that not even the highest Dhyani Kohans have ever penetrated the mysteries beyond those boundaries that separate the milliards of solar systems from the central sun, as it is called. Therefore, that which is given, relates only to our visible cosmos, after a night of Brahma. Before the reader proceeds to the consideration of the stanzas from the Book of Jinn which form the basis of the present work, it is absolutely necessary that he should be made acquainted with the few fundamental conceptions which underlie and pervade the entire system of thought to which his attention is invited. These basic ideas are few in number, and on their clear apprehension depends the understanding of all that follows, therefore no apology is required for asking the reader to make himself familiar with them first, before entering on the perusal of the work itself. Whatever the views of physical science upon the subject, occult science has been teaching for ages that akasa, of which ether is the grossest form, the fifth universal cosmic principle, to which corresponds and from which proceeds human manas, is, cosmically, a radiant, cool, diatherminous. Plastic matter, creative in its physical nature, correlative in its grossest aspects and portions, immutable in its higher principles. In the former condition it is called the subroot, and in conjunction with radiant heat, it recalls dead worlds to life. In its higher aspect it is the soul of the world, in its lower the destroyer. 14. The Secret Doctrine. The Secret Doctrine establishes three fundamental propositions: a. An omnipresent, eternal, boundless, and immutable principle on which all speculation is impossible, since it transcends the power of human conception and could only be dwarfed by any human expression or similitude. It is beyond the range and reach of thought, in the words of Manjukya, unthinkable and unspeakable. To render these ideas clearer to the general reader, let him set out with the postulate that there is one absolute reality which antecedes all manifested, conditioned, being. This infinite and eternal cause, dimly formulated in the unconscious and unknowable of current European philosophy, is the rootless root of all that was, is, or ever shall be. It is of course devoid of all attributes and is essentially without any relation to manifested, finite being. It is beingness rather than being, in Sanskrit, sat, and is beyond all thought or speculation. This beingness is symbolized in the Secret Doctrine under two aspects. On the one hand, absolute abstract space, representing bare subjectivity, the one thing which no human mind can either exclude from any conception, or conceive of by itself. On the other, absolute abstract motion, representing unconditioned consciousness. Even our Western thinkers have shown that consciousness is inconceivable to us apart from change, and motion best symbolizes change, its essential characteristic. This latter aspect of the one reality is also symbolized by the term the Great Breath, a symbol sufficiently graphic to need no further elucidation. Thus, then, the first fundamental axiom of the Secret Doctrine is this metaphysical one absolute beingness, symbolized by finite intelligence as the theological Trinity. It may, however, assist the student if a few further explanations are given here. Herbert Spencer has of late so far modified his agnosticism, as to assert that the nature of the first cause, which the occultist more logically derives from the causeless cause, the eternal, and the unknowable, may be essentially the same as that of the consciousness which wells up within us, in short, that the impersonal reality pervading. The first presupposes necessarily something which is the first brought forth, the first in time, space, and rank, and therefore finite and conditioned. The first cannot be the absolute, for it is a manifestation. Therefore, Eastern occultism calls the abstract all the causeless one cause, the rootless root, and limits the first cause to the logos, in the sense that Plato gives to this term. 15. The cosmos is the pure noumenon of thought. This advance on his part brings him very near to the esoteric and Vedantin tenet. Parabrahm, the one reality, the absolute, is the field of absolute consciousness, i.e., that essence which is out of all relation to conditioned existence, and of which conscious existence is a conditioned symbol. But once that we pass in thought from this, to us, absolute negation, duality supervenes in the contrast of spirit, or consciousness, and matter, subject and object. Spirit, or consciousness, and matter are, however, to be regarded, not as independent realities, but as the two facets or aspects of the absolute, Parabrahm, which constitute the basis of conditioned being, whether subjective or objective. Considering this metaphysical triad as the root from which proceeds all manifestation, the Great Breath assumes the character of precosmic ideation. It is the fons et origo of force and of all individual consciousness, and supplies the guiding intelligence in the vast scheme of cosmic evolution. On the other hand, precosmic root substance, malaprakriti, is that aspect of the absolute which underlies all the objective planes of nature. Just as precosmic ideation is the root of all individual consciousness, so precosmic substance is the substratum of matter in the various grades of its differentiation. Hence it will be apparent that the contrast of these two aspects of the absolute is essential to the existence of the manifested universe. Apart from cosmic substance, cosmic ideation could not manifest as individual consciousness, since it is only through a vehicle T of matter that consciousness wells up as I am I, a physical basis being. Necessary to focus a ray of the universal mind at a certain stage of complexity. Again, apart from cosmic ideation, cosmic substance would remain an empty abstraction, and no emergence of consciousness could ensue. The manifested universe, therefore, is pervaded by duality, which is, as it were, the very essence of its existence as manifestation. See Mr. Subbarow's 4 able lectures on the Bhagavad Gita, Theosophist, February, 1887. Plus called in Sanskrit, Upati. 16. The secret doctrine. But just as the opposite poles of subject and object, spirit and matter, are but aspects of the one unity in which they are synthesized, so, in the manifested universe, there is that which links spirit to matter, subject to object. This something, at present unknown to Western speculation, is called by the occultists Fahat. It is the bridge by which the ideas existing in the divine thought are impressed on cosmic substance as the laws of nature. Fahat is thus the dynamic energy of cosmic ideation, or, regarded from the other side, it is the intelligent medium, the guiding power of all manifestation, the thought divine transmitted and made manifest through the Dhyan Kohans * the architects of the visible world. Thus from spirit, or cosmic ideation, comes our consciousness, from cosmic substance the several vehicles in which that consciousness is individualized and attains to self or reflective consciousness, while Fahat, in its various manifestations, is the mysterious link between mind and matter, the animating principle electrifying every atom into life. The following summary will afford a clearer idea to the reader. 1. The Absolute, the Parabrahm of the Vedantins or the One Reality, Sat, which is, as Hegel says, both absolute being and non-being. 2. The first manifestation, the impersonal, and, in philosophy, unmanifest logos, the precursor of the manifested. This is the first cause, the unconscious of European pantheists. 3. Spirit matter, life, the spirit of the universe, the Purusha and Prakriti, or the second logos. 4. Cosmic ideation, Maha or intelligence, the universal world soul, the cosmic noumenon of matter, the basis of the intelligent operations in and of nature, also called Mahabuddhi. The one reality, its dual aspects in the conditioned universe. Further, the secret doctrine affirms, b. the eternity of the universe in toto as a boundless plane, periodically the playground of numberless universes incessantly manifesting and disappearing, called the manifesting stars, and the sparks of eternity. The eternity of the pilgrim T is like a wink * called by Christian theology, archangels, seraphs, etc., etc. Plus pilgrim is the appellation given to our monad, the two-in-one, during its cycle of incarnations. It is the only immortal and eternal principle in us, being an indivisible part of the integral whole, the universal spirit, from which it emanates, and into which it is absorbed at the end of the cycle. When it is said to emanate from the one spirit, an awkward and incorrect expression has to be used, for lack of appropriate words in English. The Vedantins call it Sutratma, thread soul, but their explanation, too, differs somewhat from that of the occultists, to explain which difference, however, is left to the Vedantins themselves. 17 Proem of the Eye of Self-Existence, Book of Jin. The appearance and disappearance of worlds is like a regular tidal ebb of flux and reflux. See Part 2, Days and Nights of Brahma. This second assertion of the secret doctrine is the absolute universality of that law of periodicity, of flux and reflux, ebb and flow, which physical science has observed and recorded in all departments of nature. An alternation such as that of day and night, life and death, sleeping and waking, is a fact so common, so perfectly universal and without exception, that it is easy to comprehend that in it we see one of the absolutely fundamental laws of the universe. Moreover, the secret doctrine teaches, c. the fundamental identity of all souls with the universal Oversoul, the latter being itself an aspect of the unknown root, and the obligatory pilgrimage for every soul a spark of the former through the cycle of incarnation, or necessity, in accordance with cyclic and karmic law, during the whole term. In other words, no purely spiritual Buddhi, divine soul, can have an independent, conscious, existence before the spark which issued from the pure essence of the universal sixth principle, or the Oversoul, has, a. passed through every elemental form of the phenomenal world of that Manvantara, and, b. acquired individuality, first by natural impulse, and then by self-induced and self-devised efforts, checked by its karma, thus ascending through all the degrees of intelligence, from the lowest to the highest manas, from mineral and plant, up to the holiest archangel, Dhyani Buddha. The pivotal doctrine of the esoteric philosophy admits no privileges or special gifts in man, save those won by his own ego through personal effort and merit throughout a long series of metempsychoses and reincarnations. This is why the Hindus say that the universe is Brahma and Brahma, for Brahma is in every atom of the universe, the six principles in nature being all the outcome, the variously differentiated aspects of the seventh and one, the only reality in the universe whether cosmical or microcosmical, and also why the permutations, psychic, spiritual, and physical, on the plane of manifestation and form, of the sixth, Brahma, the vehicle of Brahma, are viewed by Metaphysical 18, the secret doctrine. Antiphrasis as elusive and Mayavai. For although the root of every atom individually and of every form collectively, is that seventh principle or the one reality, still, in its manifested phenomenal and temporary appearance, it is no better than an evanescent illusion of our senses. See, for clearer definition. Addendum: gods, monads, and atoms, and also theophania, bodhisattvas and reincarnation, etc., etc. In its absoluteness, the one principle under its two aspects, of Parabrahmam and Malaprakriti, is sexless, unconditioned, and eternal. Its periodical, manvantaric, emanation or primal radiation is also one, androgynous and phenomenally finite. When the radiation radiates in its turn, all its radiations are also androgynous, to become male and female principles in their lower aspects. After pralaya, whether the great or the minor pralaya, the latter leaving the worlds in statu quo asterisk, the first that reawakes to active life is the plastic akasa, father-mother, the spirit and soul of ether, or the plane on the surface of the circle. Space is called the mother before its cosmic activity, and father-mother at the first stage of reawakening. See comments, stanza 2. In the Kabbalah it is also father-mother-son. But whereas in the Eastern doctrine, these are the seventh principle of the manifested universe, or its Atmabuddhi manas, spirit, soul, intelligence, the triad branching off and dividing into the seven cosmical and seven human principles, in the Western Kabbalah of the Christian mystics it is the triad or trinity, and with their occultists, the male-female Jehovah, Yahweh. In this lies the whole difference between the esoteric and the Christian trinities. The mystics and the philosophers, the Eastern and Western pantheists, synthesize their pregenitic triad in the pure divine abstraction. The Orthodox anthropomorphize it. Hiranyagarbha, Hari, and Sankara, the three hypostases of the manifesting spirit of the Supreme Spirit, by which title Prithvi the earth greets Vishnu in his first avatar, are the purely metaphysical abstract qualities of formation, preservation, and destruction. And are the three divine avas that's, lit hypostases, of that which does asterisk it is not the physical organisms that remain in statu quo, least of all their psychical principles, during the great cosmic or even solar pralayas, but only their akasic or astral photographs. But during the minor pralayas, once overtaken by the night, the planets remain intact, though dead, as a huge animal, caught and embedded in the polar ice, remains the same for ages. 19 Pro am not perish with created things, or Akiyata, a name of Vishnu, whereas the Orthodox Christian separates his personal creative deity into the three personages of the Trinity, and admits of no higher deity. The latter, in occultism, is the abstract triangle, with the Orthodox, the perfect cube. The creative God or the aggregate gods are regarded by the Eastern philosopher as bitrantid or sanata false apprehension, something conceived of, by reason of erroneous appearances, as a material form, and explained as arising from the elusive conception of the egotistic personal and human soul, lower fifth principle. It is beautifully expressed in a new translation of Vishnu Purana. That Brahma in its totality has essentially the aspect of Prakriti, both evolved and unevolved, Malaprakriti, and also the aspect of spirit and the aspect of time. Spirit, O twice born, is the leading aspect of the Supreme Brahma *. The next is a twofold aspect, Prakriti, both evolved and unevolved, and is the time last. Cronus is shown in the Orphic Theogony as being also a generated god or agent. At this stage of the reawakening of the universe, the sacred symbolism represents it as a perfect circle with the root point in the center. This sign was universal, therefore we find it in the Kabbalah also. The Western Kabbalah, however, now in the hands of Christian mystics, ignores it altogether, though it is plainly shown in the Zohar. These sectarians begin at the end, and show as the symbol of pregenitic cosmos the sign, calling it the union of the rose and cross, the great mystery of occult generation, from whence the name Rosicrucians, rose cross. As may be judged, however, from the most important, as the best known of the Rosicrucian symbols, there is one which has never been hitherto understood even by modern mystics. It is that of the pelican tearing open its breast to feed its 7 little ones, the real creed of the Brothers of the Rosy Cross and a direct outcome from the Eastern *. Thus Spencer, who, nevertheless, like Schopenhauer and von Hartmann, only reflects an aspect of the old esoteric philosophers, and hence lands his readers on the bleak shore of agnostic despair, reverently formulates the grand mystery, that which persists unchanging in quantity, but ever changing in form, under these sensible appearances which the universe presents to us, is an unknown and unknowable power, which we are obliged to recognize as without limit in space and without beginning or end in time. It is only daring theology, never science or philosophy, which seeks to gauge the infinite and unveil the fathomless and unknowable. 20. The Secret Doctrine. Secret Doctrine. Brahma, neuter, is called Kalahansa, meaning, as explained by Western Orientalists, the eternal swan or goose, see stanza 3, comment 8, and so is Brahma, the creator. A great mistake is thus brought under notice. It is Brahma, neuter, who ought to be referred to as Hansavahana, he who uses the swan as his vehicle, and not Brahma the creator, who is the real Kalahansa, while Brahma, neuter, is Hamsa, and Ahamsa, as will be explained in the commentary. Let it be understood that the terms Brahma and Parabrahmam are not used here because they belong to our esoteric nomenclature, but simply because they are more familiar to the students in the West. Both are the perfect equivalents of our 1, 3, and 7 voweled terms, which stand for the one all, and the one all in all. Such are the basic conceptions on which the secret doctrine rests. It would not be in place here to enter upon any defense or proof of their inherent reasonableness, nor can I pause to show how they are, in fact, contained though too often under a misleading guise in every system of thought or philosophy worthy of the name. Once that the reader has gained a clear comprehension of them and realized the light which they throw on every problem of life, they will need no further justification in his eyes, because their truth will be to him as evident as the sun in heaven. I pass on, therefore, to the subject matter of the stanzas as given in this volume, adding a skeleton outline of them, in the hope of thereby rendering the task of the student more easy, by placing before him in a few words the general conception therein explained. Stanza I. The history of cosmic evolution, as traced in the stanzas, is, so to say, the abstract algebraical formula of that evolution. Hence the student must not expect to find there an account of all the stages and transformations which intervene between the first beginnings of universal evolution and our present state. To give such an account would be as impossible as it would be incomprehensible to men who cannot even grasp the nature of the plane of existence next to that to which, for the moment, their consciousness is limited. The stanzas, therefore, give an abstract formula which can be applied, mutatis mutandis, to all evolution, to that of our tiny Earth, to 21 Proem that of the chain of planets of which that Earth forms one, to the solar universe to which that chain belongs, and so on, in an ascending scale, till the mind reels and is exhausted. In the effort. The 7 stanzas given in this volume represent the 7 terms of this abstract formula. They refer to, and describe the 7 great stages of the evolutionary process, which are spoken of in the Puranas as the 7 creations, and in the Bible as the days of creation. The first stanza describes the state of the One All during Pralaya, before the first flutter of reawakening manifestation. A moment's thought shows that such a state can only be symbolized, to describe it is impossible. Nor can it be symbolized except in negatives, for, since it is the state of absoluteness per se, it can possess none of those specific attributes which serve us to describe objects in positive terms. Idence that state can only be suggested by the negatives of all those most abstract attributes which men feel rather than conceive, as the remotest limits attainable by their power of conception. The stage described in stanza 2 is, to a Western mind, so nearly identical with that mentioned in the first stanza, that to express the idea of its difference would require a treatise in itself. Idence it must be left to the intuition and the higher faculties of the reader to grasp, as far as he can, the meaning of the allegorical phrases used. Indeed, it must be remembered that all these stanzas appeal to the inner faculties rather than to the ordinary comprehension of the physical brain. Stanza 3 describes the reawakening of the universe to life after Pralaya. It depicts the emergence of the monads from their state of absorption within the One, the earliest and highest stage in the formation of worlds, the term monad being one which may apply equally to the vastest solar system or the tiniest atom. Stanza 4 shows the differentiation of the germ of the universe. 22 The secret doctrine. Into the septenary hierarchy of conscious divine powers, who are the active manifestations of the one supreme energy. They are the framers, shapers, and ultimately the creators of all the manifested universe, in the only sense in which the name creator is intelligible. They inform and guide it, they are the intelligent beings who adjust and control evolution, embodying in themselves those manifestations of the one law, which we know as the laws of nature. Generically, they are known as the Dhyan Kohans, though each of the various groups has its own designation in the secret doctrine. This stage of evolution is spoken of in Hindu mythology as the creation of the gods. In stanza V the process of world formation is described, first, diffused cosmic matter, then the fiery whirlwind, the first stage in the formation of a nebula. That nebula condenses, and after passing through various transformations, forms a solar universe, a planetary chain, or a single planet, as the case may be. The subsequent stages in the formation of a world are indicated in stanza 6, which brings the evolution of such a world down to its 4th great period, corresponding to the period in which we are now living. Stanza 7 continues the history, tracing the descent of life down to the appearance of man, and thus closes the first book of the secret doctrine. The development of man from his first appearance on this earth in this round to the state in which we now find him will form the subject of Book 2. Note: the stanzas which form the thesis of every section are given throughout in their modern translated version, as it would be worse 23 Proem. Then useless to make the subject still more difficult by introducing the archaic phraseology of the original, with its puzzling style and words. Extracts are given from the Chinese, Tibetan and Sanskrit translations of the original Centaur commentaries and glosses on the Book of Jin, these being now rendered for the first time into a European language. It is almost unnecessary to state that only portions of the 7 stanzas are here given. Were they published complete, they would remain incomprehensible to all save the few higher occultists. Nor is there any need to assure the reader that, no more than most of the profane, does the writer, or rather the humble recorder, understand those forbidden passages. To facilitate the reading, and to avoid the too frequent reference to footnotes, it was thought best to blend together texts and glosses, using the Sanskrit and Tibetan proper names whenever those cannot be avoided, in preference to giving the originals. The more so as the said terms are all accepted synonyms, the former only being used between a master and his chelas, or disciples. Thus, were one to translate into English, using only the substantives and technical terms as employed in one of the Tibetan and Centaur versions. Verse I would read as follows, though ag in Jijiao slept 7 korlo. Zidmanas hiba. All nug bosom. Konkhog not, Thyankam not, Lhakohan not, Tenbrol chugni not, Dharmakaya ceased, T Genchang not become, Bamang and Ssa in Engovonia oi, alone though Agyinsan in night of Sunchan and Yang Grub, Paranish Pana, and C, which would sound like pure abracadabra. As this work is written for the instruction of students of occultism, and not for the benefit of philologists, we may well avoid such foreign terms wherever it is possible to do so. The untranslatable terms alone, incomprehensible unless explained in their meanings, are left, but all such terms are rendered in their Sanskrit form. Needless to remind the reader that these are, in almost every case, the late developments of the later language, and pertain to the fifth root race. Sanskrit, as now known, was not spoken by the Atlanteans, and most of the philosophical terms used in the systems of the India of the post-Mahabharatan period are not found in the Vedas, nor are they to be met with in the original stanzas, but only their equivalents. The reader who is not a theosophist, is once more invited to regard all that which follows as a fairy tale, if he likes, at best as one of the yet unproven speculations of 24 the secret doctrine. Dreamers, and, at the worst, as an additional hypothesis to the many scientific hypotheses past, present and future, some exploded, others still lingering. It is not in any sense worse than are many of the so-called scientific theories, and it is in every case more philosophical and probable. In view of the abundant comments and explanations required, the references to the footnotes are given in the usual way, while the sentences to be commented upon are marked with figures. Additional matter will be found in the chapters on symbolism forming Part 2, as well as in Part 3, these being often more full of information than the text. Part I Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the secret book of Jin. Nor ought nor not existed, yon bright sky was not, nor heaven's broad roof outstretched above. What covered all? What sheltered? What concealed? Was it the water's fathomless abyss? There was not death, yet there was not immortal, there was no confine betwixt day and night, the only one breathed breathless by itself, other than it there nothing since has been. Darkness there was, and all at first was veiled in gloom profound, an ocean without light, the germ that still lay covered in the husk burst forth, one nature, from the fervent heat. Who knows the secret? Who proclaimed it here? Whence this manifold creation sprang? The gods themselves came later into being. Who knows from whence this great creation sprang? That, whence all this great creation came, whether its will created or was mute, the Most High Seer that is in highest heaven, he knows it, or perchance even he knows not. Gazing into eternity. Ere the foundations of the earth were laid, more. Thou Word. And when the subterranean flame shall burst its prison and devour the frame, thou shalt be still as thou wert before, and knew no change, when time shall be no endless thought, divine eternity. 27 The Secret Doctrine. Cosmic Evolution. In 7 stanzas translated from the Book of Jin. Stanza I1. The eternal parent wrapped in her ever-invisible robes had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. 2 Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. 3 Universal mind was not, for there were no Ahai to contain it. For the 7 ways to bliss were not. The great causes of misery were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them. 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for Father, Mother and Son were once more one, and the Son had not awakened yet for the new will, and his pilgrimage thereon. 6. The 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in Parinishpanna, to be outbreathed by that which is and yet is not. Naught was. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with, the visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. 8. Alone the one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space, throughout that all-presence which is sensed by the opened eye of the Dhamma. 9. But where was the Dhamma when the alaya of the universe was in Paramartha and the great will was in Upadaka? 28. The secret doctrine. Stanza 2. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of Manvantaric dawn? In the unknown darkness in their Ahai Parinishpanna. The producers of form from no form, the root of the world, the Devamatri and Svabhavit, rested in the bliss of non-being. 2. Where was silence? Where the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound, naught save ceaseless eternal breath, which knows itself not. 3. The hour had not yet struck, the ray had not yet flashed into the germ, the Matri Padma had not yet swollen. 4. Her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall, as 3 into 4, into the lap of Maya. 5. The 7 sons were not yet born from the web of light. Darkness alone was Father Mother, Svabhavit, and Svabhavit was in darkness. 6. These two are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. Stanza 3. 1. The last vibration of the 7th eternity thrills through infinitude. The mother swells, expanding from within without, like the bud of the lotus. 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. 3. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg, the ray causes the eternal egg to thrill, and drop the non-eternal germ, which condenses into the world egg. 29. The secret doctrine. 4. Then the 3 fall into the 4. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside. The luminous egg, which in itself is 3, curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of mother, the root that grows in the depths of the ocean of life. 5. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Eahu is one. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire, and heat, and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more, it disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, or father and mother. 7. Behold, Olanua the radiant child of the 2, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space son of dark space, which emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Eahu the younger, the *****, he shines forth as the sun, he is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom, the one is 4, and 4 takes to itself 3, and the union produces the Sapta, in whom are the 7 which become the Tridasa, or the hosts and the multitudes. Behold him lifting the veil and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above, and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. Phi marks the places for the shining ones, and turns the upper into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested into the great waters. 8. Where was the germ and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lanuk? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the Great Mother. 10 Father Mother spin a web whose upper end is fastened to spirit light of the one darkness and the lower one to its shadowy end, matter, and this web is the universe spun out of the two substances made in one, which is Svabhavat. Plus in the English translation from the Sanskrit the numbers are given in that language, eka, shatter, etc., etc. It was thought best to give them in English. 30 The Secret Doctrine. 11 It expands when the breath of fire is upon it contracts when the breath of the mother touches it. Then the sons dissociate and scatter, to return into their mother's bosom at the end of the great day, and re-become one with her. When it is cooling it becomes radiant, and the sons expand and contract through their own selves and hearts, they embrace infinitude. 12 Then Svabhavat sends Fahat to harden the atoms. Each is a part of the web. Reflecting the self-existent Lord like a mirror, each becomes in turn a world. Stanza 4. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors the sons of the fire. Learn, there is neither first nor last, for all is one, number issued from no number. 2. Learn what we who descend from the primordial seven, we who are born from the primordial flame, have learned from our fathers. 3. From the effulgency of light the ray of the ever-darkness sprung in space the reawakened energies, the one from the egg, the 6, and the 5. Then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5 the twice 7 the sum total. And these are the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, the rupa, and the force of divine man the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, and the messengers of the sacred fathers within the holy four. For this was the army of the voice the divine mother of the seven. The sparks of the seven are subject to, and the servants of, the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh of the seven. These sparks are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines, and modellers, for thus stands the eternal Nidana the Iyahu, which is, 31 The Secret Doctrine. 5. Darkness the boundless, or the no number, Adi Nidana Svabhava. The Adi Sanad, the number, for he is one. 2. The voice of the Lord Svabhavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9. 3. The formless square. And these three enclosed within the O are the sacred four, and the 10 are the Arupa universe. Then come the sons, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath which is the light maker. 6. Then the second 7, who are the Lipika, produced by the 3. The rejected son is 1. The sons are countless. Stanza V1. The primordial 7, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce in their turn from their holy CLRCUMGYRATING breaths the fiery whirlwind. 2. They make of him the messenger of their will. The Jayu becomes Fahat, the swift son of the divine sons whose sons are the LLPIKA, runs circular errands. Fahat is the steed and the thought is the rider. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds, takes 3, and 5, and 7 strides through the 7 regions above, and the 7 below. He lifts his voice, and calls the innumerable sparks, and joins them. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings, and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and one in the middle the central wheel. 4. Fahat traces spiral lines to unite the 6th to the 7th the crown, an army of the sons of light stands at each angle, and the LLPIKA in the middle wheel, they say, this is good, the 32 The Secret Doctrine. First divine world is ready, the first is now the second. Then the divine Irupa reflects itself in Chayaloka, the first garment of the Anupadaka. 5. Fahat takes 5 strides and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square, for the 4 holy ones and their armies. 6. The Lipikas circumscribe the triangle, the HRST1, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle within the egg. It is the ring called pass not for those who descend and ascend. Also for those who during the kalpa are progressing towards the great day be with us. Thus were formed the rupa and the arupa, from one light 7 lights, from each of the 7, 7 times 7 lights. The wheels watch the ring. Stanza 6. 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge Kuan Yin, the triple of Kuan Shai Yin, residing in Kuan Yin Tlan, Fahat, the breath of their progeny, the son of the sons, having called forth, from the lower abyss, the elusive form of Slenchang and the 7 elements, asterisk. 2. The swift and radiant one produces the 7 Laya centers, against which none will prevail to the great day be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations surrounding Xiantian with the elementary germs. 3. Of the 7 first 1 manifested, 6 concealed, 2 manifested, 5 concealed, 3 manifested, 4 concealed, 4 produced, 3 hidden, 4 and 1 san revealed, 2 and 1/2 concealed, 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, 1 giving birth to the other. Asterisk verse 1 of stanza 6 is of a far later date than the other stanzas, though still very ancient. The old text of this verse, having names entirely unknown to the Orientalists, would give no clue to the student. 33. The secret doctrine. 4. He builds them in the likeness of older wheels, placing them on the imperishable centers. How does Fahat build them? He collects the fiery dust. He makes balls of fire, runs through them, and round them, infusing life thereinto, then sets them into motion, some one way, some the other way. They are cold, he makes them hot. They are dry, he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. Thus acts Fahat from one twilight to the other, during 7 eternities. 5. At the 4th, the sons are told to create their images. 1/3 refuses to obey. The curse is pronounced, they will be born on the 4th, suffer and cause suffering, this is the first war. 6. The older wheels rotated downwards and upwards. The mother's spawn filled the whole. There were battles fought between the creators and the destroyers, and battles fought for space, the seed appearing and reappearing continuously. 7. Make thy calculations, Elanu, if thou wouldest learn the correct age of thy small wheel. Its 4th spoke is our mother. Reach the 4th fruit of the 4th path of knowledge that leads to nirvana, and thou shalt comprehend, for thou shalt see. Stanza 7. 1. Behold the beginning of sentient formless life. First the divine, the one from the mother spirit, then the spiritual, the 3 from the 1, the 4 from the 1, and the 5 from which the 3, the 5, and the 7. These are the threefold, the fourfold downward, the mind-born sons of the first Lord, the shining 7. It is they who are thou, me, him, Olanu. They, who watch over thee, and thy mother earth. 34. The secret doctrine. 2. The one ray multiplies the smaller rays. Life precedes form, and life survives the last atom of form. Through the countless rays proceeds the life ray, the one, like a thread through many jewels. 3. When the one becomes 2, the threefold appears, and the 3 are 1, and it is our thread, Olanu, the heart of the man plant called Saptasarma. 4. It is the root that never dies, the 3-tongued flame of the 4 wicks. The wicks are the sparks, that draw from the 3-tongued flame shot out by the 7, there flame the beams and sparks of one moon reflected in the running waves of all the rivers of earth. 5. The spark hangs from the flame by the finest thread of Fahat. It journeys through the 7 worlds of Maya. It stops in the first, and is a metal and a stone, it passes into the second and behold a plant, the plant whirls through 7 changes and becomes a sacred animal. From the combined attributes of these, Manu, the thinker is formed. Who forms him? The 7 lives, and the 1 life. Who completes him? The 5-fold LHA. And who perfects the last body? Fish, Sin, and Soma. 6. From the firstborn the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow becomes more strong and radiant with every change. The morning sunlight has changed into noonday glory. 7. This is thy present will, said the flame to the spark. Thou art myself, my image, and my shadow. I have clothed myself in thee, and thou art my Vahan to the day, be with us, when thou shalt re-become myself and others, thyself and me. Then the builders, having donned their first clothing, descend on radiant earth and reign over men who are themselves. Thus ends this portion of the archaic narrative, dark, confused, almost incomprehensible. An attempt will now be made to throw light into this darkness, to make sense out of this apparent nonsense. 35 Stanza I Commentaries on the 7 stanzas and their terms, according to their numeration in stanzas and slokas. Stanza I1. The eternal parent, space, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities, fl. The parent space is the eternal, ever-present cause of all the incomprehensible. Deity, whose invisible robes are the mystic root of all matter, and of the universe. Space is the one eternal thing that we can most easily imagine, immovable in its abstraction and uninfluenced by either the presence or absence in it of an objective universe. It is without dimension, in every sense, and self-existent. Spirit is the first differentiation from that, the causeless cause of both spirit and matter. It is, as taught in the Esoteric Catechism, neither limitless void, nor conditioned fullness, but both. It was and ever will be. See Proem pages 2 ETSEQ. Thus, the robes stand for the noumenon of undifferentiated cosmic matter. It is not matter as we know it, but the spiritual essence of matter, and is co-eternal and even one with space in its abstract sense. Root nature is also the source of the subtle invisible properties in visible matter. It is the soul, so to say, of the one infinite spirit. The Hindus call it Malaprakriti, and say that it is the primordial substance, which is the basis of the upadi or vehicle of every phenomenon, whether physical, mental or psychic. It is the source from which akasa radiates. By the 7 eternities, eons or periods are meant. The word eternity, as understood in Christian theology, has no meaning to the Asiatic ear, except in its application to the one existence, nor is 36 the secret doctrine. The term sempiternity, the eternal only in futurity, anything better than a misnomer *. Such words do not and cannot exist in philosophical metaphysics, and were unknown till the advent of ecclesiastical Christianity. The 7 eternities meant are the 7 periods, or a period answering in its duration to the 7 periods, of a Manvantara, and extending throughout a Mahakalpa or the great age 100 years of Brahma, making a total of 311,040,000,000,000 of years, each year of Brahma being composed of 360 days, and of the same number of nights of Brahma, reckoning by the Chandrayana or lunar year, and a day of Brahma consisting of 4,320,000,000 of mortal years. These eternities belong to the most secret calculations, in which, in order to arrive at the true total, every figure must be 7x, 7 to the power of x, x varying according to the nature of the cycle in the subjective or real world, and every figure or number relating to, or representing all the different cycles from the greatest to the smallest in the objective or unreal world must necessarily be multiples of 7. The key to this cannot be given, for herein lies the mystery of esoteric calculations, and for the purposes of ordinary calculation it has no sense. The number 7, says the Kabbalah, is the great number of the divine mysteries, number 10 is that of all human knowledge, Pythagorean decade, 1000 is the number 10 to the third power, and therefore the number 7000 is also symbolical. In the secret doctrine the figure and number 4 are the male symbol only on the highest plane of abstraction, on the plane of matter the 3 is the masculine and the 4 the female, the upright and the horizontal in the 4th stage of symbolism, when the symbols became the glyphs of the generative powers on the physical plane. Stanza I continued. 2 Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration, It is stated in Book 2, ch. 8, of Vishnu Purana, by immortality is meant existence to the end of the kalpa, and Wilson, the translator, remarks in a footnote, this, according to the Vedas, is all that is to be understood of the immortality, or eternity, of the gods. They perish at the end of universal dissolution, or pralaya. An esoteric philosophy says, they perish not, but are reabsorbed. 37 Time and universal mind. Time is only an illusion produced by the succession of our states of consciousness as we travel through eternal duration, and it does not exist where no consciousness exists in which the illusion can be produced, but lies asleep. The present is only a mathematical line which divides that part of eternal duration which we call the future, from that part which we call the past. Nothing on earth has real duration, for nothing remains without change or the same for the billionth part of a second, and the sensation we have of the actuality of the division of time known as the present, comes from the blurring of that momentary glimpse, or succession of glimpses, of things that our senses give us, as those things pass from the region of ideals which we call the future, to the region of memories that we name the past. In the same way we experience a sensation of duration in the case of the instantaneous electric spark, by reason of the blurred and continuing impression on the retina. The real person or thing does not consist solely of what is seen at any particular moment, but is composed of the sum of all its various and changing conditions from its appearance in the material form to its disappearance from the earth. It is these sum totals that exist from eternity in the future, and pass by degrees through matter, to exist for eternity in the past. No one could say that a bar of metal dropped into the sea came into existence as it left the air, and ceased to exist as it entered the water, and that the bar itself consisted only of that cross-section thereof which at any given moment coincided with the mathematical plane that separates, and, at the same time, joins, the atmosphere and the ocean. Even so of persons and things, which, dropping out of the to-be into the has-been, out of the future into the past present momentarily to our senses a cross-section, as it were, of their total selves, as they pass through time and space, as matter, on their way from one eternity to another, and these two constitute that duration in which alone anything has true existence, were our senses but able to cognize it there. Stanza I continued. 3. Universal mind was not, for there were no high, celestial beings, to contain, hence to manifest, it. 38 The secret doctrine. Mind is a name given to the sum of the states of consciousness grouped under thought, will, and feeling. During deep sleep, ideation ceases on the physical plane, and memory is in abeyance, thus for the time being mind is not, because the organ, through which the ego manifests ideation and memory on the material plane, has temporarily ceased to function. A noumenon can become a phenomenon on any plane of existence only by manifesting on that plane through an appropriate basis or vehicle, and during the long night of rest called pralaya, when all the existences are dissolved, the universal mind remains as a permanent possibility of mental action, or as that abstract absolute thought, of which mind is the concrete relative manifestation. The Ahhi, Gyan Kohans, are the collective hosts of spiritual beings, the angelic hosts of Christianity, the Elohim and messengers of the Jews who are the vehicle for the manifestation of the divine or universal thought and will. They are the intelligent forces that give to and enact in nature her laws, while themselves acting according to laws imposed upon them in a similar manner by still higher powers, but they are not the personifications of the powers of nature, as erroneously thought. This hierarchy of spiritual beings, through which the universal mind comes into action, is like an army, a host, truly by means of which the fighting power of a nation manifests itself, and which is composed of army corps, divisions, brigades, regiments, and so forth, each with its separate individuality or life, and its limited freedom of action and limited responsibilities, each contained in a larger individuality, to which its own interests are subservient, and each containing lesser individualities in itself. Stanza I continued. For the 7 ways to bliss, moksha or nirvana, were not, a. The great causes of misery, nidana and maya, were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them, b. A. There are 7 paths or ways to the bliss of non-exist * Nippane in China, Nibbon in Burma, or moksha in India. Plus the 12 nidanas, in Tibetan 10 Brailchugni, the chief causes of existence, effects generated by a concatenation of causes produced, see comment. 2. 39 The causes of being ins, which is absolute being, existence, and consciousness. They were not, because the universe was, so far, empty, and existed only in the divine thought. For it is. b. The 12 nidanas or causes of being. Each is the effect of its antecedent cause, and a cause, in its turn, to its successor, the sum total of the nidanas being based on the 4 truths, a doctrine especially characteristic of the Hinayana system * they belong to. The theory of the stream of catenate law which produces merit and demerit, and finally brings karma into full sway. It is based upon the great truth that reincarnation is to be dreaded, as existence in this world only entails upon man suffering, misery and pain, death itself being unable to deliver man from it, since death is merely the door through which he passes to another life on earth after a little rest on its threshold. Devachan. The Hinayana system, or school of the little vehicle, is of very ancient growth, while the Mahayana is of a later period, having originated after the death of Buddha. Yet the tenets of the latter are as old as the hills that have contained such schools from time immemorial, and the Hinayana and Mahayana schools, the latter, that of the great vehicle, both teach the same doctrine in reality. Yana, or vehicle, in Sanskrit, vahan, is a mystic expression, both vehicles inculcating that man may escape the sufferings of rebirths and even the false bliss of Devachan, by obtaining wisdom and knowledge, which alone can dispel the fruits of illusion and ignorance. Maya or illusion is an element which enters into all finite things, for everything that exists has only a relative, not an absolute, reality, since the appearance which the hidden noumenon assumes for any observer depends upon his power of cognition. To the untrained eye of the savage, a painting is at first an unmeaning confusion of streaks and daubs of color, while an educated eye sees instantly a face or a landscape. Nothing is permanent except the one hidden absolute existence which contains in itself the noumena of all realities. The existences belonging to every plane of being, up to the highest Dhyankohans, are, in degree, of the nature of shadows cast by a magic lantern on a colorless screen, but all things are relatively real, for the cognizor is also a reflection, and the things cognized are therefore as real to him as himself. Whatever reality things possess must be looked for in them. See Vasilief on Buddhism, pp. 97-950. 40 The Secret Doctrine. Before or after they have passed like a flash through the material world, but we cannot cognize any such existence directly, so long as we have sense instruments which bring only material existence into the field of our consciousness. Whatever plane our consciousness may be acting in, both we and the things belonging to that plane are, for the time being, our only realities. As we rise in the scale of development, we perceive that during the stages through which we have passed we mistook shadows for realities, and the upward progress of the ego is a series of progressive awakenings, each advance bringing with it the idea that now, at last, we have reached reality, but only when we shall have reached the absolute consciousness, and blended our own with it, shall we be free from the delusions produced by Maya. 5 Darkness alone filled the boundless all. For father, mother and son were once more one, and the son had not awakened yet for the new will * and his pilgrimage thereon. b. Darkness is father-mother, light their son, says an old Eastern proverb. Light is inconceivable except as coming from some source which is the cause of it, and as, in the instance of primordial light, that source is unknown, though as strongly demanded by reason and logic, therefore it is called darkness by us, from an intellectual point of view. As to borrowed or secondary light, whatever its source, it can be but of a temporary Mayavic character. Darkness, then, is the eternal asterisk. That which is called will is the symbolical expression for a world or globe, which shows that the ancients were aware that our earth was a revolving globe, not a motionless square as some Christian fathers taught. The great will is the whole duration of our cycle of being, or Mahakalpa, i.e., the whole revolution of our special chain of 7 planets or spheres from beginning to end, the small wheels meaning the rounds, of which there are also 7. 41. What is darkness in philosophy? Matrix in which the sources of light appear and disappear. Nothing is added to darkness to make of it light, or to light to make it darkness, on this our plane. They are interchangeable, and scientifically light is but a mode of darkness and vice versa. Yet both are phenomena of the same noumenon, which is absolute darkness to the scientific mind, and but a great twilight to the perception of the average mystic, though to that of the spiritual eye of the initiate it is absolute light. How far we discern the light that shines in darkness depends upon our powers of vision. What is light to us is darkness to certain insects, and the eye of the clairvoyant sees illumination where the normal eye perceives only blackness. When the whole universe was plunged in sleep, had returned to its one primordial element, there was neither center of luminosity, nor eye to perceive light, and darkness necessarily filled the boundless all. b. The father-mother are the male and female principles in root nature, the opposite poles that manifest in all things on every plane of cosmos, or spirit and substance, in a less allegorical aspect, the resultant of which is the universe, or the sun. They are once more one when in the night of Brahma, during Pralaya, all in the objective universe has returned to its one primal and eternal cause, to reappear at the following dawn as it does periodically. Karana, eternal cause, was alone. To put it more plainly, Karana is alone during the nights of Brahma. The previous objective universe has dissolved into its one primal and eternal cause, and is, so to say, held in solution in space, to differentiate again and crystallize out anew at the following Manvantaric dawn, which is the commencement of a new day or new activity of Brahma, the symbol of the universe. In esoteric parlance, Brahma is father, mother, son, or spirit, soul and body at once, each personage being symbolical of an attribute, and each attribute or quality being a graduated efflux of divine breath in its cyclic differentiation. Involutionary and evolutionary. In the cosmic-physical sense, it is the universe, the planetary chain, and the earth; in the purely spiritual, the unknown deity, planetary spirit, and man, the son of the two, the creature of spirit and matter, and a manifestation of them in his periodical appearances on earth during the wheels, or the Manvantaras. See Part 2. Days and Nights of Brahma, 42. The Secret Doctrine. Stanza I continued. 6. The 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths had ceased to be, a, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in paranishpana, b, absolute perfection, paranirvana, which is yongrub, to be outbreathed by that which is, and yet is not. Naught was, c. a. The 7 sublime lords are the 7 creative spirits, the Dhyan Kohans, who correspond to the Fulbru Elohim. It is the same hierarchy of archangels to which St. Michael, Saint Gabriel, and others belong, in the Christian theogony. Only while Saint Michael, for instance, is allowed in dogmatic Latin theology to watch over all the promontories and gulfs, in the esoteric system, the Dhyanis watch successively over one of the rounds and the great root races of our planetary chain. They are, moreover, said to send their bodhisattvas, the human correspondents of the Dhyani Buddhas, of whom vidi infra, during every round and race. Out of the 7 truths and revelations, or rather revealed secrets, 4 only have been handed to us, as we are still in the 4th round, and the world also has only had 4 Buddhas, so far. This is a very complicated question, and will receive more ample treatment later on. So far there are only 4 truths, and 4 Vedas, say the Flinders and Buddhists. For a similar reason Irenaeus insisted on the necessity of 4 Gospels. But as every new root race at the head of a round must have its revelation and revealers, The next round will bring the fifth, the following the sixth, and so on. B. Parinishpanna is the absolute perfection to which all existences attain at the close of a great period of activity or Mahamanvantara, and in which they rest during the succeeding period of repose. In Tibetan it is called Yonggrub. Up to the day of the Yogacarya school the true nature of parinirvana was taught publicly, but since then it has become entirely esoteric, hence so many contradictory interpretations of it. It is only a true idealist who can understand it. Everything has to be viewed as ideal, with the exception of parinirvana, by him who would comprehend that state, and acquire a knowledge of how non-ego, voidness, and darkness are three in one and alone self, existent and perfect. It is absolute, however, only in a relative 43 motions, the great breath sense, for it must give room to still further absolute perfection, according to a higher standard of excellence in the following period of activity, just as a perfect flower must cease to be a perfect flower and die, in order to grow into a perfect fruit, if a somewhat Irish mode of expression may be permitted. The secret doctrine teaches the progressive development of everything, worlds as well as atoms, and this stupendous development has neither conceivable beginning nor imaginable end. Our universe is only one of an infinite number of universes, all of them sons of necessity, because links in the great cosmic chain of universes, each one standing in the relation of an effect as regards its predecessor, and being a cause as regards its successor. The appearance and disappearance of the universe are pictured as an outbreathing and inbreathing of the great breath, which is eternal, and which, being motion, is one of the three aspects of the absolute abstract space and duration being the other two. When the great breath is projected, it is called the divine breath, and is regarded as the breathing of the unknowable deity, the one existence which breathes out a thought, as it were, which becomes the cosmos. See Isis Unveiled. So also is it when the divine breath is inspired again, the universe disappears into the bosom of the Great Mother, who then sleeps wrapped in her invisible robes. See, by that which is and yet is not is meant the great breath itself, which we can only speak of as absolute existence, but cannot picture to our imagination as any form of existence that we can distinguish from non-existence. The three periods, the present, the past, and the future, are in the esoteric philosophy a compound time, for the three are a composite number only in relation to the phenomenal plane, but in the realm of noumena have no abstract validity. As said in the scriptures, the past time is the present time, as also the future, which, though it has not come into existence, still is, according to a precept in the Prasanga Madhyamika teaching, whose dogmas have been known ever since it broke away from the purely esoteric schools. Our ideas, in short, on duration and time are all derived from our Seedzungarian Mani Kumbham, the book of the 10,000 precepts. Also consult Vasiliefster Buddhismus, pages 327 and 357, etc. 44. The Secret Doctrine. Sensations according to the laws of association. Inextricably bound up with the relativity of human knowledge, they nevertheless can have no existence except in the experience of the individual ego, and perish when its evolutionary march dispels the maya of phenomenal existence. What is time, for instance, but the panoramic succession of our states of consciousness? In the words of a master, I feel irritated at having to use these three clumsy words: past, present, and future, miserable concepts of the objective phases of the subjective whole. They are about as ill-adapted for the purpose as an axe for fine carving. One has to acquire paramartha lest one should become too easy a prey to samvritti is a philosophical axiom. Stanza I. Continued. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with. A. The visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. B. A. The causes of existence mean not only the physical causes known to science, but the metaphysical causes, the chief of which is the desire to exist, an outcome of nidana and maya. This desire for a sentient life shows itself in everything, from an atom to a sun, and is a reflection of the divine thought propelled into objective existence, into a law that the universe should exist. According to esoteric teaching, the real cause of that supposed desire, and of all existence, remains forever hidden, and its first emanations are the most complete abstractions mind can conceive. These abstractions must of necessity be postulated as the cause of the material universe which presents itself to the senses and intellect, and they underlie the secondary and subordinate powers of nature, which, anthropomorphized, have been worshipped as God and gods by the common herd of every age. It is impossible to conceive anything without a cause, the attempt to do so makes the mind a blank. In clearer words, one has to acquire true self-consciousness in order to understand samvriti, or the origin of delusion. Paramartha is the synonym of the Sanskrit term svaisamvedana, or the reflection, which analyses itself. There is a difference in the interpretation of the meaning of Paramartha between the Yogacaryas and the Madhyamikas, neither of whom, however, explain the real and true esoteric sense of the expression. See further, Sloka number 9. 45 Being and non-being. This is virtually the condition to which the mind must come at last when we try to trace back the chain of causes and effects, but both science and religion jump to this condition of blankness much more quickly than is necessary, for they ignore the metaphysical abstractions which are the only conceivable cause of physical concretions. These abstractions become more and more concrete as they approach our plane of existence, until finally they phenomenalize in the form of the material universe, by a process of conversion of metaphysics into physics, analogous to that by which steam can be condensed into water, and the water frozen into ice. b. The idea of eternal non-being, which is the one being, will appear a paradox to anyone who does not remember that we limit our ideas of being to our present consciousness of existence, making it a specific, instead of a generic term. An unborn infant, could it think in our acceptation of that term, would necessarily limit its conception of being, in a similar manner, to the intrauterine life which alone it knows, and were it to endeavor to express to its consciousness the idea of life after birth, death to it, it would, in the absence of data to go upon, and of faculties to comprehend such data, probably express that life as non-being which is real being. In our case the one being is the noumenon of all the noumena which we know must underlie phenomena, and give them whatever shadow of reality they possess, but which we have not the senses or the intellect to cognize at present. The impalpable atoms of gold scattered through the substance of a ton of auriferous quartz may be imperceptible to the naked eye of the miner, yet he knows that they are not only present there but that they alone give his quartz any appreciable value, and this relation of the gold to the quartz may faintly shadow forth that of the noumenon to the phenomenon. But the miner knows what the gold will look like when extracted from the quartz, whereas the common mortal can form no conception of the reality of things separated from the maya which veils them, and in which they are hidden. Alone the initiate, rich with the lore acquired by numberless generations of his predecessors, directs the eye of Dhamma toward the essence of things in which no maya can have any influence. It is here that the teachings of esoteric philosophy in relation to the Nidanas and the Four Truths become of the greatest importance, but they are secret. 46 The secret doctrine. 8 Alone, the one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, a, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space, throughout that all-presence which is sensed by the opened eye asterisk of the Dhamma, b. T, a. The tendency of modem thought is to recur to the archaic idea of a homogeneous basis for apparently widely different things. Heterogeneity developed from homogeneity. Biologists are now searching for their homogeneous protoplasm and chemists for their protyle, while science is looking for the force of which electricity, magnetism, heat, and so forth, are the differentiations. The secret doctrine carries this idea into the region of metaphysics and postulates a one form of existence as the basis and source of all things. But perhaps the phrase, the one form of existence, is not altogether correct. The Sanskrit word is prabhavapaya, the place, or rather plane, whence emerges the origination, and into which is the resolution of all things, says a commentator. It is not the mother of the world, as translated by Wilson, see Book I, Vishnu Purana, For Jagat Yoni, as shown by Fitz-Edward Hall, is scarcely so much the mother of the world or the womb of the world as the material cause of the universe. The Puranic commentators explain it by Karana cause, but the esoteric philosophy, by the ideal spirit of that cause. It is, in its secondary stage, the svabhavit of the Buddhist philosopher, the eternal cause and effect, omnipresent yet abstract, the self-existent plastic essence and the root of all things, viewed in the same dual light as the Vedantin views his Parabrahm and Malaprakriti, the one under two aspects. It seems indeed extraordinary to find great scholars speculating on the possibility of the Vedanta, and the Uttaramimamsa especially, having been evoked by the teachings of the Buddhists. In India it is called the Eye of Siva, but beyond the great range it is known as Dangma's opened eye. In esoteric phraseology, plus Dangma means a purified soul, one who has become a Jivanmuta, the highest adept, or rather a Mahatma so-called. His opened eye is the inner spiritual eye of the seer, and the faculty which manifests through it is not clairvoyance as ordinarily understood, i.e., the power of seeing at a distance, but rather the faculty of spiritual intuition, through which direct and certain knowledge is obtainable. This faculty is intimately connected with the third eye, which mythological tradition ascribes to certain races of men. Fuller explanations will be found in Book 2. 47 The Eye of Dangma. Whereas, it is on the contrary Buddhism, of Gautama, the Buddha, that was evoked and entirely upreared on the tenets of the secret doctrine, of which a partial sketch is here attempted, and on which, also, the Upanishads are made to rest. 5 The above, according to the teachings of Sri Sankaracharya, plus is undeniable. b. Dreamless sleep is one of the 7 states of consciousness known in Oriental esotericism. In each of these states a different portion of the mind comes into action, or as a Vedantin would express it, the individual is conscious in a different plane of his being. The term dreamless sleep, in this case is applied allegorically to the universe to express a condition somewhat analogous to that state of consciousness in man, which, not being remembered in a waking state, seems a blank, just as the sleep of the mesmerized subject seems to him an unconscious blank when he returns to his normal condition, although he has been talking and acting as a conscious individual would. Stanza I continued. 9 But where was the Dangma when the alaya of the universe, soul us the basis of all, anima mundi, was in Paramartha, a, absolute being and consciousness which are absolute non-being and unconsciousness, and the great will was anupadaka, pound. And yet, 1, claiming authority, namely, Sir Monier Williams, Bowdoin Professor of Sanskrit at Oxford, has just denied this fact. This is what he taught his audience, on June 4, 1888, in his annual address before the Victoria Institute of Great Britain. Originally, Buddhism set its face against all solitary asceticism, to attain sublime heights of knowledge. It had no occult, no esoteric system of doctrine, withheld from ordinary men. And, again, when Gautama Buddha began his career, the later and lower form of yoga seems to have been little known. And then, contradicting himself, the learned lecturer forthwith informs his audience that we learn from Lalita Vistara that various forms of bodily torture, self-maceration, and austerity were common in Gautama's time. But the lecturer seems quite unaware that this kind of torture and self-maceration is precisely the lower form of yoga, Hatha Yoga, which was little known and yet so common in Gautama's time. Plus it is even argued that all the 6 darsanas, schools of philosophy, show traces of Buddha's influence, being either taken from Buddhism or due to Greek teaching. See Weber, Max Muller, etc. We labor under the impression that Colebrooke, the highest authority in such matters, had long ago settled the question by showing that the Hindus were in this instance the teachers, not the learners. 48 The Secret Doctrine. A. Here we have before us the subject of centuries of scholastic disputations. The two terms aleya and paramartha have been the causes of dividing schools and splitting the truth into more different aspects than any other mystic terms. Aleya is literally the soul of the world or anima mundi, the oversoul of Emerson, and according to esoteric teaching it changes periodically its nature. Aleya, though eternal and changeless in its inner essence on the planes which are unreachable by either men or cosmic gods, Dhyani Buddhas, alters during the active life period with respect to the lower planes, ours included. During that time not only the Dhyani Buddhas are one with Aleya in soul and essence, but even the man strong in the yoga, mystic meditation, is able to merge his soul with it, Arya Sangha, the Bhumapa school. This is not nirvana, but a condition next to it. Hence the disagreement. Thus, while the Yogacaryas, of the Mahayana school, say that Aleya is the personification of the voidness, and yet Aleya, Nyingpo and Tsung in Tibetan, is the basis of every visible and invisible thing, and that, though it is eternal and immutable in its essence, it reflects itself in every object of the universe like the moon in clear tranquil water. Other schools dispute the statement. The same for Paramartha, the Yogacaryas interpret the term as that which is also dependent upon other things, par et intra, and the Madhyamikas say that Paramartha is limited to Parinishpana or absolute perfection. I.e., in the exposition of these two truths, out of four, the former believe and maintain that, on this plane, at any rate, there exists only Samvrita Satya or relative truth, and the latter teach the existence of Paramartha Satya, the absolute truth. No Arhat, O mendicants, can reach absolute knowledge before he becomes one with Parinirvana. Parakalpita and Paratantra are his two great enemies, aphorisms of the Bodhisattvas. Parakalpita, in Tibetan Kuntag, is error, made by those unable to realize the emptiness and illusionary nature of all, who believe something to exist which does not, e.g., the non-ego. And Paramartha is self-consciousness in Sanskrit, Svaisamvedana, or the self-analyzing reflection from two words, parama, above everything, and artha, comprehension, satya meaning absolute true being, or esi. In Tibetan Paramartha Satya is Dandampadantsa. The opposite of this absolute reality, or actuality, is Samvrita Satya, the relative truth only. Samvriti meaning false conception and being the origin of illusion, Maya, in Tibetan Kunsabchidenpa, illusion creating appearance. 49 Aleya, the universal soul. Paratantra is that, whatever it is, which exists only through a dependent or causal connection, and which has to disappear as soon as the cause from which it proceeds is removed, e.g., the light of a wick. Destroy or extinguish it, and light disappears. Esoteric philosophy teaches that everything lives and is conscious, but not that all life and consciousness are similar to those of human or even animal beings. Life we look upon as the one form of existence, manifesting in what is called matter, or, as in man, what, incorrectly separating them, we name spirit, soul, and matter. Matter is the vehicle for the manifestation of soul on this plane of existence, and soul is the vehicle on a higher plane for the manifestation of spirit, and these three are a trinity synthesized by life, which pervades them all. The idea of universal life is one of those ancient conceptions which are returning to the human mind in this century, as a consequence of its liberation from anthropomorphic theology. Science, it is true, contents itself with tracing or postulating the signs of universal life, and has not yet been bold enough even to whisper anima mundi. The idea of crystalline life, now familiar to science, would have been scouted half a century ago. Botanists are now searching for the nerves of plants, not that they suppose that plants can feel or think as animals do, but because they believe that some structure, bearing the same relation functionally to plant life that nerves bear to animal life, is necessary to explain vegetable growth and nutrition. It hardly seems possible that science can disguise from itself much longer, by the mere use of terms such as force and energy, the fact that things that have life are living things, whether they be atoms or planets. But what is the belief of the inner esoteric schools? The reader may ask. What are the doctrines taught on this subject by the esoteric Buddhists? With them alaya has a double and even a triple meaning. In the Yogacarya system of the contemplative Mahayana school, alaya is both the universal soul, anima mundi, and the self of a progressed adept. He who is strong in the yoga can introduce at will his alaya by means of meditation into the true nature of existence. The alaya has an absolute eternal existence, says Arya Sangha. The rival of Nagarjuna *, in one sense it is Pradna, which * Arya Sangha was a pre-Christian adept and founder of a Buddhist esoteric school, though Kso Madhikoros places him, for some reasons of his own, in the 7th century AD. There was another Arya Sangha, who lived during the first centuries of our era, and the Hungarian scholar most probably confuses the two. 50. The secret doctrine is explained in Vishnu Purana as, that which is the unevolved cause, is emphatically called by the most eminent sages pradhana, original base, which is subtle prakriti, viz., that which is eternal, and which at once is, or comprehends, what is and what is not, or is mere process. Prakriti, however, is an incorrect word, and alaya would explain it better, for prakriti is not the uncognizable Brahma. It is a mistake of those who know nothing of the universality of the occult doctrines from the very cradle of the human races, and especially so of those scholars who reject the very idea of a primordial revelation, to teach that the anima mundi, the one life or universal soul, was made known only by Anaxagoras, or during his age. This philosopher brought the teaching forward simply to oppose the two materialistic conceptions on cosmogony of Democritus, based on his exoteric theory of blindly driven atoms. Anaxagoras of Clazomene was not its inventor but only its propagator, as also was Plato. That which he called mundane intelligence, the nous, and 0u111, the principle that according to his views is absolutely separated and free from matter and acts on design was called motion, the one life, or Jivatma, ages before the year 500 BC in India. Only the Aryan philosophers never endowed the principle, which with them is infinite, with the finite attribute of thinking. This leads the reader naturally to the supreme spirit of Hegel and the German transcendentalists as a contrast that it may be useful to point out. The schools of Schelling and Fichte have diverged widely from the primitive archaic conception of an absolute principle, and have mirrored only an aspect of the basic idea of the Vedanta. Even the Absoluter Geist shadowed forth by von Hartmann in his pessimistic philosophy of the unconscious, while it is, perhaps, the closest approximation made by European speculation to the Hindu Advaita doctrines, similarly falls far short of the reality. The indiscrete cause which is uniform, and both cause and effect, and which those who are acquainted with first principles call pradhana and prakriti, is the incognizable Brahma who was before all, Vayupurana, i.e., Brahma does not put forth evolution itself or create, but only exhibits various aspects of itself, one of which is prakriti, an aspect of pradhana. Plus finite self-consciousness, I mean. For how can the Absolute attain it otherwise than as simply an aspect, the highest of which known to us is human consciousness? 51. Can the finite conceive the infinite? According to Hegel, the unconscious would never have undertaken the vast and laborious task of evolving the universe, except in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness. In this connection it is to be borne in mind that in designating spirit, which the European pantheists use as equivalent to Parabrahm, as unconscious, they do not attach to that expression of spirit one employed in the absence of a better to symbolize a profound mystery the connotation it usually bears. The absolute consciousness, they tell us, behind phenomena, which is only termed unconsciousness in the absence of any element of personality, transcends human conception. Man, unable to form one concept except in terms of empirical phenomena, is powerless from the very constitution of his being to raise the veil that shrouds the majesty of the Absolute. Only the liberated spirit is able to faintly realize the nature of the source whence it sprung and whither it must eventually return. As the highest Dhyan Kohan, however, can but bow in ignorance before the awful mystery of absolute being, and since, even in that culmination of conscious existence, the merging of the individual in the universal consciousness, to use a phrase of Fichte's, the finite cannot conceive the infinite, nor can it apply to it its own standard of mental experiences, how can it be said that the unconscious and the absolute can have even an instinctive impulse or hope of attaining clear self-consciousness? A Vedantin would never admit this Hegelian idea, and the occultist would say that it applies perfectly to the awakened Maha, the universal mind already projected into the phenomenal world as the first aspect of the changeless absolute, but never to the latter. Spirit and matter, or Purusha and Prakriti, are but the two primeval aspects of the one and secondless, we are taught. The matter-moving nous, the animating soul, immanent in every atom, manifested in man, latent in the stone, has different degrees of power, and this pantheistic idea of a general spirit soul pervading all nature is the oldest of all the philosophical notions. Nor was the Archeus a discovery of Paracelsus nor of his pupil Van Helmont, for it is again the same Archeus or Father Ether, the manifested basis. See Schwegler's Handbook of the History of Philosophy in Sterling's translation, p. 2852. The secret doctrine and source of the innumerable phenomena of life localized. The whole series of the numberless speculations of this kind are but variations on this theme, the keynote of which was struck in this primeval revelation. See Part 2, Primordial Substance. b. The term anupadaka, parentless, or without progenitors, is a mystical designation having several meanings in the philosophy. By this name celestial beings, the Dhyan Kohans or Dhyani Buddhas, are generally meant. But as these correspond mystically to the human Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, known as the Manishi, or human, Buddhas, the latter are also designated anupadaka, once that their whole personality is merged in their compound sixth and seventh principles or Atmabuddhi, and that they have become the diamond-souled, Vajrasattvas, the full Mahatmas. The concealed Lord, Sangbai Dagpo, the one merged with the Absolute, can have no parents since he is self-existent, and one with the universal spirit, Svayamhu, the Svabhavit in the highest aspect. The mystery in the hierarchy of the Anupadaka is great, its apex being the universal spirit soul, and the lower rung the Manishi Buddha, and even every soul-endowed man is an Anupadaka in a latent state. Hence, when speaking of the universe in its formless, eternal, or absolute condition, before it was fashioned by the builders, the expression, the universe was anupadaka. See Part 2, Primordial Substance. Vajra diamond holder. In Tibetan Dorhisampa, Sempa meaning the soul, its adamantine quality referring to its indestructibility in the hereafter. The explanation with regard to the anupadaka given in the Kalachakra, the first in the Jaya, division of the Kanjar, is half esoteric. It has misled the Orientalists into erroneous speculations with respect to the Dhyani Buddhas and their earthly correspondencies, the Manishi Buddhas. The real tenet is hinted at in a subsequent volume, see The Mystery About Buddha, and will be more fully explained in its proper place. Plus, to quote Hegel again, who with Schelling practically accepted the pantheistic conception of periodical avatars, special incarnations of the world spirit in man, as seen in the case of all the great religious reformers. The essence of man is spirit. Only by stripping himself of his finiteness and surrendering himself to pure self-consciousness does he attain the truth. Christ man, as man in whom the unity of God-man, identity of the individual with the universal consciousness as taught by the Vedantins and some Advaites, appeared, has, in his death and history generally, himself presented the eternal history of spirit, a history which every man has to accomplish in himself, in order to exist as spirit. Philosophy of History. Sabre's English translation, p. 340-53. The State of Parinirvana. Stanza 2. Commentary. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of Manvantaric dawn, a? In the unknown darkness in their Ahai, Kohanik, Dhyani Buddhik, Parinishpana, the producers of form, Ritpa, from no form, Arupa, the root of the world, the Devamatri * and Svabhavit, rested in the bliss of non-being, b. A. The builders, the sons of Manvantarik Dawn, are the real creators of the universe, and in this doctrine, which deals only with our planetary system, they, as the architects of the latter, are also called the watchers of the seven spheres, which exoterically are the seven planets, and esoterically the seven earths or spheres, planets. Of our chain also. The opening sentence of stanza I, when mentioning seven eternities, is made to apply both to the Mahakalpa or the great age of Brahma, as well as to the solar pralaya and subsequent resurrection of our planetary system on a higher plane. There are many kinds of pralaya, dissolution of a thing visible, as will be shown elsewhere. b. Parinishpanna, remember, is the summum bonum, the absolute, hence the same as parinirvana. Besides being the final state, it is that condition of subjectivity which has no relation to anything but the one absolute truth, paramartha satya, on its plane. It is that state which leads one to appreciate correctly the full meaning of non-being, which, as explained, is absolute being. Sooner or later, all that now seemingly exists, will be in reality and actually in the state of parinishpanna. But there is a great difference between conscious and unconscious being. The condition of parinishpanna, without paramartha, the self-analyse * mother of the gods, Aditi, or cosmic space. In the Zohar, she is called Sephira, the mother of the Sephiroth, and Shekinah in her primordial form, in Abscondito. 54. The secret doctrine. In consciousness, Svaisamvedana, is no bliss, but simply extinction, for 7 eternities. Thus, an iron ball placed under the scorching rays of the sun will get heated through, but will not feel or appreciate the warmth, while a man will. It is only with a mind clear and undarkened by personality, and an assimilation of the merit of manifold existences devoted to being in its collectivity, the whole living and sentient universe, that one gets rid of personal existence, merging into, becoming one with, the absolute * and continuing in full possession of paramartha. Stanza 2. Continued. 2. Where was silence? Where were the ears to sense it? No. There was neither silence, nor sound, a. Naught save ceaseless, eternal breath, motion, which knows itself not, b. a. The idea that things can cease to exist and still be, is a fundamental one in Eastern psychology. Under this apparent contradiction in terms, there rests a fact of nature to realize which in the mind, rather than to argue about words, is the important thing. A familiar instance of a similar paradox is afforded by chemical combination. The question whether hydrogen and oxygen cease to exist, when they combine to form water, is still a moot one, some arguing that since they are found again when the water is decomposed they must be there all the while, others contending that as they actually turn into something totally different they must cease to exist as themselves for the time being, but neither side is able to form the faintest conception of the real condition of a thing, which has become something else and yet has not ceased to be itself. Existence as water may be said to be, for oxygen and hydrogen, a state of non-being which is more real being than their existence as gases, and it may faintly symbolize the *, hence non-being is absolute being, in esoteric philosophy. In the tenets of the latter even Adi Buddha, first or primeval wisdom, is, while manifested, in one sense an illusion, Maya, since all the gods, including Brahma, have to die at the end of the age of Brahma, the abstraction called Parabrahma alone, whether we call it Insaf, or Herbert Spencer's unknowable being the one absolute reality. The one secondless existence is Advaita, without a second, and all the rest is Maya, teaches the Advaita philosophy. 55. The Absolute knows itself not. Condition of the universe when it goes to sleep, or ceases to be, during the nights of Brahma to awaken or reappear again, when the dawn of the new Manvantara recalls it to what we call existence. b. the breath of the one existence is used in its application only to the spiritual aspect of cosmogony by archaic esotericism, otherwise, it is replaced by its equivalent in the material plane motion. The one eternal element, or element containing vehicle, is space, dimensionless in every sense, co-existent with which are endless duration, primordial, hence indestructible, matter, and motion, absolute perpetual motion, which is the breath of the one element. This breath, as seen, can never cease, not even during the pralaic eternities. See Chaos, Theos, Cosmos, in Part 2. But the breath of the one existence does not, all the same, apply to the one causeless cause or the all-beingness, in contradistinction to all-being, which is Brahma, or the universe. Brahma, or Hari, the four-faced god who, after lifting the earth out of the waters, accomplished the creation, is held to be only the instrumental, and not, as clearly implied, the ideal cause. No Orientalist, so far, seems to have thoroughly comprehended the real sense of the verses in the Purana, that treat of creation. Therein Brahma is the cause of the potencies that are to be generated subsequently for the work of creation. When a translator says, and from him proceed the potencies to be created, after they had become the real cause, and from it proceed the potencies that will create as they become the real cause, on the material plane, would perhaps be more correct? Save that one, causeless, ideal cause, there is no other to which the universe can be referred. Worthiest of ascetics. Through its potency, i.e., through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its inherent or proper nature. If, in the Vedanta and Nyaya, nimitta is the efficient cause, as contrasted with upadana, the material cause, and in the Sankhya, pradhana implies the functions of both, in the esoteric philosophy, which reconciles all these systems, and the nearest exponent of which is the Vedanta as expounded by the Advaita Vedantists, none but the upadana can be speculated upon, that which is in the minds of the Vaishnavas, the Vasishtadvaita, as the ideal in contradistinction to the real or Parabrahm and Isvara can find no room in published speculations, since 56. The secret doctrine that ideal even is a misnomer, when applied to that of which no human reason, even that of an adept, can conceive. To know itself or oneself, necessitates consciousness and perception, both limited faculties in relation to any subject except Parabrahm, to be cognized. Hence the eternal breath which knows itself not. Infinity cannot comprehend finiteness. The boundless can have no relation to the bounded and the conditioned. In the occult teachings, the unknown and the unknowable mover, or the self-existing, is the absolute divine essence. And thus being absolute consciousness, and absolute motion to the limited senses of those who describe this indescribable, it is unconsciousness and immovableness. Concrete consciousness cannot be predicated of abstract consciousness, any more than the quality wet can be predicated of water, wetness being its own attribute and the cause of the wet quality in other things. Consciousness implies limitations and qualifications, something to be conscious of, and someone to be conscious of it. But absolute consciousness contains the cognizer, the thing cognized and the cognition, all three in itself and all three one. No man is conscious of more than that portion of his knowledge that happens to have been recalled to his mind at any particular time, yet such is the poverty of language that we have no term to distinguish the knowledge not actively thought of, from knowledge we are unable to recall to memory. To forget is synonymous with not to remember. How much greater must be the difficulty of finding terms to describe, and to distinguish between, abstract metaphysical facts or differences. It must not be forgotten, also, that we give names to things according to the appearances they assume for ourselves. We call absolute consciousness unconsciousness, because it seems to us that it must necessarily be so, just as we call the absolute, darkness, because to our finite understanding it appears quite impenetrable, yet we recognize fully that our perception of such things does not do them justice. We involuntarily distinguish in our minds, for instance, between unconscious absolute consciousness, and unconsciousness, by secretly endowing the former with some indefinite quality that corresponds, on a higher plane than our thoughts can reach, with what we know as consciousness in ourselves. But this is not any kind of consciousness that we can manage to distinguish from what appears to us as unconsciousness. 57. The germ of life. Stanza 2. Continued. 3. The hour had not yet struck, the ray had not yet flashed into the germ, a. The Matri Padma, Mother Lotus, had not yet swollen, b. Ia, the ray of the ever darkness becomes, as it is emitted, a ray of effulgent light or life, and flashes into the germ, the point in the mundane egg, represented by matter in its abstract sense. But the term point must not be understood as applying to any particular point in space, for a germ exists in the center of every atom, and these collectively form the germ, or rather, as no atom can be made visible to our physical eye, the collectivity of these, if the term can be applied to something which is boundless and infinite, forms the noumenon of eternal and indestructible matter. b. One of the symbolical figures for the dual creative power in nature, matter and force on the material plane, is Padma, the water lily of India. The lotus is the product of heat, fire, and water, vapor or ether, fire standing in every philosophical and religious system as a representation of the spirit of deity, the active, male, generative principle, and ether, or the soul of matter, the light of the fire, for the passive female principle from which everything in this universe emanated. Hence, ether or water is the mother, and fire is the father. Sir W. Jones, and before him Archaic Botany, showed that the seeds of the lotus contain, even before they germinate, perfectly formed leaves, the miniature shape of what one day, as perfect plants, they will become, nature. Thus giving us a specimen of the pre-formation of its production. The seed of all phanerogamous plants bearing proper flowers containing an embryo plantlet ready formed. Pound, see Part 2, the lotus flower as an universal symbol. This explains the sentence "the mother had not yet swollen," the form being usually sacrificed to the inner or root idea in archaic symbology. The lotus, or Padma, is, moreover, a very ancient and favorite asterisk and unpoetical term, yet still very graphic. See footnote to stanza 3. Plus even in Christianity. See Part 2, Primordial Substance and Divine Thought. J. Gross, The Heathen Religion, p. 195. 58. The Secret Doctrine. Simile for the cosmos itself, and also for man. The popular reasons given are, firstly, the fact just mentioned, that the lotus seed contains within itself a perfect miniature of the future plant, which typifies the fact that the spiritual prototypes of all things exist in the immaterial world before those things become materialized on earth. Secondly, the fact that the lotus plant grows up through the water, having its root in the ilus, or mud, and spreading its flower in the air above. The lotus thus typifies the life of man and also that of the cosmos, for the secret doctrine teaches that the elements of both are the same, and that both are developing in the same direction. The root of the lotus sunk in the mud represents material life, the stalk passing up through the water typifies existence in the astral world, and the flower floating on the water and opening to the sky is emblematical of spiritual being. Stanza 2. Continued. For her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall as 3 into 4 in the lap of May. The primordial substance had not yet passed out of its pre-cosmic latency into differentiated objectivity, or even become the, to man, so far, invisible protyle of science. But, as the hour strikes and it becomes receptive of the Fahatic impress of the divine thought, the logos, or the male aspect of the anima mundi, aleia, its heart opens. It differentiates, and the three, Father, Mother, Son, are transformed into 4. Herein lies the origin of the double mystery of the Trinity and the Immaculate Conception. The first and fundamental dogma of occultism is universal unity, or homogeneity, under 3 aspects. This led to a possible conception of deity, which as an absolute unity must remain forever incomprehensible to finite intellects. If thou wouldest believe in the power which acts within the root of a plant, or imagine the root concealed under the soil, thou hast to think of its stalk or trunk and of its leaves and flowers. Thou canst not imagine that power independently of these objects. Life can be known only by the tree of life. Precepts for Yoga. The idea of absolute unity. 59. Astral light is not the anima mundi. Would be broken entirely in our conception, had we not something concrete before our eyes to contain that unity. And the deity being absolute, must be omnipresent, hence not an atom but contains it within itself. The roots, the trunk, and its many branches are three distinct objects, yet they are one tree. Say the Kabbalists, the deity is one, because it is infinite. It is triple, because it is ever manifesting. This manifestation is triple in its aspects, for it requires, as Aristotle has it, three principles for every natural body to become objective: privation, form, and matter. Privation meant in the mind of the great philosopher that which the occultists call the prototypes impressed in the astral light. The lowest plane and world of anima mundi. The union of these three principles depends upon a fourth, the life which radiates from the summits of the unreachable, to become an universally diffused essence on the manifested planes of existence. And this quaternary, Father, Mother, Son, as a unity, and a quaternary, as a living manifestation, has been the means of leading to the very archaic idea of Immaculate Conception, now finally crystallized into a dogma of the Christian Church, which carnalized this metaphysical idea beyond any common sense. For one has but to read the Kabbalah and study its numerical methods of interpretation to find the origin of that dogma. It is purely astronomical, mathematical, and preeminently metaphysical, the male element in nature, personified by the male deities and logoi viraj, or Brahma, Horus, or Osiris, etc., etc., is bomb through, not from, an immaculate source, personified by the mother, because that male having a mother cannot have a father, the abstract deity being sexless, and not even a being but beingness, or life itself. Let us render this in the mathematical language of the author of The Source of Measures. Speaking of the measure of a man and his numerical, Kabbalistic, value, he writes that in Genesis, ch. 4, v1, it is called the man. Even Jehovah *A Vedantin of the Visishtadvaita philosophy would say that, though the only independent reality, Parabrahmam is inseparable from his Trinity. That he is three, Parabrahmam, Chit, and Akat, the last two being dependent realities unable to exist separately, or, to make it clearer, Parabrahmam is the substance changeless, eternal, and incognizable, and Chit, Atma, and Akat, Anatma, are its qualities, as form and color are the qualities of any object. The two are the garment, or body, or rather attribute, sarara, of Parabrahmam. But an occultist would find much to say against this claim, and so would the Advaita Vedantin. 60. The secret doctrine. Measure, and this is obtained in this way, viz., 113x5 equals 565, and the value 565 can be placed under the form of expression 56.5x10 equals 565. Here the men number 113 becomes a factor of 56.5x10, and the Kabbalistic reading of this last numbered expression is Jod, He, Vav, He, or Jehovah. The expansion of 565 into 56.5x10 is purposed to show the emanation of the male, Jod, from the female, Eva, principle, or, so to speak, the birth of a male element from an immaculate source, in other words, an immaculate conception. Thus is repeated on earth the mystery enacted, according to the seers, on the divine plane. The Son of the Immaculate Celestial Virgin, or the undifferentiated cosmic protyle matter in its infinitude, is born again on earth as the son of the terrestrial Eve, our Mother Earth, and becomes humanity as a total past, present and future for Jehovah or Jodhivav. He is androgyne, or both male and female. Above, the sun is the whole cosmos, below, he is mankind. The triad or triangle becomes tetractys, the sacred Pythagorean number, the perfect square, and a six-faced cube on earth. The macroprosopus, the great face, is now microprosopus, the lesser face, or, as the Kabbalists have it, the Ancient of Days, descending on Adam Kadmon, whom he uses as his vehicle to manifest through, gets transformed into Tetragrammaton. It is now in the lap of Maya, the great illusion, and between itself and the reality has the astral light, the great deceiver of man's limited senses, unless knowledge through Paramarthasatya comes to the rescue. Stanza 2. Continued. 5. The 7 sons were not yet born from the web of light. Darkness alone was father-mother, Svabhavit, and Svabhavit was in darkness. A. The secret doctrine, in the stanzas given here, occupies itself chiefly, if not entirely, with our solar system, and especially with our planetary chain. The 7 sons, therefore, are the creators of the latter. This teaching will be explained more fully hereafter. See Part 2, Theogony of the Creative Gods. 61. Divine Thought, Divine Thinkers. Svabhavit, the plastic essence that fills the universe, is the root of all things. Svabhavit is, so to say, the Buddhistic concrete aspect of the abstraction called in Hindu philosophy Malaprakriti. It is the body of the soul, and that which ether would be to Akasa, the latter being the informing principle of the former. Chinese mystics have made of it the synonym of being. In the Akasloka Shastra of Nagarjuna, the Lungshu of China, called by the Chinese the Yishu el-Ukialun, it is said that the original word of yu is being or subhava, the substance giving substance to itself, also explained by him as meaning without action and with action, the nature which has no nature of its own. Subhava, from which svabhavit, is composed of 2 words, sufair, handsome, good, sva, self, and bhava, being or states of being. Stanza 2. Continued. 6. These 2 are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. The divine thought does not imply the idea of a divine thinker. The universe, not only past, present, and future, which is a human and finite idea expressed by finite thought, but in its totality, the Sat, an untranslatable term, the absolute being, with the past and future crystallized in an eternal present, is that thought itself reflected in a secondary or manifest cause. Brahma, neuter, as the mysterium magnum of Paracelsus, is an absolute mystery to the human mind. Brahma, the male-female, its aspect and anthropomorphic reflection, is conceivable to the perceptions of blind faith, though rejected by human intellect when it attains its majority. See Part 2, Primordial Substance and Divine Thought. Hence the statement that during the prologue, so to say, of the drama of creation, or the beginning of cosmic evolution, the universe or the sun lies still concealed in the divine thought, which had not yet penetrated into the divine bosom. This idea, note well, is at the root, and forms the origin of all the allegories about the sons of God, bomb of immaculate virgins. 62. The Secret Doctrine. Stanza 3. Commentary. 1. The last vibration of the 7th eternity thrills through infinitude. A. The mother swells, expanding from within without, like the bud of the lotus. B. I. The seemingly paradoxical use of the sentence 7th eternity, thus dividing the indivisible, is sanctified in esoteric philosophy. The latter divides boundless duration into unconditionally eternal and universal time and a conditioned one, kandikla. One is the abstraction or noumenon of infinite time, kala, the other its phenomenon appearing periodically, as the effect of Maha, the universal intelligence limited by manvantaric duration. With some schools, Maha is the firstborn of Pradhana, undifferentiated substance, or the periodical aspect of Malaprakriti, the root of nature, which, pradhana, is called Maya, the illusion. In this respect, I believe, esoteric teaching differs from the Vedantin doctrines of both the Advaita and the Visishtadvaita schools. For it says that, while Malaprakriti, the noumenon, is self-existing and without any origin is, in short, parentless, anupadaka, as one with Brahmam, Prakriti, its phenomenon, is periodical and no better than a phantasm of the former, so Maha, with the occultists, the firstborn of Nana, or Gnosis, knowledge. Wisdom or the Logos is a phantasm reflected from the absolute Nirguna, Parabrahm, the one reality, devoid of attributes and qualities, see Upanishads, while with some Vedantins Maha is a manifestation of Prakriti, or matter. B. Therefore, the last vibration of the seventh eternity was foreordained by no god in particular, but occurred in virtue of the eternal and changeless law which causes the great periods of activity and rest, called so graphically, and at the same time so poetically, the days and nights of Brahma. The expansion from within without of the mother, called elsewhere the waters of space, universal matrix, etc., does not allude to an expansion from a small center or focus, but, without reference to size or limitation or area, means the development of limitless subjectivity into as limitless objectivity. The ever, to us, invisible and immaterial substance present in eternity, through its periodical shadow from its own plane into the lap 63 the universe, a flitting shadow of Maya. It implies that this expansion, not being an increase in size for infinite extension admits of no enlargement was a change of condition. It expanded like the bud of the lotus, for the lotus plant exists not only as a miniature embryo in its seed, a physical characteristic, but its prototype is present in an ideal form in the astral light from dawn to night during the Manvantaric period, like everything else, as a matter of fact, in this objective universe, from man down to mite, from giant trees down to the tiniest blades of grass. All this, teaches the hidden science, is but the temporary reflection, the shadow of the eternal ideal prototype in divine thought. The word eternal, note well again, standing here only in the sense of /eon, as lasting throughout the seemingly interminable, but still limited cycle of activity, called by us Manvantara. For what is the real esoteric meaning of Manvantara, or rather Amanuvantara? It means, esoterically, between two manas, of whom there are 14 in every day of Brahma, such a day consisting of 1000 aggregates of 4 ages, or 1000 great ages, Mahayugas. Let us now analyze the word or name Manu. Orientalists and their dictionaries tell us that the term Manu is from the root man, to think, hence the thinking man. But, esoterically, every Manu, as an anthropomorphized patron of his special cycle, or round, is but the personified idea of the thought divine, as the Hermetic Pymander, each of the manas, therefore, being the special God, the creator and fashioner of all that appears during his own respective cycle of being or Manvantara. Fahat runs the manas, or Dhyankohans, errands, and causes the ideal prototypes to expand from within without viz, to cross gradually, on a descending scale, all the planes from the noumenon to the lowest phenomenon, to bloom finally on the last into full objectivity, the acme of illusion, or the grossest matter. Stanza 3. Continued. 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing, simultaneously, the whole universe, and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes, moves, over the slumbering waters of life. A. 64. The secret doctrine. A. The Pythagorean monad is also said to dwell in solitude and darkness like the germ. The idea of the breath of darkness moving over the slumbering waters of life, which is primordial matter with the latent spirit in it, recalls the first chapter of Genesis. Its original is the Brahman Ikal Narayana, the mover on the waters, who is the personification of the eternal breath of the unconscious all, or Parabrahm, of the Eastern occultists. The waters of life, or chaos, the female principle in symbolism, are the vacuum, to our mental sight, in which lie the latent spirit and matter. This it was that made Democritus assert, after his instructor Leucippus, that the primordial principles of all were atoms and a vacuum, in the sense of space, but not of empty space, as nature abhors a vacuum according to the Peripatetics, and every ancient philosopher. In all cosmogonies water plays the same important part. It is the base and source of material existence. Scientists, mistaking the word for the thing, understood by water the definite chemical combination of oxygen and hydrogen, thus giving a specific meaning to a term used by occultists in a generic sense, and which is used in cosmogony with a metaphysical and mystical meaning. Ice is not water, neither is steam, although all three have precisely the same chemical composition. Stanza 3. Continued. 2. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the waters, into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg, the ray causes the eternal egg to thrill, and drop the non-eternal, periodical, germ, which condenses into the world egg, a. The solitary ray dropping into the mother deep may be taken as meaning divine thought or intelligence, impregnating chaos. This, however, occurs on the plane of metaphysical abstraction, or rather the plane whereon that which we call a metaphysical abstraction is a reality. The virgin egg being in one sense abstract eggness, or the power of becoming developed through fecundation, is eternal and forever the same. And just as the fecundation of an egg takes place before it is dropped, so the non-eternal periodical germ which becomes later in 65 nature's symbols. Symbolism. The mundane egg contains in itself, when it emerges from the said symbol, the promise and potency of all the universe. Though the idea per se is, of course, an abstraction, a symbolical mode of expression, it is a symbol truly, as it suggests the idea of infinity as an endless circle. It brings before the mind's eye the picture of cosmos emerging from and in boundless space, a universe as shoreless in magnitude if not as endless in its objective manifestation. The simile of an egg also expresses the fact taught in occultism that the primordial form of everything manifested, from atom to globe, from man to angel, is spheroidal, the sphere having been with all nations the emblem of eternity and infinity, a serpent swallowing its tail. To realize the meaning, however, the sphere must be thought of as seen from its center. The field of vision or of thought is like a sphere whose radii proceed from oneself in every direction, and extend out into space, opening up boundless vistas all around. It is the symbolical circle of Pascal and the Kabbalists, whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere, a conception which enters into the compound idea of this emblem. The mundane egg is, perhaps, one of the most universally adopted symbols, highly suggestive as it is, equally in the spiritual, physiological, and cosmological sense. Therefore, it is found in every world theogony, where it is largely associated with the serpent symbol, the latter being everywhere, in philosophy as in religious symbolism. An emblem of eternity, infinitude, regeneration, and rejuvenation, as well as of wisdom. See Part 2. Tree and Serpent and Crocodile Worship. The mystery of apparent self-generation and evolution through its own creative power, repeating in miniature the process of cosmic evolution in the egg, both being due to heat and moisture under the efflux of the unseen creative spirit, justified fully the selection of this graphic symbol. The virgin egg is the microcosmic symbol of the macrocosmic prototype, the Virgin Mother Chaos or the primeval deep. The male creator, under whatever name, springs forth from the virgin female, the immaculate root fructified by the ray. Who, if versed in astronomy and natural sciences, can fail to see its suggestiveness? Cosmos as receptive nature is an egg fructified yet left immaculate, once regarded as boundless. It could have no other representation than a spheroid. The golden egg was surrounded by 7 natural elements: ether, fire, air, water, 4 ready, 3 secret. It may be found 66. The secret doctrine. Stated in Vishnu Purana, where elements are translated envelopes and a secret one is added, ahamkara, see Wilson's Vishnu Purana, Book I, p. 40, The original text has no ahamkara, it mentions 7 elements without specifying the last 3, see Part 2 on the mundane egg. Stanza 3. Continued. 4. Then, the 3, triangle, fall into the 4, quaternary. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside, a. The luminous egg, Hiram Jagarbha, which in itself is 3, the triple hypostases of Brahma, or Vishnu, the 3 avas that curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of mother, the root that grows in the ocean of life, b. The use of geometrical figures and the frequent allusions to figures in all ancient scriptures, see Puranas, Egyptian papyri, the Book of the Dead and even the Bible, must be explained. In the Book of Jinn, as in the Kabbalah, there are 2 kinds of numerals to be studied: the figures, often simple blinds, and the sacred numbers, the values of which are all known to the occultists through initiation. The former is but a conventional glyph, the latter is the basic symbol of all. That is to say, that one is purely physical, the other purely metaphysical, the 2 standing in relation to each other as matter stands to spirit, the extreme poles of the one substance. As Balzac, the unconscious occultist of French literature, says somewhere, the number is to mind the same as it is to matter, an incomprehensible agent, perhaps so to the profane, never to the initiated mind. Number is, as the great writer thought, an entity, and, at the same time, a breath emanating from what he called God and what we call the All, the breath which alone could organize the physical cosmos, where naught obtains its form but through the deity, which is an effect of number. It is instructive to quote Balzac's words upon this subject: the smallest as the most immense creations, are they not to be distinguished from each other by their quantities, their qualities, their dimensions, their forces and attributes, all begotten by the number? The infinitude of the numbers is a fact proven to our mind, but of which no proof can be physically. 67 The power of numbers given. The mathematician will tell us that the infinitude of the numbers exists but is not to be demonstrated. God is a number endowed with motion, which is felt but not demonstrated. As unity, it begins the numbers, with which it has nothing in common. The existence of the number depends on unity, which, without a single number, begets them all. What? Unable either to measure the first abstraction yielded to you by the deity, or to get hold of it, you still hope to subject to your measurements the mystery of the secret sciences which emanate from that deity. And what would you feel, were I to plunge you into the abysses of motion, the force which organizes the number? What would you think, were I to add that motion and number * are begotten by the Word, the supreme reason of the seers and prophets, who, in days of old, sensed the mighty breath of God, a witness to which is the Apocalypse. b. The radiant essence curdled and spread throughout the depths of space. From an astronomical point of view this is easy of explanation: it is the Milky Way, the world stuff, or primordial matter in its first form. It is more difficult, however, to explain it in a few words or even lines, from the standpoint of occult science and symbolism, as it is the most complicated of glyphs. Herein are enshrined more than a dozen symbols. To begin with, the whole pantheon of mysterious objects, every one of them having some definite occult meaning, extracted from the allegorical churning of the ocean by the Hindu gods. Besides Amrita, the water of life or immortality, Surabhi the cow of plenty, called the fountain of milk and curds, was extracted from the sea of milk. Hence the universal adoration of the cow and bull, one the productive, the other the generative power in nature, symbols connected with both the solar and the cosmic deities. The specific properties, for occult purposes, of the 14 precious things, being explained only at the 4th initiation, cannot be given here, but the following may be remarked. In the Satapatha Brahmana it is stated that the churning of the ocean of milk took place in the Satya Yuga, the first age which immediately followed the deluge. As, however, neither the Rigvedan nor * number, truly, but never motion. It is motion which begets the Logos, the word, in occultism. J. The 14 precious things. The narrative or allegory is found in the Satapatha Brahmana and others. The Japanese secret science of the Buddhist mystics, the Yamabushi, has 7 precious things. We will speak of them hereafter. 68. The secret doctrine. Manu, both preceding Vaivasvata's deluge, that of the bulk of the 4th race mention this deluge. It is evident that it is not the great deluge, nor that which carried away Atlantis, nor even the deluge of Noah, which is meant here. This churning relates to a period before the earth's formation, and is in direct connection with that other universal legend, the various and contradictory versions of which culminated in the Christian dogma of the war in Itevan, and the fall of the angels. See Book 2, also Revelations chap. 12. The Brahmanas, reproached by the Orientalists with their versions on the same subjects, often clashing with each other, are preeminently occult works, hence used purposely as blinds. They were allowed to survive for public use and property only because they were and are absolutely unintelligible to the masses. Otherwise they would have disappeared from circulation as long ago as the days of Akbar. Stanza 3. Continued. 5. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Eahu, fl, is 1, b. A. Eahu is rendered father mother of the gods in the commentaries, or the 6 in 1, or the septenary root from which all proceeds. All depends upon the accent given to these 7 vowels, which may be pronounced as 1, 3, or even 7 syllables by adding an e after the letter o. This mystic name is given out, because without a thorough mastery of the triple pronunciation it remains forever ineffectual. b. This refers to the non-separateness of all that lives and has its being, whether in active or passive state. In one sense, Eahu is the rootless root of all, hence, one with Parabrahmam. In another sense it is a name for the manifested one life, the eternal living unity. The root means, as already explained, pure knowledge, sattva, the original for understanding is sattva, which Sankara, Acharya, renders antafkarana. Refined, he says, by sacrifices and other sanctifying operations. In the Katha, at p. 148, sattva is said by Sankara to mean buddhi, a common use of the word. The Bhagavad Gita with the Sanat Shugataya and the Anujata, translated by Kashinath Trimbaktalang, M.A., edited by Max Muller. Whatever meaning various schools may give the term, sattva is the name given among occult students of the Arya Sangha school to the dual monad or Atmabuddhi, and Atmabuddhi on this plane corresponds to Parabrahm, and Malaprakriti on the higher plane. 69. The blossom of the root of life. Eternal, nitya, unconditioned reality or sat, satya, whether we call it Parabrahmam or Malaprakriti, for these are the 2 aspects of the one. The light is the same omnipresent spiritual ray, which has entered and now fecundated the divine egg, and calls cosmic matter to begin its long series of differentiations. The curds are the first differentiation, and probably refer also to that cosmic matter which is supposed to be the origin of the Milky Way, the matter we know. This matter, which, according to the revelation received from the primeval Dhyani Buddhas, is, during the periodical sleep of the universe, of the ultimate tenuity conceivable to the eye of the perfect Bodhisattva. This matter, radical and cool, becomes, at the first reawakening of cosmic motion, scattered through space, appearing, when seen from the earth, in clusters and lumps, like curds in thin milk. These are the seeds of the future worlds, the star stuff. Stanza 3. Continued. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, Amrita, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire and heat and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more, plus it disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, of father and mother, the essence of darkness being absolute light. Darkness is taken as the appropriate allegorical representation of the condition of the universe during pralaya, or the term of absolute rest, or non-being, as it appears to our finite minds. The fire, heat, and motion here spoken of, are, of course, not the fire, heat, and motion of physical science, but the underlying abstractions, the noumena, or the soul, of the essence of these material manifestations, the things in themselves, which, as modern science confesses, entirely elude the instru * amrita is immortality. TC Commentary No. 1 to the stanza. 70 The secret doctrine. Merits of the laboratory, and which even the mind cannot grasp, although it can equally little avoid the conclusion that these underlying essences of things must exist. Fire and water, or father * and mother, may be taken here to mean the divine ray and chaos. Chaos, from this union with spirit obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogonos, the firstborn light, says a fragment of Hermes. Damascius calls it dis in theogony, the disposer of all things. See Corey's Ancient Fragments, p. 314. According to the Rosicrucian tenets, as handled and explained by the profane for once correctly, if only partially, so light and darkness are identical in themselves, being only divisible in the human mind, and according to Robert Flood, darkness adopted illumination in order to make itself visible, on Rosencrantz. According to the tenets of Eastern occultism, darkness is the one true actuality, the basis and the root of light, without which the latter could never manifest itself, nor even exist. Light is matter, and darkness pure spirit. Darkness, in its radical, metaphysical basis, is subjective and absolute light, while the latter in all its seeming effulgence and glory, is merely a mass of shadows, as it can never be eternal, and is simply an illusion, or maya. Even in the mind-baffling and science-harassing Genesis, light is created out of darkness, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, Chiv 2, and not vice versa. In him, in darkness, was life, and the life was the light of men, John I 4. A day may come when the eyes of men will be opened, and then they may comprehend better than they do now, that verse in the Gospel of John that says, "And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not." They will see then that the word darkness does not apply to man's spiritual eyesight, but indeed to darkness, the absolute, that comprehendeth not, cannot cognize, transient light, however transcendent to human eyes. Demon est Deus inversus. The devil is now called darkness by the Church, whereas, in the Bible he is called the Son of God, see Job, the bright star of the early morning, Lucifer, see Isaiah. There is a whole philosophy of dogmatic craft in the reason why the first archangel, who sprang from the depths of chaos, was called Lux, Lucifer, the luminous son of the morning, or man * see KW and Cheyenne. The real name from the text cannot be given. 71 Light emerges from darkness. Vant Eric Dawn. He was transformed by the Church into Lucifer or Satan, because he is higher and older than Jehovah, and had to be sacrificed to the new dogma. See Book 2. Stanza 3. Continued. 7 Behold, Olanu, plus the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Eahu, the younger, the ****, El whom thou knowest now as Quan Yin. Comment, A. He shines forth as the Sunday. He is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom. The EKA is Shatter, 4, and Shatter takes to itself 3, and the union produces the Sapta, 7, in whom are the 7 which become the tridasa pound, the thrice 10, the hosts and the multitudes, B. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, stars, and turns the upper, space, into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested, element, into the great waters, sea. Bright space, son of dark space, corresponds to the ray dropped at the first thrill of the new dawn into the great cosmic depths, from which it re-emerges differentiated as Eahu the younger, the new life, to become, to the end of the life cycle, the germ of all things. He is the incorporeal man who contains in himself the divine idea, the generator of light and life, to use an expression of Philo-Judaeus. He is called the blazing dragon of wisdom, plus Lanu is a student, Aquila who studies practical esotericism. J. Tridasa, or 3 times 10, 30, alludes to the Vedic deities, in round numbers, or more accurately 33, a sacred number. They are the 12 Adityas, the 8 Vasas, the 11 Rudras, and 2 Aswins, the twin sons of the sun and the sky. This is the root number of the Hindu pantheon, which enumerates 33 crores or over 300 millions of gods and goddesses. 72. The secret doctrine. Because, firstly, he is that which the Greek philosophers called the logos, the verbum of the thought divine, and secondly, because in esoteric philosophy this first manifestation, being the synthesis or the aggregate of universal wisdom, Iyahu, the son of the sun, contains in himself the 7 creative hosts, the Sephiroth, and is thus the essence of manifested wisdom. He who bathes in the light of Iyahu will never be deceived by the veil of Maya. Quan Shai Yin is identical with, and an equivalent of the Sanskrit Avalokiteshvara, and as such he is an androgynous deity, like the Tetragrammaton and all the logoi asterisk of antiquity. It is only by some sects in China that he is anthropomorphized and represented with female attributes, when, under his female aspect, he becomes Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, called the divine voice. The latter is the patron deity of Tibet and of the island of Puto in China, where both deities have a number of monasteries. See Part 2. Quan Shai Yin and Kuan Yin. Hence all the higher gods of antiquity are all sons of the mother before they become those of the father. The logoi, like Jupiter, or Zeus, son of Cronus Saturn, infinite time, or Kala, in their origin were represented as male-female. Zeus is said to be the beautiful virgin, and Venus is made bearded. Apollo is originally bisexual, so is Brahmavach in Manu and the Puranas. Osiris is interchangeable with Isis, and Horus is of both sexes. Finally, St. John's vision in Revelation, that of the Logos, who is now connected with Jesus, is hermaphrodite, for he is described as having female breasts. So is the Tetragrammaton equals Jehovah. But there are 2 Avalokiteshvaras in esotericism, the first and the second Logos. Plus no religious symbol can escape profanation and even derision in our days of politics and science. In southern India the writer has seen a converted native making puja with offerings before a statue of Jesus clad in woman's clothes and with a ring in his nose. When asking the meaning of the masquerade we were answered that it was Jesu Maria blended in one, and that it was done by the permission of the Padre, as the zealous convert had no money to purchase 2 statues or idols as they, very properly, were called by a witness another but a non-converted Hindu. Blasphemous this will appear to a dogmatic Christian, but the theosophist and the occultist must award the palm of logic to the converted Hindu. The esoteric Christos in the Gnosis is, of course, sexless, but in exoteric theology he is male and female. J. The Gnostic Sophia, wisdom who is the mother of the Ogdoad, Aditi, in a certain sense, with her 8 sons, is the Holy Ghost and the creator of all, as in the ancient systems. The Father is a far later invention. The earliest manifested Logos was female everywhere, the mother of the 7 planetary powers. See Chinese Buddhism, by the Rev. J. C. Edkins, who always gives correct facts, although his conclusions are very frequently erroneous. 73. The Dragon and the Logoi. B. The Dragon of Wisdom is the one, the aka, Sanskrit, or Saka. It is curious that Jehovah's name in Hebrew should also be one, echoed. His name is echoed, say the rabbins. The philologists ought to decide which of the 2 is derived from the other linguistically and symbolically, surely, not the Sanskrit. The one and the dragon are expressions used by the ancients in connection with their respective logoi. Jehovah esoterically, as Elohim, is also the serpent or dragon that tempted Eve, and the dragon is an old glyph for astral light, primordial principle, which is the wisdom of chaos. Archaic philosophy, recognizing neither good nor evil as a fundamental or independent power, but starting from the absolute all, universal perfection eternally. Traced both through the course of natural evolution to pure light condensing gradually into form, hence becoming matter or evil. It was left with the early and ignorant Christian fathers to degrade the philosophical and highly scientific idea of this emblem, the dragon, into the absurd superstition called the devil. They took it from the later Zoroastrians, who saw devils or the evil in the Hindu deva, and the word evil thus became by a double transmutation evil in every tongue, diabolos, diabol, diavolo, teufel. But the pagans have always shown a philosophical discrimination in their symbols. The primitive symbol of the serpent symbolized divine wisdom and perfection, and had always stood for psychical regeneration and immortality. Hence Hermes, calling the serpent the most spiritual of all beings, Moses, initiated in the wisdom of Hermes, following suit in Genesis, the Gnostic serpent with the 7 vowels over its head, being the emblem of the 7 hierarchies of the septenary or planetary creators. Hence, also, the Hindu serpents Sha or Ananta, the infinite, a name of Vishnu, whose first vahan or vehicle on the primordial waters is the serpent *, yet they all made a difference between the good and the bad serpent, the astral light of * like the logoi and the hierarchies of powers. However, the serpents have to be distinguished one from the other. Sha or Ananta, the couch of Vishnu, is an allegorical abstraction, symbolizing infinite time in space, which contains the germ and throws off periodically the efflorescence of this germ, the manifested universe, whereas, the Gnostic office contain the same triple symbolism in its 7 vowels as the 1, 3, and 7-syllabled Eahu of the archaic doctrine, i.e., the one unmanifest logos. The second manifested, the triangle concreting into the quaternary or tetragrammaton, and the rays of the latter on the material plane. 74 The secret doctrine. The Kabbalists, between the former, the embodiment of divine wisdom in the region of the spiritual, and the latter, evil, on the plane of matter *. Jesus accepted the serpent as a synonym of wisdom, and this formed part of his teaching. Be ye wise as serpents, he says. In the beginning, before mother became father-mother, the fiery dragon moved in the infinitudes alone. Book of Sarparagini. The Aitareya Brahmana calls the earth Sarparagini, the serpent queen, and the mother of all that moves. Before our globe became egg-shaped, and the universe also, a long trail of cosmic dust, or fire mist, moved and writhed like a serpent in space. The Spirit of God moving on chaos was symbolized by every nation in the shape of a fiery serpent breathing fire and light upon the primordial waters, until it had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent with its tail in its mouth, which symbolizes not only eternity and infinitude, but also the globular shape of all the bodies formed within the universe from that fiery mist. The universe, as well as the earth and man, cast off periodically, serpent-like, their old skins, to assume new ones after a time of rest. The serpent is, surely, a not less graceful or a more unpoetical image than the caterpillar and chrysalis from which springs the butterfly, the Greek emblem of Psyche, the human soul. The dragon was also the symbol of the logos with the Egyptians, as with the Gnostics. In the Book of Hermes, Pymander, the oldest and the most spiritual of the logoi of the western continent, appears to Hermes in the shape of a fiery dragon of light, fire, and flame. Pymander, the thought divine personified, says, "The light is me, I am the nous, the mind or Manu, I am thy God, and I am far older than the human principle which escapes from the shadow, darkness, or the concealed deity. I am the germ of thought, the resplendent word, the Son of God. All that thus sees and hears in thee is the verbum of the Master, it is the thought, Maha, which is God, the Father, the astral light, or the ether, of the ancient pagans, for the name of astral light is quite modern, is spirit. Matter. Beginning with the pure spiritual plane, it becomes grosser as it descends until it becomes the Maya or the tempting and deceitful serpent on our plane. Plus by God, the Father, the seventh principle in man and cosmos are here unmistakably meant, this principle being inseparable in its esse and nature from the seventh cosmic principle. In one sense it is the logos of the Greeks and the Avalokiteswara of the esoteric Buddhists. 75. Noumenal and phenomenal light. The celestial ocean, the ether, is the breath of the Father, the life-giving principle, the Mother, the Holy Spirit. For these are not separated, and their union is life. Here we find the unmistakable echo of the archaic secret doctrine, as now expounded. Only the latter does not place at the head and evolution of life the Father, who comes third and is the Son of the Mother, but the eternal and ceaseless breath of the All. The Maha, understanding, universal mind, thought, etc., before it manifests itself as Brahma or Siva, appears as Vishnu, says Sankhya p. 16, hence Maha has several aspects, just as the Logos has. Maha is called the Lord, in the primary creation, and is, in this sense, universal cognition or thought divine, but, that Maha which was first produced is, afterwards, called egoism, when it is Bam as I, that is said to be the second creation, Anujit, ch. XXVI, and the translator, an able and learned Brahmin, not a European Orientalist, explains in a footnote, 6, i.e., when Maha develops into the feeling of self-consciousness then it assumes the name of egoism, which, translated into our esoteric phraseology, means when Maha is transformed into the human manas, or even that of the finite gods, and becomes a ham. Chip. Why it is called the Maha of the second creation, or the ninth, that of the Kumdra in Vishnu Purna, will be explained in Book 2. The sea of fire is then the superastral, i.e., noumenal, light, the first radiation from the root, the malaprakriti, the undifferentiated cosmic substance, which becomes astral matter. It is also called the fiery serpent, as above described. If the student bears in mind that there is but one universal element, which is infinite, unborn, and undying, and that all the rest as in the world of phenomena are but so many various differentiated aspects and transformations, correlations, they are now called, of that one, from cosmical down to microcosmical effects, from superhuman down to human and subhuman beings, the totality, in short, of objective existence, then the first and chief difficulty will disappear and occult cosmology may be mastered. All the Kabbalists and occultists, Eastern and Western, recognize, in the Egyptian as in the Indian theogony there was a concealed deity, the One, and the creative androgynous God. Thus Shu is the god of creation and Osiris is, in his original primary form, the god whose name is unknown. See Mariette's Abydos 2, p. 63, and Volume 3, pages 413, 414, No. 1122. 76. The Secret Doctrine. The identity of Father-Mother with primordial/ether or aktsa, astral light, and, b. its homogeneity before the evolution of the Sun, cosmically Fahad, for it is cosmic electricity. Fahad hardens and scatters the seven brothers, Book 3. Chin, which means that the primordial electric entity for the Eastern occultists insist that electricity is an entity electrifies into life, and separates primordial stuff or pregenetic matter into atoms, themselves the source of all life and consciousness. There exists an universal agent unique of all forms and of life, that is called Odtob and Aour, active and passive, positive and negative, like day and night. It is the first light in creation, Eliphaz Levi's Kabbalah, the first light of the primordial Elohim, the atom, male and female, or, scientifically, electricity and life. See, the ancients represented it by a serpent, for Fahad hisses as he glides hither and thither, in zigzags. The Kabbalah figures it with the Hebrew letter Tath D, whose symbol is the serpent which played such a prominent part in the mysteries. Its universal value is 9, for it is the 9th letter of the alphabet and the 9th door of the 50 portals or gateways that lead to the concealed mysteries of being. It is the magical agent par excellence, and designates in Hermetic philosophy life infused into primordial matter, the essence that composes all things, and the spirit that determines their form. But there are two secret Hermetical operations, one spiritual, the other material correlative, and forever united. Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the solid. That which ascends from earth to heaven and descends again from heaven to earth. It, the subtle light, is the strong force of every force, for it conquers every subtle thing and penetrates into every solid. Thus was the world formed, Hermes. It was not Zeno alone, the founder of the Stoics, who taught that the asterisk see next note. Plus OD is the pure life-giving light, or magnetic fluid, OB the messenger of death used by the sorcerers, the nefarious evil fluid, AOUR is the synthesis of the two. Astral light proper. Can the philologists tell why OD, a term used by Reichenbach to denominate the vital fluid, is also a Tibetan word meaning light, brightness, radiancy? It equally means sky in an occult sense. Whence the root of the word. But Akasa is not quite ether, but far higher than that, as will be shown. 77 Deity in space and time. Universe evolves, when its primary substance is transformed from the state of fire into that of air, then into water, etc. Heraclitus of Ephesus maintained that the one principle that underlies all phenomena in nature is fire. The intelligence that moves the universe is fire, and fire's is intelligence. And while Anaximenes said the same of air, and Thales of Miletus, 600 years BC, of water, the esoteric doctrine reconciles all those philosophers by showing that though each was right, the system of none was complete. Stanza 3. Continued. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lanuk? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father, A. The answer to the first question, suggested by the second, which is the reply of the teacher to the pupil, contains in a single phrase one of the most essential truths of occult philosophy. It indicates the existence of things imperceptible to our physical senses, which are of far greater importance, more real and more permanent, than those that appeal to these senses themselves. Before the Lanuk can hope to understand the transcendentally metaphysical problem contained in the first question, he must be able to answer the second, while the very answer he gives to the second will furnish him with the clue to the correct reply to the first. In the Sanskrit commentary on this stanza, the terms used for the concealed and the unrevealed principle are many. In the earliest manuscripts of Indian literature, this unrevealed, abstract deity has no name. It is called generally that, tad in Sanskrit, and means all that is, was, and will be, or that can be so received by the human mind. Among such appellations, given, of course, only in esoteric philosophy, as the unfathomable darkness, the whirlwind, etc., it is also called the it of the Kala Hansa, the Kala Hamsa, and even the Kali Hamsa, black swan. Here the M and the N are convertible, and 78 the secret doctrine. Both sound like the nasal French in ORM, or, again, N or CM, ennui, embarrass, etc. As in the Hebrew Bible, many a mysterious sacred name in Sanskrit conveys to the profane ear no more than some ordinary, and often vulgar word, because it is concealed, anagrammatically or otherwise. This word of Hansa, or esoterically Hamsa, is just such a case. Hamsa is equal to a Ham-sa, 3 words meaning I am he, in English, while divided in still another way it will read so ham, he, is, I so am being equal to sa, he, and aham, I, or I am he. In this alone is contained the universal mystery. The doctrine of the identity of man's essence with God essence, for him who understands the language of wisdom. Hence the glyph of, and the allegory about, Kala Hansa, or Hamsa, and the name given to Brahma neuter, later on, to the male Brahma, of Hansa Vahana, he who uses the Hansa as his vehicle. The same word may be read Kalaham. Sa or Imi in the eternity of time, answering to the biblical, or rather Zoroastrian I am that I am. The same doctrine is found in the Kabbalah, as witness the following extract from an unpublished MS. By Mr. S. Liddell McGregor Mathers, the learned Kabbalist, the three pronouns HDS, 11 Hoa, Atta, Ani, He, Thou, I, are used to symbolize the ideas of macroprosopis and microprosopis in the Hebrew Kabbalah. Hoa, He, is applied to the hidden and concealed macroprosopis, Atta, Thou, to microprosopis, and Ani, I, to the latter when he is represented as speaking. See Lesser Holy Assembly, 204 et sec. It is to be noted that each of these names consists of 3 letters, of which the letter Aleph, A, forms the conclusion of the first word Hoa, and the commencement of Atta and Ani, as if it were the connecting link between them. But is the symbol of the unity and consequently of the unvarying idea of the divine operating through all these. But behind the in the name Hoa are the letters 1 and, the symbols of the numbers 6 and 5, the male and the female, the hexagram and the pentagram. And the numbers of these 3 words, Hoa Atta Ani, are 12, 406, and 61, which are resumed in the key numbers of 3,10, and 7, by the Kabbalah of the 9 chambers, which is a form of the exegetically rule of Temura. It is useless to attempt to explain the mystery in full. Materialists and the men of modem science will never understand it, since, in order 79 primeval radiations from the unity. To obtain clear perception of it, one has first of all to admit the postulate of a universally diffused, omnipresent, eternal deity in nature, secondly, to have fathomed the mystery of electricity in its true essence, and thirdly, to credit man with being the septenary symbol, on the terrestrial plane, of the one great unit, the Logos, which is itself the 7-voweled sign, the breath crystallized into the word. He who believes in all this, has also to believe in the multiple combination of the 7 planets of occultism and of the Kabbalah, with the 12 zodiacal signs, to attribute, as we do, to each planet, and to each constellation an influence which, in the words of Elie Starr, a French occultist, is proper to it, beneficent or maleficent, and this, after the planetary spirit which rules it, who, in his turn, is capable of influencing men and things which are found in harmony with him and with which he has any affinity. For these reasons, and since few believe in the foregoing, all that can now be given is that in both cases the symbol of Hansa, whether I, he, goose or swan, is an important symbol, representing, for instance, divine wisdom, wisdom in darkness beyond the reach of men. For all exoteric purposes, Hansa, as every Hindu knows, is a fabulous bird, which, when given milk mixed with water for its food, in the allegory, separated the two, drinking the milk and leaving the water, thus showing inherent wisdom milk, standing symbolically for spirit, and water for matter. That this allegory is very ancient and dates from the very earliest archaic period, is shown by the mention, in Bhagavata Purana, of a certain caste named Hamsa or Hansa, which was the one caste par excellence, when far back in the mists of a forgotten past there was among the Hindus only one Veda, one deity, one caste. There is also a range in the Himalayas, described in the old books as being situated north of Mount Meru, called Hamsa, and connected with episodes pertaining to the history of religious mysteries and initiations. As to the name of Kala Hansa being the supposed vehicle of Brahma Prajapati, in the exoteric texts and translations of the asterisk this is again similar to the doctrine of Fichte and German pantheists. The former reveres Jesus as the great teacher who inculcated the unity of the spirit of man with the God spirit, the Advaita doctrine, or universal principle. It is difficult to find a single speculation in Western metaphysics which has not been anticipated by archaic Eastern philosophy. From Kant to Herbert Spencer, it is all a more or less distorted echo of the Dvaita, Advaita, and Vedantic doctrines generally. 80. The secret doctrine. Orientalists, it is quite a mistake. Brahma, the neuter, is called by them Kalahansa, and Brahma, the male, Hansavahana, because forsooth his vehicle or vahan is a swan or goose, vide the Hindu classical dictionary. This is a purely exoteric gloss. Esoterically and logically, if Brahma, the infinite, is all that is described by the Orientalists, namely, agreeably with the Vedantic texts, an abstract deity in no way characterized by the description of any human attributes, and it is still maintained that he or it is called Kalahansa, then how can it ever become the Vahan of Brahma, the manifested finite God? It is quite the reverse. The swan or goose, Hansa, is the symbol of that male or temporary deity, as he, the emanation of the primordial ray, is made to serve as a vahan or vehicle for that divine ray, which otherwise could not manifest itself in the universe, being, antiphrastically, itself an emanation of darkness for our human intellect, at any rate. It is Brahma, then, who is Kalahansa, and the ray, the Hansa Vihana. As to the strange symbol chosen, it is equally suggestive, the true mystic significance being the idea of a universal matrix, figured by the primordial waters of the deep, or the opening for the reception, and subsequently for the issue, of that one ray, the Logos, which contains in itself the other 7 procreative rays or powers, the Logoi or builders. Hence the choice by the Rose-Croix of the aquatic fowl, whether swan or pelican, with 7 young ones for a symbol, modified and adapted to the religion of every country. Ansaf is called the fiery soul of the pelican in the Book of Numbers, see Part 2. The hidden deity and its symbols and glyphs. Appearing with every Manvantara as Narayan, or Swayambhuva, the asterisk whether the genus of the bird be Cygnus, Ansar, or Pelicanus, it is no matter, as it is an aquatic bird. Floating or moving on the waters like the spirit, and then issuing from those waters to give birth to other beings. The true significance of the symbol of the 18th degree of the Rose-Croix is precisely this, though poetized later on into the motherly feeling of the pelican rending its bosom to feed its 7 little ones with its blood. The reason why Moses forbids eating the pelican and swan, classing the 2 among the unclean fowls, and permits eating bald locusts, beetles, and the grasshopper after his kind, Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, is a purely physiological one, and has to do with mystic symbology only in so far as the word unclean, like every other word, ought not to be read and understood literally, as it is esoteric. Like all the rest, and may as well mean holy as not. It is a blind, very suggestive in connection with certain superstitions, e.g., that of the Russian people who will not use the pigeon for food, not because it is unclean, but because the Holy Ghost is credited with having appeared under the form of a dove. 81 Primeval differentiations. Self-existent, and penetrating into the mundane egg, it emerges from it at the end of the divine incubation as Brahma or Prajapati, a progenitor of the future universe into which he expands. He is Purusha, spirit, but he is also Prakriti, matter. Therefore it is only after separating himself into 2 halves, Brahmavach, the female, and Brahmaviraj, the male, that the Prajapati becomes the male Brahma. Stanza 3. Continued. 9 Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and the fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the Great Mother, chaos, It must be remembered that the words light, fire, and flame used in the stanzas have been adopted by the translators thereof from the vocabulary of the old fire philosophers, in order to render better the meaning of the archaic terms and symbols employed in the original. Otherwise they would have remained entirely unintelligible to a European reader. But to a student of the occult the terms used will be sufficiently clear. All these light, flame, hot, cold, fire, heat, water, and the water of life are all, on our plane, the progeny, or as a modem physicist would say, the correlations of electricity. mighty word, and a still mightier symbol. Sacred generator of a no less sacred progeny, of fire the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer, of light the essence of our divine ancestors, of flame the soul of things. Electricity, the one life at the upper rung of being, and astral fluid, the athanor of the alchemists, at its lowest, God and devil, good and evil. Plus not the medieval alchemists, but the magi and fire worshippers, from whom the Rosicrucians or the philosophers per ignem, the successors of the theurgists, borrowed all their ideas concerning fire, as a mystic and divine element. 82. The secret doctrine. Now, why is light called in the stanzas cold flame? Because in the order of cosmic evolution, as taught by the occultist, the energy that actuates matter after its first formation into atoms is generated on our plane by cosmic heat, and because cosmos, in the sense of dissociated matter, was not, before that period. The first primordial matter, eternal and coeval with space, which has neither a beginning nor an end, is neither hot nor cold, but is of its own special nature, says the commentary, Book 2. Heat and cold are relative qualities and pertain to the realms of the manifested worlds, which all proceed from the manifested Heil, which, in its absolutely latent aspect, is referred to as the cold virgin, and when awakened to life, as the mother. The ancient Western cosmogonic myths state that at first there was but cold mist which was the father, and the prolific slime, the mother, Ilis, or Heil, from which crept forth the mundane snake matter, Isis, Vali, p. 146. Primordial matter, then, before it emerges from the plane of the never manifesting, and awakens to the thrill of action under the impulse of Fahat, is but a cool radiance, colorless, formless, tasteless, and devoid of every quality and aspect. Even such are her firstborn, the four sons, who are one, and become seven, the entities, by whose qualifications and names the ancient Eastern occultists called the four of the seven primal centers of forces, or atoms, that develop later into the great cosmic elements, now divided into the 70 or so sub-elements, known to science. The four primal natures of the first Hyan Kohans, are the so-called, for want of better terms, akasic, ethereal, watery, and fiery, answering, in the terminology of practical occultism, to scientific definitions of gases, which, to convey a clear idea to both occultists and laymen, must be defined as para-hydrogeny asterisk. Paraoxygenic, oxyhydrogenic, and ozonic, or perhaps nitrozonic, the latter forces or gases, in occultism, supersensuous, yet atomic substances, being the most effective and active when energizing on the plane of more grossly differentiated matter. These are both electropositive and electronegative. Asterisk P3F3, beyond, outside. Plus each of these and many more are probably the missing links of chemistry. They are known by other names in alchemy and to the occultists who practice in phenomenal powers. It is by combining and recombining in a certain way, or dissociating, the elements by means of astral fire that the greatest phenomena are produced. 83. The web of being. Stanza 3. Continued. 10. Father-mother spin a web whose upper end is fastened to spirit, Purusha, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to matter, Prakriti, its, the spirit's, shadowy end, and this web is the universe spun out of the two substances made in one, which is Swabhavat, in the Manjakya, Mundaka, Upanishad it is written, as a spider throws out and retracts its web, as herbs spring up in the ground. So is the universe derived from the undecaying one, 1.17. Brahma, as the germ of unknown darkness, is the material from which all evolves and develops as the web from the spider, as foam from the water, etc. This is only graphic and true, if Brahma the creator is, as a term, derived from the root bri, to increase or expand. Brahma expands and becomes the universe woven out of his own substance. The same idea has been beautifully expressed by Goethe, who says, "Thus at the roaring loom of time I ply. and weave for God the garment thou seest him by. Stanza 3. Continued. 11. The web expands when the breath of fire, the Father, is upon it, it contracts when the breath of the Mother, the root of matter, touches it. Then the sons, the elements with their respective powers, or intelligences, dissociate and scatter, to return into their mother's bosom at the end of the great day and become one with her. When it, the web, is cooling, it becomes radiant, its sons expand and contract through their own selves and hearts, they embrace infinitude. b. The expanding of the universe under the breath of fire is very suggestive in the light of the fire mist period of which modern science speaks so much, and knows in reality so little. Great heat breaks up the compound elements and resolves the 84 the secret doctrine. Heavenly bodies into their primeval one element, explains the commentary. Once disintegrated into its primal constituent by getting within the attraction and reach of a focus, or center of heat, energy, of which many are carried about to and fro in space, a body, whether alive or dead, will be vaporized and held in the bosom of the mother until Fahad, gathering a few of the clusters of cosmic matter, nebulae, will, by giving it an impulse, set it in motion anew, develop the required heat, and then leave it to follow its own new growth. The expanding and contracting of the web, i.e., the world stuff or atoms, expresses here the pulsatory movement, for it is the regular contraction and expansion of the infinite and shoreless ocean of that which we may call the noumenon of matter emanated by Swabhavit, which causes the universal vibration of atoms. But it is also suggestive of something else. It shows that the ancients were acquainted with that which is now the puzzle of many scientists and especially of astronomers, the cause of the first ignition of matter or the world shift, the paradox of the heat produced by the refrigerative contraction and other such cosmic riddles. For it points unmistakably to a knowledge by the ancients of such phenomena. There is heat internal and heat external in every atom, say the manuscript commentaries, to which the writer has had access, the breath of the Father, or Spirit, and the breath, or heat, of the Mother, matter, and they give explanations which show that the modem theory of the extinction of the solar fires by loss of heat through radiation, is erroneous. The assumption is false even on the scientist's own admission. For as Professor Newcomb points out, Popular Astronomy, pages 506 to 508, by losing heat, a gaseous body contracts, and the heat generated by the contraction exceeds that which it had to lose in order to produce the contraction. This paradox, that a body gets hotter as the shrinking produced by its getting colder is greater, led to long disputes. The surplus of heat, it was argued, was lost by radiation, and to assume that the temperature is not lowered pari passu with a decrease of volume under a constant pressure, is to set at naught the law of Charles, nebular theory, Winchell. Contraction develops heat, it is true, but contraction, from cooling, is incapable of developing the whole amount of heat at any time existing in the mass, or even of maintaining a body at a constant temperature, etc. Professor Winchell tries to reconcile the paradox, only a seeming one in fact, as 85 conscious electricity. Homer Lanes proved, by suggesting something besides heat. May it not be, he asks, simply a repulsion among the molecules, which varies according to some law of the distance? But even this will be found irreconcilable, unless the something besides heat is ticketed causeless heat, the breath of fire, the all-creative force plus absolute intelligence, which physical science is not likely to accept. However it may be, the reading of this stanza shows it, notwithstanding its archaic phraseology, to be more scientific than even modern science. Stanza 3. Continued. 12 Then Svabhavit sends Fahat to harden the atoms. Each, of these, is a part of the web, universe. Reflecting the self-existent Lord, primeval light, like a mirror, each becomes in turn a world star. Fahat hardens the atoms, i.e., by infusing energy into them, he scatters the atoms or primordial matter. he scatters himself while scattering matter into atoms, MSS. Commentaries. It is through Fahad that the ideas of the universal mind are impressed upon matter. Some faint idea of the nature of Fahad may be gathered from the appellation cosmic electricity sometimes applied to it, but to the commonly known properties of electricity must, in this case, be added others, including intelligence. It is of interest to note that modern science has come to the conclusion that all cerebration and brain activity are attended by electrical phenomena. For further details as to Fahad, see stanza V. And comments. This is said in the sense that the flame from a fire is endless, and that the lights of the whole universe could be lit at one simple rushlight without diminishing its flame. 86. The Secret Doctrine. Stanza 4. Commentary. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors the sons of the fire, a. Learn there is neither first nor last, for all is one number, issued from no number, b. a. These terms, the sons of the fire, the sons of the fire mist, and the like, require explanation. They are connected with a great primordial and universal mystery, and it is not easy to make it clear. There is a passage in the Bhagavad Gita, ch. 8, wherein Krishna, speaking symbolically and esoterically, says, I will state the times, conditions, at which devotees departing from this life, do so never to return, be reborn, or to return, to incarnate again. The fire, the flame, the day, the bright, lucky, fortnight, the 6 months of the northern solstice, departing, dying, in these, those who know the Brahman, yogis, go to the Brahman. Smoke, night, the dark, unlucky, fortnight, the 6 months of the southern solstice, dying, in these, the devotee goes to the lunar light, or mansion the astral light also, and returns, is reborn. These two paths, bright and dark, are said to be eternal in this world, or great kalpa. H. By the one a man goes never to come back, by the other he returns. Now these names, fire, flame, day, the bright fortnight, etc., as smoke, night, and so on, leading only to the end of the lunar path are incomprehensible without a knowledge of esotericism. These are all names of various deities which preside over the cosmopsychic powers. We often speak of the hierarchy of flames, see Book 2, of the sons of fire, etc. Sankaracharya, the greatest of the esoteric masters of India, says that fire means a deity which presides over time, Kala. The able translator of Bhagavad Gita, Kashinath Trimbaktalang, M.A., of Bombay, confesses he has no clear notion of the meaning of these verses, p. 81, footnote. It seems quite clear, on the contrary, to him who knows the occult doctrine. With these verses the mystic sense of the solar and lunar symbols are connected. The Pitris are lunar deities and our ancestors, because they created the physical man. 87. The 7 mystic senses. The Aniyashwatha, the Kumara, the 7 mystic sages, are solar deities, though the former are Pitris also, and these are the fashioners of the inner man. See Book 2. They are, the sons of fire because they are the first beings, in the secret doctrine they are called minds, evolved from primordial fire. The Lord is a consuming fire, Deuteronomy 4:24, the Lord, Christos, shall be revealed with his mighty angels in flaming fire, 2 Thessal. I 7:8. The Holy Ghost descended on the apostles like cloven tongues of fire, Acts 2:3. Vishnu will return on Kaki, the white horse, as the last avatar amid fire and flames, and Sojiash will be brought down equally on a white horse in a tornado of fire. And I saw heaven open and behold a white horse, and he that sat upon him is called the Word of God, Revelation 19:13, amid flaming fire. Fire is tether in its purest form, and hence is not regarded as matter, but it is the unity of tether, the second manifested deity in its universality. But there are 2 fires and a distinction is made between them in the occult teachings. The first, or the purely formless and invisible fire concealed in the central spiritual sun, is spoken of as triple, metaphysically, while the fire of the manifested cosmos is septenary, throughout both the universe and our solar system. The fire or knowledge burns up all action on the plane of illusion, says the commentary. Therefore, those who have acquired it and are emancipated, are called fires. Speaking of the seven senses symbolized as hatris, priests, the Brahmana says in Anujata, thus these seven senses, smell and taste, and color, and sound, etc., etc., are the causes of emancipation, and the commentator adds, it is from these seven from which the self is to be emancipated. I am here devoid of qualities, must mean the self, not the Brahmana who speaks. Sacred Books of the East, ed. By Max Muller, Volume 8, 278. b. The expression all is one number, issued from no number relates again to that universal and philosophical tenet just explained in stanza 3. COMM 4. That which is absolute is of course no number, but in its later significance it has an application in space as in time. It means that not only every increment of time is part of a larger increment, up to the most indefinitely prolonged duration conceivable by the human intellect, but also that no manifested thing can ideate the secret doctrine. Be thought of except as part of a larger whole, the total aggregate being the one manifested universe that issues from the unmanifest or absolute called non-being or no number, to distinguish it from being or the one number. Stanza 4. Continued. 2. Learn what we, who descend from the primordial seven, we, who are born from the primordial flame, have learned from our fathers, a. This is explained in Book 2, and this name, primordial flame, corroborates what is said in the first paragraph of the preceding commentary on stanza 4. The distinction between the primordial and the subsequent seven builders is this: the former are the ray and direct emanation of the first sacred four, the tetrictus, that is, the eternally self-existent one, eternal in essence, note well, not in manifestation, and distinct from the universal one. Latent, during pralaya, and active, during manvantara, the primordial proceed from father-mother, spirit-hyle, or Ilus, whereas the other manifested quaternary and the seven proceed from the mother alone. It is the latter who is the Immaculate Virgin Mother, who is overshadowed, not impregnated, by the universal mystery when she emerges from her state of laya or undifferentiated condition. In reality, they are, of course, all one, but their aspects on the various planes of being are different. See Part 2, Theogony of the Creative Gods. The first primordial are the highest beings on the scale of existence. They are the archangels of Christianity, those who refuse, as Michael did in the latter system, and as did the eldest mind-born sons of Brahma, Vedas, to create or rather to multiply. Stanza 4. Continued. 3. From the effulgency of light the ray of the ever-darkness sprung in space the reawakened energies, Juljan Chojwns the 1 from the egg, the 6 and the 5, then the 3, the 1, 89 the vehicle of the universe. The 4, the 1, the 5 the twice 7, the sum total, b. And these are, the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, the arupa, formless, the rupa, with bodies, and the force or divine man the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, and the messengers of the sacred fathers, the Pitris, within the holy 4 *a. This relates to the sacred science of the numerals, so sacred, indeed, and so important in the study of occultism that the subject can hardly be schemed, even in such a large work as the present. It is on the hierarchies and correct numbers of these beings invisible, to us, except upon very rare occasions, that the mystery of the whole universe is built. The Kumaras, for instance, are called the 4 though in reality 7 in number, because Sanaka, Sananda, Sanatana, and Sanat Kumara are the chief Vedatra, their patronymic name, as they spring from the fourfold mystery. To make the whole clearer, we have to turn for our illustrations to tenets more familiar to some of our readers, namely, the Brahman Ikal. According to Manu, Hiranyagarbha is Brahma, the first male formed by the undiscernible causeless cause in a golden egg resplendent as the sun, as states the Hindu classical dictionary. Hiranyagarbha means the golden, or rather the effulgent womb or egg. The meaning tallies awkwardly with the epithet of male. Surely the esoteric meaning of the sentence is clear enough. In the Rig Veda it is said, that, the one Lord of all beings, the one animating principle of gods and man, arose, in the beginning, in the golden womb, Hiranyagarbha, which is the mundane egg or sphere of our universe. That being is surely androgynous, and the allegory of Brahma separating into two and recreating in one of his halves, the female Vach, himself as Viraj, is a proof of it. The one from the egg, the 6 and the 5, give the number 1065, the value of the first bomb, later on the male and female Brahma Prajapati, who answers to the numbers 7 and 14 and 21 respectively. The Prajapati are, like the Sephiroth, only 7, including the asterisk the 4, represented in the occult numerals by the Tetractys. The sacred or perfect square, is a sacred number with the mystics of every nation and race. It has one and the same significance in Brahmanism, Buddhism, the Kabbalah, and in the Egyptian, Chaldean and other numerical systems. 90. The secret doctrine. Synthetic sephira of the triad from which they spring. Thus from Hiranyagarbha or Prajapati, the triune, primeval Vedic Trimurti, Agni, Vayu, and Surya, emanate the other 7, or again 10, if we separate the first 3 which exist in 1, and 1 in 3, all, moreover, being comprehended within that one supreme Parama, called Guhya, or secret, and Sarvatma, the super soul. The 7 lords of being lie concealed in Sarvatma like thoughts in one brain. So are the Sephiroth. It is either 7 when counting from the upper triad headed by Kethur, or 10 exoterically. In the Mahabharata the Prajapati are 21 in number, or 10, 6, and 5, 1065, thrice 7. Asterisk, b, the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, in their totality twice 7, represent 31,415. The numerical hierarchy of the Dhyan-Kohans of various orders, and of the inner or circumscribed world. When placed on the boundary of the great circle of Pass-Not, see stanza v, called also the Dhyanipasa, the rope of the angels, the rope that hedges off the phenomenal from the noumenal cosmos, not falling within the range of our present objective consciousness, this number, when not enlarged by permutation and expansion, is ever 31,415 anagrammatically and Kabbalistically, being both the number of the circle and the mystic svastika, the twice 7 once more, for whatever way the two sets of figures are counted, when added separately, one figure after another, whether crossways, from right or from left, they will always yield 14. Mathematically they represent the well-known calculation, namely, that the ratio of the diameter to the circumference of a circle is as 1 to 3.1415, or the value of the pi, as this ratio is called, the symbol p being always used in asterisk. In the Kabbalah the same numbers are a value of Jehovah, viz., 1065, since the numerical values of the 3 letters which compose his name Jod, Vav and twice he are respectively 10, 6, and 5, or again thrice 7, 21. 10 is the mother of the soul, for life and light are therein united, says Hermes. For number 1 is born of the spirit and the number 10 from matter, chaos, feminine, the unity has made the 10 the unity, book of the keys. By the means of the Temura, the anagrammatical method of the Kabbalah, and the knowledge of 1065, 21, a universal science may be obtained regarding cosmos and its mysteries, Rabbi Yogel. The rabbis regard the numbers 10, 6, and 5 as the most sacred of all. Plus the reader may be told that an American Kabbalist has now discovered the same number for the Elohim. It came to the Jews from Chaldaga. See Hebrew Metrology in the Masonic Review, July, 1885, Macmillan Lodge, number 141. 91. The Immaculate Conceptions. Mathematical formulae to express it. This set of figures must have the same meaning, since the 1,314,159, and then again 1:3:1,415,927 are worked out in the secret calculations to express the various cycles and ages of the firstborn, or 311 billion with fractions, and yield the same 13,415 by a process we are not concerned with at present. And it may be shown that Mr. Ralston Skinner, author of The Source of Measures, reads the Hebrew word alhim in the same number values, by omitting, as said, the ciphers and by permutation 13,514, since, a, is 1, 1, is 3, or 30, h, is 5, 1, I, 1 for 10, and 0, m, is 4, 40, and anagrammatically 31,415 as explained by him. Thus, while in the metaphysical world, the circle with the one central point in it has no number, and is called an upadaka, parentless and numberless, viz., it can fall under no calculation. In the manifested world the mundane egg or circle is circumscribed within the groups called the line, the triangle, the pentacle, the second line and the cube, or 13,514, and when the point having generated a line, thus becomes a diameter which stands for the androgynous logos, then the figures become 31,415, or a triangle, a line, a cube, the second line, and a pentacle. When the son separates from the mother he becomes the lather, the diameter standing for nature, or the feminine principle. Therefore it is said, in the world of being, the one point fructifies the line, the virgin matrix of cosmos, the egg-shaped zero, and the Immaculate Mother gives birth to the form that combines all forms. Prajapati is called the first procreating male, and his mother's husband. This gives the keynote to all the later divine sons from Immaculate Mothers. It is greatly corroborated by the significant fact that Anna, the name of the mother of the Virgin Mary, now represented by the Roman Catholic Church as having given birth to her daughter in an immaculate way, Mary conceived without sin, is derived from the Chaldean Anna, heaven, or astral light, Anima Mundi, whence Anna Isha, Devi Durga, the wife of Siva, is also called Annapurna. We find the same expression in Egypt. Maut signifies, for one thing, mother, and shows the character assigned to her in the triad of that country. She was no less the mother than the wife of Ammon, one of the principal titles of the god being the husband of his mother. The goddess Maut, or Mut, is addressed as Our Lady, the Queen of Heaven and of the Earth, thus sharing these titles with the other mother goddesses, Isis, Hathor, etc. Maspero. 92. The Secret Doctrine. Ankenya, the Virgin, Umakenya being her esoteric name, and meaning the Virgin of Light, astral light in one of its multitudinous aspects. See, the Devas, Pitris, Rishis, the Suras and the Asuras, the Daityas and Adityas, the Danavas and Gandharvas, etc., etc., have all their synonyms in our secret doctrine, as well as in the Kabbalah and the Hebrew angelology, but it is useless to give their ancient names, as it would only create confusion. Many of these may be also found now, even in the Christian hierarchy of divine and celestial powers. All those thrones and dominions, virtues and principalities, cherubs, seraphs and demons, the various denizens of the sidereal world, are the modem copies of archaic prototypes. The very symbolism in their names, when transliterated and arranged in Greek and Latin, are sufficient to show it, as will be proved in several cases further on. The sacred animals are found in the Bible as well as in the Kabbalah, and they have their meaning, a very profound one, too, on the page of the Origins of Life. In the Sefer Jezira it is stated that God engraved in the holy for the throne of his glory, the Ophanim, wheels or the world spheres, the seraphim/the sacred animals, and the ministering angels, and from these three, the air, water, and fire or ether, he formed his habitation. Thus was the world made through three seraphim Sephir, Sephar, and Sipper, or through number, numbers, and numbered. With the astronomical key these sacred animals become the signs of the zodiac. This is the literal translation from the IXTH and XTH sections, 10 numbers without what. 1. The Spirit of the living God, who liveth in eternities. Voice and Spirit and Word, and this is the Holy Spirit. 2. Spirit out of Spirit. He designed and hewed therewith 22 letters of foundation, 3 mothers, and 7 double and 12 single, and 1 spirit out of them. 3. Water out of Spirit, he designed and hewed with them the barren and the void, mud, and earth. He designed them as a flower bed, hewed them as a wall, covered them as a paving. 4. Fire out of water. He designed and hewed therewith the throne of glory and the wheels, and the seraphim and the holy animals and the ministering angels, and of the three he founded his dwelling, as it is said. He makes his angels spirits and his servants fiery flames. Which words founded his dwelling show clearly that in the Kabbalah, as in India, the deity was considered as the universe, and was not, in his origin, the extra-cosmic God he is. Now. 93 The potency of speech and sound. Stanza 4. Continued. For this was the army of the voice, the divine septenary. The sparks of the 7 are subject to, and the servants of, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and the 7th of the 7, These, sparks, are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines, and modellers, for thus stands the eternal Eneldenathoi, the permutation of Eahu, b. A. This sloka gives again a brief analysis of the hierarchies of the Dhyan Kohans, called Devas, gods, in India, or the conscious intelligent powers in nature. To this hierarchy correspond the actual types into which humanity may be divided, for humanity, as a whole, is in reality a materialized though as yet imperfect expression thereof. The army of the voice is a term closely connected with the mystery of sound and speech, as an effect and corollary of the cause divine thought. As beautifully expressed by P. Christian, the learned author of The History of Magic and of L'Homme Rouge des Tuileries, the words spoken by, as well as the name of, every individual largely determine his future fate. Why? Because when our soul, mind, creates or evokes a thought, the representative sign of that thought is self-engraved upon the astral fluid, which is the receptacle and, so to say, the mirror of all the manifestations of being. The sign expresses the thing is the, hidden or occult, virtue of the sign. To pronounce a word is to evoke a thought, and make it present. The magnetic potency of the human speech is the commencement of every manifestation in the occult world. To utter a name is not only to define a being, an entity, but to place it under and condemn it through the emission of the word, verbum, to the influence of one or more occult potencies. Things are, for every one of us, that which it, the word, makes them while naming them. The word, verbum, or the speech of every man is, quite unconsciously to himself, a blessing or a curse. This is why our present ignorance about the properties or attributes of the idea as well as about the attributes and properties of matter, is often fatal to us. The literal signification of the word is, among the Eastern occultists of the North, a circular wind, whirlwind, but in this instance, it is a term to denote the ceaseless and eternal cosmic motion, or rather the force that moves it, which force is tacitly accepted as the deity but never named. It is the eternal Karana, the ever-acting cause. 94 The secret doctrine. Yes, names, and words, are either beneficent or maleficent. They are, in a certain sense, either venomous or health-giving, according to the hidden influences attached by supreme wisdom to their elements, that is to say, to the letters which compose them, and the numbers correlative to these letters. This is strictly true as an esoteric teaching accepted by all the Eastern schools of occultism. In the Sanskrit, as also in the Hebrew and all other alphabets, every letter has its occult meaning and its rationale. It is a cause and an effect of a preceding cause. And a combination of these very often produces the most magical effect. The vowels, especially, contain the most occult and formidable potencies. The mantras, esoterically, magical rather than religious, are chanted by the Brahmins, and so are the Vedas and other scriptures. The army of the voice is the prototype of the host of the Logos, or the word of the Sefer Jezira, called in the secret doctrine the one number issued from no number, the one eternal principle. The esoteric theogony begins with the one, manifested, therefore not eternal in its presence and being, if eternal in its essence, the number of the numbers and numbered, the latter proceeding from the voice, the feminine vach, sadarupa of the 100 forms, or nature. It is from this number 10, or creative nature, the mother, the occult cipher, or not, ever procreating and multiplying in union with the unit I, 1, or the spirit of life, that the whole universe proceeded. In the Anujat the conversation is given, ch. 6, 15, between a Brahmana and his wife, on the origin of speech and its occult properties. Asterisk, the wife asks how speech came into existence, and which was prior to the other. Speech or mind. The Brahmana tells her that the apana, inspirational breath, becoming Lord, changes that intelligence, which does not understand speech or words, into the state of apana, and thus opens the mind. Thereupon he tells her a story, a dialogue between speech and mind. Both went to the self of being I.E., to the individual higher self, as Nilakantha thinks, to Prajapati, according to the commentator Arjuna Misra, and asked him to destroy their doubts and decide which of them preceded and was superior to the. Anujat forms part of the Asvamedha Parvan of the Mahabharata. The translator of the Bhagavad Gita, edited by Max Muller, regards it as a continuation of the Bhagavad Gita. Its original is one of the oldest Upanishads. 95 Speech and mind. Other. To this the Lord said, mind is superior. But speech answered the self of being, by saying, I verily yield, you, your desires, meaning that by speech he acquired what he desired. Thereupon again, the self told her that there are two minds, the movable and the immovable. The immovable is with me, he said, the movable is in your dominion, i.e. of speech, on the plane of matter. To that you are superior. But inasmuch, O beautiful one, as you came personally to speak to me, in the way you did, i.e. proudly, therefore, O Sarasvati, you shall never speak after, hard, exhalation. The goddess speech, Sarasvati, a later form or aspect of Vach, the goddess also of secret learning or esoteric wisdom, verily, dwelt always between the prana and the apana. But O noble one, going with the apana wind, vital air, though impelled, without the prana, expirational breath, she ran up to Prajapati, Brahma, saying, be pleased, O venerable sir. Then the prana appeared again, nourishing speech. And, therefore, speech never speaks after, hard or inspirational, exhalation. It is always noisy or noiseless. Of these two, the noiseless is the superior to the noisy, speech. B. Speech, which is produced in the body by means of the prana, and which then goes, is transformed, into apana, and then becoming assimilated with the udana, physical organs of speech. Then finally dwells in the samama, at the navel in the form of sound, as the material cause of all words, says Arjuna Misra. So speech formerly spoke. Hence the mind is distinguished by reason of its being immovable, and the goddess, speech, by reason of her being movable. This allegory is at the root of the occult law, which prescribes silence upon the knowledge of certain secret and invisible things perceptible only to the spiritual mind. The sixth sense, and which cannot be expressed by noisy or uttered speech. This chapter of Anujit explains, says Arjuna Misra, pranayama, or regulation of the breath in yoga practices. This mode, however, without the previous acquisition of, or at least full understanding of the two higher senses, of which there are 7, as will be shown, pertains rather to the lower yoga. The hatha so called was and still is discountenanced by the arhats. It is injurious to the health and alone can never develop into Raj Yoga. This story is quoted to show how inseparably connected are, in the metaphysics of old, intelligent beings, or rather intelligences, with every sense or. 96. The secret doctrine. Function whether physical or mental. The occult claim that there are 7 senses in man, as in nature, as there are 7 states of consciousness, is corroborated in the same work, Chapter 7, on Pratyahara, the restraint and regulation of the senses, pranayama being that of the vital winds or breath. The Brahmana speaks in it of the institution of the 7 sacrificial priests, Hatris. He says, the nose and the eyes, and the tongue, and the skin and the ear as the 5th, or smell, sight, taste, touch, and hearing, mind and understanding are the 7 sacrificial priests separately stationed, and which, dwelling in a minute space, still, do not perceive each other on this sensuous plane, none of them except mind. For mind says, the nose smells not without me, the eye does not take in color, etc., etc. I am the eternal chief among all elements, i.e., senses. Without me, the senses never shine, like an empty dwelling, or like fires the flames of which are extinct. Without me, all beings, like fuel half dried and half moist, fail to apprehend qualities or objects even with the senses exerting themselves. This, of course, with regard only to mind on the sensuous plane. Spiritual mind, the upper portion or aspect of the impersonal manas, takes no cognizance of the senses in physical man. How well the ancients were acquainted with the correlation of forces and all the recently discovered phenomena of mental and physical faculties and functions, with many more mysteries also may be found in reading chapters 7 and 8. Of this, in philosophy and mystic learning, priceless work. See the quarrel of the senses about their respective superiority and their taking the Brahman, the lord of all creatures, for their arbiter. You are all greatest and not greatest, or superior to objects, as A. Misra says, none being independent of the other. You are all possessed of one another's qualities. All are greatest in their own spheres and all support one another. There is one unmoving, life wind or breath, the yoga inhalation, so called, which is the breath of the one or higher self. That is the, or my, own self, accumulated in numerous forms. This breath, voice, self, or wind, pneuma, is the synthesis of the 7 senses, nominally all minor deities and esoterically the septenary and the army of the voice. This shows the modern metaphysicians, added to all past and present Hegels, Berkeley's, Schopenhauer's, Hartmann's, Herbert Spencer's, and even the modern hylo-idealists to boot, no better than the pale copyists of hoary antiquity. 97. Motion. Nature, the perpetual. b. Next we see cosmic matter scattering and forming itself into elements, grouped into the mystic 4 within the 5th element ether, the lining of Akasa, the anima mundi or mother of cosmos. Dots, lines, triangles, cubes, circles and finally spheres. Why or how? Because, says the commentary, such is the first law of nature, and because nature geometrizes universally in all her manifestations. There is an inherent law not only in the primordial, but also in the manifested matter of our phenomenal plane by which nature correlates her geometrical forms, and later, also, her compound elements, and in which there is no place for accident or chance. It is a fundamental law in occultism, that there is no rest or cessation of motion in nature. That which seems rest is only the change of one form into another, the change of substance going hand in hand with that of form, as we are taught in occult physics, which thus seem to have anticipated the discovery of the conservation of matter by a considerable time. Says the ancient commentary to stanza 4, the mother is the fiery fish of life. She scatters her spawn, and the breath, motion, heats and quickens it. The grains, of spawn, are soon attracted to each other and form the curds in the ocean, of space. The larger lumps coalesce and receive new spawn in fiery dots, triangles, and cubes, which ripen, and at the appointed time some of the lumps detach themselves and assume spheroidal form, a process which they effect only when not interfered with by the others. After which, law no. Comes into operation. Motion, the breath, becomes the whirlwind and sets them into rotation. It is the knowledge of this law that permits and helps the arhat to perform his siddhis, or various phenomena, such as disintegration of matter, the transport of objects from one place to another. These are ancient commentaries attached with modern glossaries to the stanzas, as the commentaries in their symbolical language are usually as difficult to understand as the stanzas themselves. In a polemical scientific work, The Modern Genesis, the author, the Reverend W. B. Slaughter, criticizing the position assumed by the astronomers, asks, "It is to be regretted that the advocates of this, nebular, theory have not entered more largely into the discussion of it, the beginning of rotation. No one condescends to give us the rationale of it. How does the process of cooling and contracting the mass impart to it a rotatory motion? The question is amply treated in the addendum. It is not materialistic science that can ever solve it. Motion is eternal in the unmanifest, and periodical in the manifest, says an occult teaching. It is when heat caused by the descent of flame into primordial matter causes its particles to move, which motion becomes whirlwind. A drop of liquid assumes a spheroidal form owing to its atoms moving around themselves in their ultimate, unresolvable, and noumenal essence, unresolvable for physical science, at any rate. 98. The Secret Doctrine. Stanza 4. Continued. 5. Which is, darkness, the boundless or the no number, adi nidinus svabhavit, the, 4x, unknown quantity I. The adi sanat, the number, for he is one, a. 2. The voice of the word, svabhavit, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9 * 3. The formless square. Arupa. B, and these three enclosed within the boundless circle, are the sacred four, and the 10 are the arupa, subjective, formless, universe. C, then come the suns, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath which is the light maker, Vaitskara. D. A, Adi Sanat, translated literally is the first or primeval ancient, which name identifies the Kabbalistic Ancient of Days and the Holy Aged, Sephira and Adam Kadmon, with Brahma the Creator, called also Sanat among his other names and titles. Svabhavit is the mystic essence, the plastic root of physical nature. Numbers when manifested, the number, in its unity of substance, on the highest plane. The name is of Buddhist use and a synonym for the fourfold anima mundi, the Kabbalistic archetypal world, from whence proceed the creative, formative, and the asterisk which makes 10, or the perfect number applied to the Creator, the name given to the totality of the creators blended by the monotheists into one, as the Elohim, Adam Kadmon or Sephira the crown. Are the androgyne synthesis of the 10 Sephiroth, who stand for the symbol of the manifested universe in the popularized Kabbalah. The esoteric Kabbalists, however, following the Eastern occultists, divide the upper Sephirothal triangle from the rest, or Sephira, Chakma, and Bina, which leaves 7 Sephiroth. As for Svabhavit, the Orientalists explain the term as meaning the universal plastic matter diffused through space, with, perhaps, half an eye to the ether of science. But the occultists identify it with Father-Mother on the mystic plane. Vidi Supra. 99. The Ogdoad and Heptad. Material worlds, the scintillas or sparks, the various other worlds contained in the last three. The worlds are all subject to rulers or regents, rishis and pitris with the Hindus, angels with the Jews and Christians, gods, with the ancients in general. B. This means that the boundless circle, 0, becomes a figure or number, only when one of the 9 figures precedes it, and thus manifests its value and potency, the word or logos in union with voice and spirit *, the expression and source of consciousness, standing for the 9 figures and thus forming, with the cipher, the decade which contains in itself all the universe. The triad forms within the circle the tetrictus or sacred 4, the square within the circle being the most potent of all the magical figures. C. The one rejected is the sun of our system. The exoteric version may be found in the oldest Sanskrit scriptures. In the Rig Veda, Aditi, the boundless or infinite space, translated by Mr. Max Muller, the visible infinite, visible by the naked eye, the endless expanse beyond the earth, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky, is the equivalent of mother space coeval with darkness. She is very properly called the mother of the gods, Devamatri, as it is from her cosmic matrix that all the heavenly bodies of our system were born, sun and planets. Thus she is described, allegorically, in this wise: 8 sons were born from the body of Aditi, she approached the gods with 7, but cast away the 8th, Martanda, our son. The 7 sons called the Aditya are, cosmically or astronomically, the 7 planets, and the sun being excluded from their number shows plainly that the Hindus may have known, and in fact knew of a 7th planet, without calling it Uranus, but esoterically and theologically. In union with the spirit and the voice, referring to the abstract thought and concrete voice, or the manifestation thereof, the effect of the cause. Adam Kadmon or Tetragrammaton is the logos in the Kabbalah, therefore this triad answers in the latter to the highest triangle of Kether, Chokmah, and Bina, the last of female potency and at the same time the male Jehovah, as partaking of the nature of Chokmah, or the male wisdom. Plus the secret doctrine teaches that the sun is a central star and not a planet. Yet the ancients knew of and worshipped 7 great gods, excluding the sun and earth. Which was that mystery god they set apart? Of course not Uranus, discovered only by Herschel in 1781. But could it not be known by another name? Says the author of Maconary Occult Sciences, having discovered through astronomical calculations that the number of the planets must be 7, the ancients were led to introduce the sun into the scale of the celestial harmonies, and make him occupy the vacant place. Thus, every time they perceived an influence that pertained to none of the 6 planets known, they attributed it to the Sunday. The error only seems important, but was not so in practical results, if the ancient astrologers replaced Uranus by the Sun, which is a central star relatively motionless, turning only on its axis and regulating time and measure, and which cannot be turned aside from its true functions. The nomenclature of the days of the week is thus faulty. The Sunday ought to be Uranus Day, Uranides, Arandi, adds the learned writer, Ragan. 100 The secret doctrine. So to say, the Adityas are, in their primitive most ancient meanings, the 8, and the 12 great gods of the Hindu pantheon. The 7 allow the mortals to see their dwellings, but show themselves only to the Arhats, says an old proverb, their dwellings standing here for planets. The ancient commentary gives an allegory and explains it: 8 houses were built by Mother. 8 houses for her 8 divine sons, 4 large and 4 small ones. 8 brilliant sons, according to their age and merits. Balilu, Martanda, was not satisfied, though his house was the largest. He began to work, as the huge elephants do. He breathed, drew into his stomach the vital airs of his brothers. He sought to devour them. The larger 4 were far away, far, on the margin of their kingdom * they were not robbed, affected, and left. Do your worst, sir, you cannot reach us, they said. But the smaller wept. They complained to the mother. She exiled Balilu to the center of her kingdom, from whence he could not move. Since then, he, only, watches and threatens. He pursues them, turning slowly around himself, they turning swiftly from him, and he following from afar the direction in which his brothers move on the path that encircles their houses. From that day he feeds on the sweat of the mother's body. He fills himself with her breath and refuse. Therefore, she rejected him. Thus the rejected son being our son, evidently, as shown above, the sun's sons refer not only to our planets but to the heavenly bodies in general. Himself only a reflection of the central spiritual sun, Surya is the prototype of all those bodies that evolved after him. In the Vedas he is called Lokachaksha, the eye of the world, our planetary system. Plus the sun rotates on his axis always in the same direction in which the planets revolve in their respective orbits, astronomy teaches us. 101 Fire, the great symbol of deity. Planetary world, and he is one of the three chief deities. He is called indifferently the son of Diyas and of Aditi, because no distinction is made with reference to, or scope allowed for, the esoteric meaning. Thus he is depicted as drawn by 7 horses, and by one horse with 7 heads, the former referring to his 7 planets, the latter to their one common origin from the one cosmic element. This one element is called figuratively fire. The Vedas, Atarita Brahmana of Hog also, p. I, teach that the fire verily is all the deities. Narada in Anujata. The meaning of the allegory is plain, for we have both the Jin commentary and modem science to explain it, though the two differ in more than one particular. The occult doctrine rejects the hypothesis bomb out of the nebular theory, that the 7 great planets have evolved from the sun's central mass, not of this our visible sun, at any rate. The first condensation of cosmic matter of course took place about a central nucleus, its parent sun, but our sun, it is taught, merely detached itself earlier than all the others, as the rotating mass contracted, and is their elder, bigger brother therefore, not their father. The 8 Adityas, the gods, are all formed from the eternal substance, cometary matter * the mother, or the world stuff which is both the 5th and the 6th cosmic principle, the upadi or basis of the universal soul, just as in man, the microcosm, manas t is the upadi of Buddha. J.D. There is a whole poem on the pregenetic battles fought by the growing planets before the final formation of cosmos, thus accounting for the seemingly disturbed position of the systems of several planets, the plane of the satellites of some, of Neptune and Uranus, for instance, of which the ancients knew nothing, it is said, being tilted over, thus giving them an appearance of retrograde motion. These planets are called the warriors, the architects, and are accepted by the * this essence of cometary matter. Occult science teaches, is totally different from any of the chemical or physical characteristics with which modern science is acquainted. It is homogeneous in its primitive form beyond the solar systems, and differentiates entirely once it crosses the boundaries of our Earth's region, vitiated by the atmospheres of the planets and the already compound matter of the interplanetary stuff. Heterogeneous only in our manifested world. Plus manas the mind principle, or the human soul. J. Buddhi the divine soul. 102 The secret doctrine. Roman Church as the leaders of the heavenly hosts, thus showing the same traditions. Having evolved from cosmic space, and before the final formation of the primaries and the annulation of the planetary nebula, the sun, we are taught, drew into the depths of its mass all the cosmic vitality he could, threatening to engulf his weaker brothers. Before the law of attraction and repulsion was finally adjusted, after which he began feeding on the mother's refuse and sweat, in other words, on those portions of ether, the breath of the universal soul, of the existence and constitution of which science is as yet absolutely ignorant. A theory of this kind having been propounded by Sir William Grove, see Correlation of the Physical Forces, 1843, p. 81, and address to the British Association, 1866, who theorized that the systems are gradually changing by atmospheric additions or subtractions, or by accretions and diminutions arising from nebular substances. And again that the Sun may condense gaseous matter as it travels in space and so heat may be produced. The archaic teaching seems scientific enough, even in this age. Mr. W. Matthew Williams suggested that the diffused matter or ether, which is the recipient of the heat radiations of the universe, is thereby drawn into the depths of the solar mass, expelling thence the previously condensed and thermally exhausted ether. It becomes compressed and gives up its heat, to be in turn itself driven out in a rarefied and cooled state, to absorb a fresh supply of heat, which he supposes to be in this way taken up by the ether, and again concentrated and redistributed by the sons of the universe. This is about as close an approximation to the occult teachings as science ever imagined, for occultism explains it by the dead breath given back by Martanda and his feeding on the sweat and refuse of mother space. What could affect Neptune, J. Saturn and Jupiter? Very similar ideas in Mr. W. Matthew Williams. The fuel of the Sun in Dr. C. William Siemens on the conservation of solar energy, Nature, XXV, p. 440-444, March 9, 1882, and also in Dr. P. Martin Duncan's Address of the President of the Geological Society, London, May, 1877. Plus see Comparative Geology, by Alexander Winchell, Doctor of Laws, p. 56J. When we speak of Neptune it is not as an occultist but as a European. The true Eastern occultist will maintain that, whereas there are many yet undiscovered planets in our system, Neptune does not belong to it, his apparent connection with our Sun and the influence of the latter upon Neptune notwithstanding. This connection is Mayavic, imaginary, they say. 103. The stellar sons of light but little, would have killed such comparatively small houses as Mercury, Venus, and Mars. As Uranus was not known before the end of the 18th century, the name of the fourth planet mentioned in the allegory must remain to us, so far, a mystery. The breath of all the seven is said to be Bhaskara, light-making, because they, the planets, were all comets and suns in their origin. They evolve into manvantaric life from primeval chaos, now the noumenon of irresolvable nebulae, by aggregation and accumulation of the primary differentiations of the eternal matter, according to the beautiful expression in the commentary. Thus the sons of light clothe themselves in the fabric of darkness. They are called allegorically the heavenly snails, on account of their, to us, formless intelligences inhabiting unseen their starry and planetary homes, and, so to speak, carrying them as the snails do along with themselves in their revolution. The doctrine of a common origin for all the heavenly bodies and planets, was, as we see, inculcated by the archaic astronomers, before Kepler, Newton, Leibniz, Kant, Herschel, and Laplace. Heat, the breath, attraction, and repulsion, the three great factors of motion, are the conditions under which all the members of all this primitive family are born, developed, and die, to be reborn after a night of Brahma, during which eternal matter relapses periodically into its primary undifferentiated state. The most attenuated gases can give no idea of its nature to the modern physicist. Centers of forces at first, the invisible sparks of primordial atoms differentiate into molecules, and become suns, passing gradually into objectivity, gaseous, radiant, cosmic, the one whirlwind, or motion, finally giving the impulse to the form, and the initial motion, regulated and sustained by the never-resting breaths, the Dhyan Kohans. Stanza 4. Continued. 6. Then the second seven, who are the Lipika, produced by the three, word, voice, and spirit. The rejected sun is one, the sun's sons are countless. The Lipika, from the word lipi, writing, means literally the 104, the secret doctrine. Scribes. Mystically, these divine beings are connected with karma, the law of retribution, for they are the recorders or analysts who impress on the, to us, invisible tablets of the astral light, the great picture gallery of eternity, a faithful record of every act, and even thought, of man, of all that was, is, or ever will be, in the phenomenal universe. As said in Isis, this divine and unseen canvas is the book of life, as it is the Lipika who project into objectivity from the passive universal mind the ideal plan of the universe, upon which the builders reconstruct the cosmos after every pralaya. It is they who stand parallel to the seven angels of the presence, whom the Christians recognize in the seven planetary spirits, or the spirits of the stars, for thus it is they who are the direct amanuenses of the eternal ideation, or, as called by Plato, the divine thought. The eternal record is no fantastic dream, for we meet with the same records in the world of gross matter. A shadow never falls upon a wall without leaving thereupon a permanent trace which might be made visible by resorting to proper processes, says Dr. Draper. The portraits of our friends or landscape views may be hidden on the sensitive surface from the eye, but they are ready to make their appearance as soon as proper developers are resorted to. A spectre is concealed on a silver or a glassy surface, until, by our necromancy, we make it come forth into the visible world. Upon the walls of our most private apartments, where we think the eye of intrusion is altogether shut out, and our retirement can never be profaned, there exist the vestiges of all our acts, silhouettes of whatever we have done. Doctors Jevons and Babbage believe that every thought, displacing the particles of the brain and setting them in motion, scatters them throughout the universe, and they think that each particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened. Principles of Science, Volume 2. p. 455. Thus the ancient doctrine has begun to acquire rights of citizenship in the speculations of the scientific world. The 40 assessors who stand in the region of Amenti as the accusers of the soul before Osiris, belong to the same class of deities as the Lipika, and might stand paralleled, were not the Egyptian gods so. These are the four immortals which are mentioned in Atharvaveda as the watchers or guardians of the four quarters of the sky, cch. Lsksi, 1-4, etseq. T. Conflict between religion and science. Draper, pages 132 and 133. 105. The Divine Recorders. Little understood in their esoteric meaning. The Hindu Chitragupta, who reads out the account of every soul's life from his register, called Agrasandhani, the assessors who read theirs from the heart of the defunct, which becomes an open book before, whether, Yama, Osiris, or Karma are also many copies of, and variants from the Lipika, and their astral records. Nevertheless, the Lipika are not deities connected with death, but with life eternal. Connected as the Lipika are with the destiny of every man and the birth of every child, whose life is already traced in the astral light, not fatalistically, but only because the future, like the past, is ever alive in the present. They may also be said to exercise an influence on the science of horoscopy. We must admit the truth of the latter whether we will or not. For, as observed by one of the modem adepts of astrology, now that photography has revealed to us the chemical influence of the sidereal system, by fixing on the sensitized plate of the apparatus milliards of stars and planets that had hitherto baffled the efforts of the most powerful telescopes to discover them, it becomes easier to understand how our solar system can, at the birth of a child, influence his brain virgin of any impression in a definite manner and according to the presence on the zenith of such or another zodiacal constellation. T. and Les Mystères de l'Horoscope, p. 11-106. The Secret Doctrine. Stanza V1. The primordial seven, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce in their turn from their holy circumgyrating breaths the fiery whirlwind. A. Commentary. A. This is, perhaps, the most difficult of all the stanzas to explain. Its language is comprehensible only to him who is thoroughly versed in Eastern allegory and its purposely obscure phraseology. The question will surely be asked, do the occultists believe in all these builders, Lipika, and sons of light as entities, or are they merely imageries? To this the answer is given as plainly: after due allowance for the imagery of personified powers, we must admit the existence of these entities, if we would not reject the existence of spiritual humanity within physical mankind. For the hosts of these sons of light and mind-bomb sons of the first manifested ray of the unknown all, are the very root of spiritual man. Unless we want to believe the unphilosophical dogma of a specially created soul for every human birth, a fresh supply of these pouring in daily, since Adam, we have to admit the occult teachings. This will be explained in its place. Let us see, now, what may be the occult meaning of this stanza. The doctrine teaches that, in order to become a divine, fully conscious God, even the highest, the spiritual primeval intelligences must pass through the human stage. And when we say human, this does not apply merely to our terrestrial humanity, but to the mortals that inhabit any world, i.e., to those intelligences that have reached the appropriate equilibrium between matter and spirit, as we have now, since the middle point of the fourth root race of the fourth round was passed. Each entity must have won for itself the right of becoming divine, through self-experience. Hegel, the great German thinker, must have known or sensed intuition ally this truth when saying, as he did, that the unconscious evolved the universe only in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness, of becoming, in other words, man, for this is also the secret meaning of the usual Puranic phrase about 107: no man no God. Brahma being constantly moved by the desire to create. This explains also the hidden Kabbalistic meaning of the saying, the breath becomes a stone, the stone, a plant, the plant, an animal, the animal, a man, the man, a spirit, and the spirit, a god. The mind. Bomb sons, the rishis, the builders, etc., were all men of whatever forms and shapes in other worlds and the preceding Manvantaras. This subject, being so very mystical, is therefore the most difficult to explain in all its details and bearings, since the whole mystery of evolutionary creation is contained in it. A sentence or two in it vividly recalls to mind similar ones in the Kabbalah and the phraseology of the King Psalmist, civ, as both, when speaking of God, show him making the wind his messenger and his ministers a flaming fire. But in the esoteric doctrine it is used figuratively. The fiery wind is the incandescent cosmic dust which only follows magnetically, as the iron filings follow the magnet, the directing thought of the creative forces. Yet, this cosmic dust is something more, for every atom in the universe has the potentiality of self-consciousness in it, and is, like the monads of Leibniz, a universe in itself, and or itself. It is an atom and an angel. In this connection it should be noted that one of the luminaries of the modem evolutionist school, Mr. A.R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection as the sole factor in the development of physical man, practically concedes the whole point here discussed. He holds that the evolution of man was directed and furthered by superior intelligences, whose agency is a necessary factor in the scheme of nature. But once the operation of these intelligences is admitted in one place, it is only a logical deduction to extend it still further. No hard and fast line can be drawn. Stanza V continued. 2. They make of him the messenger of their will, a. The Jaya becomes Fahad, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lipika * run circular errands. He is the steed, n. The difference between the builders, the planetary spirits, and the Lipika must not be lost sight of. See NOS 5 and 6 of this commentary. 108. The secret doctrine. The thought is the rider, i.e., he is under the influence of their guiding thought. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds, cosmic mists, takes 3, and 5, and 7 strides through the 7 regions above and the 7 below, the world to be. He lifts his voice, and calls the innumerable sparks, atoms, and joins them together, c. A. This shows the primordial 7 using for their vahan, vehicle, or the manifested subject which becomes the symbol of the power directing it, Fahad, called in consequence, the messenger of their will, the fiery whirlwind. Jayu becomes Fahad, the expression itself shows it. Jayu is the one real, magical, knowledge, or occult wisdom, which, dealing with eternal truths and primal causes, becomes almost omnipotence when applied in the right direction. Its antithesis is Jayamai, that which deals with illusions and false appearances only, as in our exoteric modem sciences. In this case, Jayu is the expression of the collective wisdom of the Dhyani Buddhas. b. As the reader is supposed not to be acquainted with the Dhyani Buddhas, it is as well to say at once that, according to the Orientalists, there are 5 Dhyanis who are the celestial Buddhas, of whom the human Buddhas are the manifestations in the world of form and matter. Esoterically, however, the Dhyani Buddhas are 7, of whom 5 only have hitherto manifested, and 2 are to come in the 6th and 7th root races. They are, so to speak, the eternal prototypes of the Buddhas who appear on this earth, each of whom has his particular divine prototype. So, for instance, Amitabha is the Dhyani Buddha of Gautama Sakyamuni, manifesting through him whenever this great soul incarnates on earth, as he did in Tsongkhapa. As the synthesis of the 7 Dhyani Buddhas. Avalokitesvara was the first Buddha, the Logos, so Amitabha is the inner god of Gautama, who, in China, is called Amida, Buddha. They are, as Mr. Rhys Davids *CAP Sinnott's Esoteric Buddhism, 5th annotated edition, pages 171 to 173. Plus the first and greatest reformer who founded the Yellow Caps, Gelugpas. He was born in the year 1355 AD. In Amdo, and was the avatar of Amitabha, the celestial name of Gautama Buddha. Theogony of the Creators. Correctly states, the glorious counterparts in the mystic world, free from the debasing conditions of this material life of every earthly mortal Buddha, the liberated Manishi Buddhas appointed to govern the earth in this round. They are the Buddhas of contemplation, and are all anupadaka, parentless, i.e., self-bum of divine essence. The exoteric teaching which says that every Dhyani Buddha has the faculty of creating from himself, an equally celestial son, a Dhyani Bodhisattva who, after the decease of the Manishi, human, Buddha, has to carry out the work of the latter, rests on the fact that owing to the highest initiation performed by one overshadowed by the spirit of Buddha, who is credited by the Orientalists with having created the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, a candidate becomes virtually a Bodhisattva, created such by the high initiator. C. Fahad, being one of the most, if not the most important character in esoteric cosmogony, should be minutely described. As in the oldest Grecian cosmogony, differing widely from the later mythology, Eros is the third person in the primeval trinity, Chaos, Gaia, Eros, answering to the Kabbalistic Ensof, for chaos is space. Cain 0, void, the boundless all, Shekinah and the Ancient of Days, or the Holy Ghost. So Fahad is one thing in the yet unmanifest universe and another in the phenomenal and cosmic world. In the latter, he is that occult, electric, vital power, which, under the will of the creative Logos, unites and brings together all forms, giving them the first impulse which becomes in time law. But in the unmanifest universe, Fahad is no more this, than Eros is the later brilliant winged Cupid, or love. Fahad has naught to do with cosmos yet, since cosmos is not bomb, and the gods still sleep in the bosom of Father-Mother. He is an abstract philosophical idea. He produces nothing yet by himself, he is simply that potential creative power in virtue of whose action the noumenon of all future phenomena divides, so to speak, but to reunite in a mystic supersensuous act, and emit the creative ray. When the divine sun breaks forth, then Fahad becomes the propelling force, the active power which causes the one to become 2 and 3 on the cosmic plane of manifestation. The triple one differentiates into the many, and then Fahad is transformed into that force which brings together the elemental atoms and makes them aggregate and combine. We find an echo of this primeval teaching 110, the secret doctrine, in early Greek mythology. Erebus and Nux are bomb out of chaos, and, under the action of Eros, give birth in their turn to /ether and Hemera, the light of the superior and the light of the inferior or terrestrial regions. Darkness generates light. See in the Puranas Brahma's will or desire to create, and in the Phoenician cosmogony of Sankoniathon the doctrine that desire, poviko, is the principle of creation. Fahad is closely related to the one life from the unknown one, the infinite totality, the manifested one, or the periodical, manvantaric deity, emanates, and this is the universal mind, which, separated from its fountain source, is the demiurgos or the creative logos of the Western Kabbalists, and the four-faced Brahma of the Hindu religion. In its totality, viewed from the standpoint of manifested divine thought in the esoteric doctrine, it represents the hosts of the higher creative Dhyan Kohans. Simultaneously with the evolution of the universal mind, the concealed wisdom of Adi Buddha the One Supreme and Eternal manifests itself as Avalokiteshvara, or manifested Iswara, which is the Osiris of the Egyptians, the Ahura Mazda of the Zoroastrians, the heavenly man of the Hermetic philosopher, the Logos of the Platonists, and the Atman of the Vedantins * by the action of the manifested wisdom. Or Maha, represented by these innumerable centers of spiritual energy in the cosmos, the reflection of the universal mind, which is cosmic ideation and the intellectual force accompanying such ideation, becomes objectively the Fahad of the Buddhist esoteric philosopher. Fahad, running along the seven principles of Akasa, acts upon manifested substance or the one element, as declared above, and by differentiating it into various centers of energy, sets in motion the law of cosmic evolution, which, in obedience to the ideation of the universal mind, brings into existence all the various states of being. In the manifested solar system, the solar system, brought into existence by these agencies, consists of 7 principles, like everything else within these centers. Such is the teaching of the Trans-Himalayan esotericism. Every philosophy, however, has its own way of dividing these principles. Mr. Subaru seems to identify him with, and to call him, the Logos. See his 4 lectures on the Bhagavad Gita in the Theosophist. The protean spirit substance. Fahad, then, is the personified electric vital power, the transcendental binding unity of all cosmic energies, on the unseen as on the manifested planes, the action of which resembles on an immense scale that of a living force created by will, in those phenomena where the seemingly subjective acts on the seemingly objective and propels it to action. Fahad is not only the living symbol and container of that force, but is looked upon by the occultists as an entity, the forces he acts upon being cosmic, human, and terrestrial, and exercising their influence on all those planes respectively. On the earthly plane his influence is felt in the magnetic and active force generated by the strong desire of the magnetizer. On the cosmic, it is present in the constructive power that carries out, in the formation of things from the planetary system down to the glowworm and simple daisy, the plan in the mind of nature, or in the divine thought, with regard to the development and growth of that special thing. He is, metaphysically, the objectivist thought of the gods, the Word made flesh, on a lower scale, and the messenger of cosmic and human ideations, the active force in universal life. In his secondary aspect, Fahad is the solar energy, the electric vital fluid * and the preserving forth * in 1882 the president of the Theosophical Society, Col. Alcott, was taken to task for asserting in one of his lectures that electricity is matter. Such, nevertheless, is the teaching of the occult doctrine. Force, energy, may be a better name for it, so long as European science knows so little about its true nature, yet matter it is, as much as ether is matter, since it is as atomic, though several removes from the latter. It seems ridiculous to argue that because a thing is imponderable to science, therefore it cannot be called matter. Electricity is immaterial in the sense that its molecules are not subject to perception and experiment, yet it may be, and occultism says it is atomic, therefore it is matter. But even supposing it were unscientific to speak of it in such terms, once electricity is called in science a source of energy, energy simply, and a force, where is that force or that energy which can be thought of without thinking of matter? Maxwell, a mathematician and one of the greatest authorities upon electricity and its phenomena, said, years ago, that electricity was matter, not motion merely. If we accept the hypothesis that the elementary substances are composed of atoms, we cannot avoid concluding that electricity also, positive as well as negative, is divided into definite elementary portions, which behave like atoms of electricity. Helmholtz, Faraday Lecture, 1881. We will go further than that, and assert that electricity is not only substance but that it is an emanation from an entity, which is neither God nor devil, but one of the numberless entities that rule and guide our world according to the eternal law of karma. See the addendum to this book. 112. The Secret Doctrine. Principle, the animal soul of nature, so to say, or electricity. In India, Fahad is connected with Vishnu and Surya in the early character of the first God, for Vishnu is not a high god in the Rig Veda. The name Vishnu is from the root vish, to pervade, and Fahad is called the pervader and the manufacturer, because he shapes the atoms from crude material. Asterisk in the sacred texts of the Rig Veda, Vishnu, also, is a manifestation of the solar energy, and he is described as striding through the 7 regions of the universe in 3 steps, the Vedic god having little in common with the Vishnu of later times. Therefore the two are identical in this particular feature, and one is the copy of the other. The 3 and 7 strides refer to the 7 spheres inhabited by man, of the esoteric doctrine, as well as to the 7 regions of the earth. Notwithstanding the frequent objections made by would-be Orientalists, the 7 worlds or spheres of our planetary chain are distinctly referred to in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. But how strangely all these numbers are connected with like numbers in other cosmogonies and with their symbols, can be seen from comparisons and parallelisms made by students of old religions. The 3 strides of Vishnu through the 7 regions of the universe, of the Rig Veda, have been variously explained by commentators as meaning fire, lightning, and the sun cosmically, and as having been taken in the earth, the atmosphere, and the sky, also as the 3 steps of the dwarf, Vishnu's incarnation. Though more philosophically and in the astronomical sense, very correctly they are explained by Amavabha as being the various positions of the sun, rising, noon, and setting. Esoteric philosophy alone explains it clearly, and the Zohar laid it down very philosophically and comprehensively. It is said and plainly demonstrated therein that in the beginning the Elohim, Elhim, were called echoed, cne, or the deity is one in many, a very simple idea in a pantheistic conception, in its philosophical sense, of course. Then came the change, Jehovah is Elohim, thus unifying the multiplicity and taking the first step towards monotheism. Now to the query, how is Jehovah Elohim? The answer is, by 3 steps from below. Asterisk it is well known that sand, when placed on a metal plate in vibration, assumes a series of regular curved figures of various descriptions. Can science give a complete explanation of this fact? 113. The correlation of the gods. The meaning is plain. Asterisk they are all symbols, and emblematic, mutually and correlatively, of spirit, soul and body, man, of the circle transformed into spirit, the soul of the world, and its body, or earth. Stepping out of the circle of infinity, that no man comprehendeth, and Soph, the Kabbalistic synonym for Parabrahm, for the zero Ana Akame, of the Mazdeans, or for any other unknowable, becomes one. The echoed, the Eka, the Ahu then he, or it, is transformed by evolution into the one in many, the Dhyani Buddhas, or the Elohim, or again the Amshaspens, his 3rd step being taken into generation of the flesh, or man. And from man, or Yahovah, male-female, the inner divine entity becomes, on the metaphysical plane, once more the Elohim. The Kabbalistic idea is identical with the esotericism of the Archaic period. This esotericism is the common property of all, and belongs neither to the Aryan fifth race, nor to any of its numerous sub-races. It cannot be claimed by the Turanians, so-called, the Egyptians, Chinese, Chaldeans, nor any of the 7 divisions of the fifth root race, but really belongs to the third and fourth root races, whose descendants we find in the seed of the fifth, the earliest Aryans. The circle was with every nation the symbol of the unknown boundless space, the abstract garb of an ever-present abstraction, the incognoscible deity. It represents limitless time in eternity. The zero Ana Akame is also the boundless circle of the unknown time, from which circle issues the radiant light, the universal sun, or Ormus T, and the latter asterisk. The numbers 3, 5, and 7 are prominent in speculative masonry, as shown in Isis. A Mason writes, there are the 3, 5, and 7 steps to show a circular walk. The 3 faces of 3, 3, 5, 3, and 7, 3, etc., etc. Sometimes it comes in this form: ZSZ equals 376.5 and equals 3817.5, and the ratio of feet for cubit measure gives the Great Pyramid measures, etc., etc. 3, 5, and 7 are mystical numbers, and the last and the first are as greatly honored by Masons as by the Parsis, the triangle being a symbol of deity everywhere. See the Masonic Cyclopedia, and Pythagorean Triangle, Oliver. As a matter of course, doctors of divinity, Castle, for instance, show the Zohar explaining and supporting the Christian Trinity. It is the latter, however, that had its origin from the of the heathen, in the archaic occultism and symbology. The 3 strides relate metaphysically to the descent of spirit into matter, of the Logos falling as a ray into the spirit, then into the soul, and finally into the human physical form of man, in which it becomes life. T. Ormuzd is the Logos, the firstborn, and the Sunday 114. The secret doctrine is identical with Cronus, in his Aeolian form, that of a circle. For the circle is Sar, and Saros, or cycle, and was the Babylonian god whose circular horizon was the visible symbol of the invisible, while the sun was the one circle from which proceeded the cosmic orbs, and of which he was considered the leader. Zero Ana is the chakra or circle of Vishnu, the mysterious emblem which is, according to the definition of a mystic, a curve of such a nature that as to any, the least possible part thereof, if the curve be protracted either way, it will proceed and finally re-enter upon itself, and form one and the same curve, or that which we call the circle. No better definition could thus be given of the natural symbol and the evident nature of deity, which, having its circumference everywhere, the boundless, has, therefore, its central point also everywhere, in other words, is in every point of the universe. The invisible deity is thus also the Dhyan Kohans, or the Rishis, the primitive 7, and the 9, without, and 10, including, their synthetical unit, from which it steps into man. Returning to the commentary, 4, of stanza 4. The reader will understand why, while the Trans-Himalayan Chakra has inscribed within it a triangle, first line, cube second line, and a pentacle with a dot in the center thus, and some other dot a. Variations, the Kabbalistic circle of the Elohim reveals, when the letters of the word Drbn, Alhim or Elohim, are numerically read, the famous numerals 13,514, or by anagram 31,415, the astronomical pi, number, or the hidden meaning of Dhyani Buddhas, of the Gebers, the Gebarim, the Kabari, and the Elohim, all signifying great men, titans, heavenly men, and, on earth, the giants. The 7 was a sacred number with every nation, but none applied it to more physiologically materialistic uses than the Hebrews. With these it was preeminently the generative number, and 9 the male causative one, forming, as shown by the Kabbalists go no the I or Otz, the tree of the Garden of Eden, * the double hermaphrodite rod of the fourth race. Whereas with the Hindus and Aryans generally, the significance was manifold, and related almost entirely to purely metaphysical *. This was the symbol of the Holy of Holies, the 3 and the 4 of sexual separation. Nearly every one of the 22 Hebrew letters are merely phallic symbols. Of the 2 letters as shown above, one, the ayin, is a negative female letter, symbolically an I, the other a male letter, z, a fishhook or a dart. 115 manifested symbols. And astronomical truths * their rishis and gods, their demons and heroes, have historical and ethical meanings, and the Aryans never made their religion rest solely on physiological symbols, as the old Hebrews have done. This is found in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. That these accounts are blinds is shown by their contradicting each other, a different construction being found in almost every Purana and epic poem. Read esoterically, they will all yield the same meaning. Thus one account enumerates 7 worlds, exclusive of the nether worlds, also 7 in number. These 14 upper and nether worlds have *, we are told by a Kabbalist, who in a work not yet published contrasts the Kabbalah and Zohar with Aryan esotericism, that the Hebrew clear, short, terse, and exact modes far and beyond measure surpass the toddling word talk of the Hindus, just as by parallelisms the psalmist says, "My mouth speaks with my tongue, I know not thy numbers." Lc. 15. The Hindu glyph shows by its insufficiency in the large admixture of adventitious sides the same borrowed plumage that the Greeks, the lying Greeks, had, and that Masonry has, which in the rough monosyllabic, and apparent, poverty of the Hebrew, shows the latter to have come down from a far more remote antiquity than any of these, and to have been the source, or nearer the old original source than any of them. This is entirely erroneous. Our learned brother and correspondent judges apparently the Hindu religious systems by their Shastras and Puranas, probably the latter, and in their modern translation moreover, which is disfigured out of all recognition, by the Orientalists. It is to their philosophical systems that one has to turn, to their esoteric teaching, if he would make a point of comparison. No doubt the symbology of the Pentateuch and even of the New Testament, comes from the same source. But surely the Pyramid of Cheops, whose measurements are all found repeated by Professor Piotr Smythe in Solomon's alleged and mythical temple, is not of a later date than the Mosaic books. Hence, if there is any such great identity as claimed, it must be due to servile copying on the part of the Jews, not on that of the Egyptians. The Jewish glyphs and even their language, the Hebrew, are not original. They are borrowed from the Egyptians, from whom Moses got his wisdom, from the Coptic, the probable kinsman, if not parent, of the old Phoenician, and from the Hyksos, their alleged ancestors, as Josephus shows in his Against Apian, I. 25. But who are the Hyksos shepherds? And who the Egyptians? History knows nothing of the question, and speculates and theorizes out of the depths of the respective consciousnesses of her historians. See Isis Unveiled, Vol. 2, p. 430-438. Chamism, or Old Coptic, says Bunsen, is from Western Asia, and contains some germ of the Semitic, thus bearing witness to the primitive cognate unity of the Aryan and Semitic races, and he places the great events in Egypt 9,000 years BC. The fact is that in archaic esotericism and Aryan thought we find grand philosophy, whereas in the Hebrew records we find only the most surprising ingenuity in inventing apotheoses for phallic worship and sexual theogony. 116 The Secret Doctrine. Nothing to do with the classification of the septenary chain and belong to the purely ethereal, invisible worlds. These will be noticed elsewhere. Suffice for the present to show that they are purposely referred to as though they belong to the chain. Another enumeration calls the 7 worlds earth, sky, heaven, middle region, place of birth, mansion of the blessed, and abode of truth, placing the sons of Brahma in the 6th division, and stating the 5th, or Janaloka, to be that where animals destroyed in the general conflagration are bomb again. See Hindu Classical Dictionary. Some real esoteric teaching is given in the symbolism. He who is prepared for it will understand the hidden meaning. Stanza V continued. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom, mineral atoms, that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings, gaseous clouds, and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space and one in the middle, the central wheel. IA, wheels, as already explained, are the centers of force, around which primordial cosmic matter expands, and, passing through all the 6 stages of consolidation, becomes spheroidal and ends by being transformed into globes or spheres. It is one of the fundamental dogmas of esoteric cosmogony, that during the kalpas, or eons, of life, motion, which, during the periods of rest pulsates and thrills through every slumbering atom *, commentary on Xian, assumes an ever-growing. It may be asked, as also the writer has not failed to ask, who is there to ascertain the difference in that motion, since all nature is reduced to its primal essence, and there can be no one, not even one of the Dhyani-Kohans, who are all in nirvana, to see it? The answer to this is, everything in nature has to be judged by analogy. Though the highest deities, archangels or Dhyani Buddhas, are unable to penetrate the mysteries too far beyond our planetary system and the visible cosmos, yet there were great seers and prophets in olden times who were enabled to perceive the mystery of breath and motion retrospectively, when the systems of worlds were at rest and plunged in their periodic sleep. 117. The antiquity of physical sciences. Tendency, from the first awakening of cosmos to a new day, to circular movement. The deity becomes a whirlwind. They are also called roti, the moving wheels of the celestial orbs participating in the world's creation, when the meaning refers to the animating principle of the stars and planets, for in the Kabbalah, they are represented by the Ophanim, the angels of the spheres and stars, of which they are the informing souls. See Kabbalah Denudata, De Anima, p. 113. This law of vortical movement in primordial matter, is one of the oldest conceptions of Greek philosophy, whose first historical sages were nearly all initiates of the mysteries. The Greeks had it from the Egyptians, and the latter from the Chaldeans, who had been the pupils of Brahmins of the esoteric school. Leucippus, and Democritus of Abdera, the pupil of the Magi, taught that this gyratory movement of the atoms and spheres existed from eternity. Histus, Heraclides, Ecphantus, Pythagoras, and all his pupils, taught the rotation of the earth, and Aryabhata of India, Aristarchus, Seleucus, and Archimedes calculated its revolution as scientifically as the astronomers do now, while the theory of the elemental vortices was known to Anaxagoras, and maintained by him 500 years BC, or nearly 2000 before it was taken up by Galileo, Descartes, Swedenborg, and finally, with slight modifications, by Sir W. Thomson. See his Vortical Atoms. All such knowledge, if justice be only done to it, is an echo of the archaic doctrine, an attempt to explain which is now being made. How men of the last few centuries have come to the same ideas and conclusions that were taught as axiomatic truths in the secrecy of the added dozens of *. The doctrine of the rotation of the earth about an axis is taught by the Pythagorean Histus, probably as early as 500 BC. It was also taught by his pupil Ecphantus, and by Heraclides, a pupil of Plato. The immobility of the Sun and the orbital rotation of the Earth were shown by Aristarchus of Samos as early as 281 BC. To be suppositions accordant with facts of observation. The heliocentric theory was taught about 150 BC, by Seleucus of Seleucia on the Tigris. It was taught 500 BC. by Pythagoras H.P. It is said also that Archimedes, in a work entitled Samites, inculcated the heliocentric theory. The sphericity of the earth was distinctly taught by Aristotle, who appealed for proof to the figure of the earth's shadow on the moon in eclipses. Aristotle, De Silla, Lib 2, Cap. 14. The same idea was defended by Pliny, Nat History, 2, 65. These views seem to have been lost from knowledge for more than 1,000 years. Comparative Geology, Part 4, Precantian Speculation, p. 551, by Alex. Winchell, Doctor of Laws. 118. The secret doctrine. Millenniums ago, is a question that is treated separately. Some were led to it by the natural progress in physical science and by independent observation, others such as Copernicus, Swedenborg, and a few more, their great learning notwithstanding, owed their knowledge far more to intuitive than to acquired ideas, developed in the usual way by a course of study *, see A Mystery About Buddha. By the 6 directions of space is here meant the double triangle, the junction and blending together of pure spirit and matter, of the arupa and the rupa, of which the triangles are a symbol. This double triangle is a sign of Vishnu, as it is Solomon's seal, and the Sri Antara of the Brahmins. Stanza V, continued. 4. Bahat traces spiral lines to unite the 6th to the 7th. The crown, an army of the sons of light stands at each angle, and, the Lipika in the middle wheel. They, the Lipika, say, this is good, B. The first divine world is ready, the first, is TWZV, the second, world, then the divine arupa, the formless universe *. That Swedenborg, who could not possibly have known anything of the esoteric ideas of Buddhism, came independently near the occult teaching in his general conceptions, is shown by his essay on the Vortical theory. In Clissold's translation of it, quoted by Professor Winchell, we find the following resume: the first cause is the infinite or unlimited. This gives existence to the first finite or limited. The logos in his manifestation and the universe. That which produces a limit is analogous to motion. See first stanza, supra. The limit produced is a point, the essence of which is motion, but being without parts, this essence is not actual motion, but only a conatus to it. In our doctrine it is not a conatus, but a change from eternal vibration in the unmanifest, to vortical motion in the phenomenal or manifested world. From this first proceed extension, space, figure, and succession, or time. As in geometry a point generates a line a surface, and a surface a solid, so here the conatus of a point tends towards lines, surfaces and solids. In other words, the universe is contained in ovo in the first natural point. The motion toward which the conatus tends, is circular, since the circle is the most perfect of all figures. The most perfect figure of a motion must be the perpetually circular, that is to say, it must proceed from the center to the periphery and from the periphery to the center. Quoted from Principia Rerum Naturalia. This is occultism pure and simple. Principles. The evolution of thought reflects itself in Chayaloka, the shadowy world of primal form, or the intellectual, the first garment of the Anupadaka, c. A. This tracing of spiral lines refers to the evolution of man's as well as nature's principles, an evolution which takes place gradually, as will be seen in Book 2, on the origin of the human races, as does everything else in nature. The sixth principle in man, Buddhi, the divine soul, though a mere breath, in our conceptions, is still something material when compared with divine spirit, Atma, of which it is the carrier or vehicle. Fahat, in his capacity of divine love, Eros, the electric power of affinity and sympathy, is shown allegorically as trying to bring the pure spirit, the ray inseparable from the one absolute, into union with the soul, the two constituting in man the monad, and in nature the first link between the ever unconditioned and the manifested. The first is now the second, world, of the Lipikas has reference to the same. B. The army at each angle is the host of angelic beings, Dhyan-Kohans, appointed to guide and watch over each respective region from the beginning to the end of Manvantara. They are the mystic watchers of the Christian Kabbalists and alchemists, and relate, symbolically as well as cosmogonically, to the numerical system of the universe. The numbers with which these celestial beings are connected are extremely difficult to explain, as each number refers to several groups of distinct ideas, according to the particular group of angels which it is intended to represent. Herein lies the notice in the study of symbology, with which, unable to untie by disentangling it, so many scholars have preferred dealing as Alexander dealt with the Gordian knot, hence erroneous conceptions and teachings, as a direct result. The first is the second, because the first cannot really be numbered or regarded as the first, as that is the realm of noumena in its primary manifestation, the threshold to the world of truth, or sat, through which the direct energy that radiates from the one reality, the nameless deity, reaches us. Here again, the untranslatable term sat, beingness, is likely to lead into an erroneous conception, since that which is manifested cannot be sat, but is something phenomenal, not everlasting, nor, in truth, even sempiternal. It is coeval and 120 the secret doctrine. Coexistent with the one life, secondless, but as a manifestation it is still a mile like the rest. This world of truth can be described only in the words of the commentary as a bright star dropped from the heart of eternity, the beacon of hope on whose 7 rays hang the 7 worlds of being. Truly so, since those are the 7 lights whose reflections are the human immortal monads, the Atma, or the irradiating spirit of every creature of the human family. First, this septenary light, then, see, the divine world, the countless lights lit at the primeval light, the buddhis, or formless divine souls, of the last Arupa, formless, world, the sum total. In the mysterious language of the old stanza. In the Catechism, the master is made to ask the pupil, lift thy head, O Lanu, dost thou see one, or countless lights above thee, burning in the dark midnight sky? I sense one flame, O Gurudeva, I see countless undetached sparks shining in it. Thou sayest well. And now look around and into thyself. That light which burns inside thee, dost thou feel it different in any wise from the light that shines in thy brother men? It is in no way different, though the prisoner is held in bondage by karma, and though its outer garments delude the ignorant into saying, thy soul and my soul. The radical unity of the ultimate essence of each constituent part of compounds in nature, from star to mineral atom, from the highest Dhyan Kohan to the smallest infusoria, in the fullest acceptation of the term, and whether applied to the spiritual, intellectual, or physical worlds, this is the one fundamental law in occult science. The deity is boundless and infinite expansion, says an occult axiom, and hence, as remarked, the name of Brahma *, there is a deep philosophy underlying the earliest worship in the world, that of the sun and of fire. Of all the elements known to physical science, fire is the one that has ever eluded definite analysis. It is confidently asserted that * in the Rig Veda we find the names Brahmanaspati and Brihaspati alternating and equivalent to each other. Also see Brihadupanishad, Brihaspati is a deity called the father of the gods. 121 The mystery of the fire. Air is a mixture containing the gases oxygen and nitrogen. We view the universe and the earth as matter composed of definite chemical molecules. We speak of the primitive 10 earths, endowing each with a Greek or Latin name. We say that water is, chemically, a compound of oxygen and hydrogen. But what is fire? It is the effect of combustion, we are gravely answered. It is heat and light and motion, and a correlation of physical and chemical forces in general. And this scientific definition is philosophically supplemented by the theological one in Webster's dictionary, which explains fire as the instrument of punishment, or the punishment of the impenitent in another state, the state, by the by, being supposed to be spiritual, but, alas, the presence of fire would seem to be a convincing proof of its material nature. Yet, speaking of the illusion of regarding phenomena as simple, because they are familiar. Professor Bain says, Logic. Part 2 Very familiar facts seem to stand in no need of explanation themselves and to be the means of explaining whatever can be assimilated to them. Thus, the boiling and evaporation of a liquid is supposed to be a very simple phenomenon requiring no explanation, and a satisfactory explanation of rarer phenomena. That water should dry up is, to the uninstructed mind, a thing wholly intelligible, whereas to the man acquainted with physical science the liquid state is anomalous and inexplicable. The lighting of a fire by a flame is a great scientific difficulty, yet few people think so. P. 125. What says the esoteric teaching with regard to fire? Fire, it says, is the most perfect and unadulterated reflection, in heaven as on earth, of the one flame. It is life and death, the origin and the end of every material thing. It is divine substance. Thus, not only the fire worshiper, the Parsi, but even the wandering savage tribes of America, which proclaim themselves born of fire, show more science in their creeds and truth in their superstitions, than all the speculations of modern physics and learning. The Christian who says, God is a living fire, and speaks of the Pentecostal tongues of fire and of the burning bush of Moses, is as much a fire worshipper as any other heathen. The Rosicrucians, among all the mystics and Kabbalists, were those who defined fire in the right and most correct way. Procure a sixpenny lamp, keep it only supplied with oil, and you will be able to light at its flame the lamps, candles, 122 The secret doctrine, and fires of the whole globe without diminishing that flame. If the deity, the radical one, is eternal and an infinite substance, the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, and never consumed, then it does not seem reasonable that the occult teaching should be held as unphilosophical when it says, thus were the Arupa and Rupa worlds formed. From one light 7 lights, from each of the 7, 7 times 7, etc., etc. Stanza V continued. 5 Fahat takes 5 strides, having already taken the first 3, a, and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones. And their armies, hosts, b. a. The stride / as already explained, see commentary on stanza 4, refer to both the cosmic and the human principles, the latter of which consist, in the exoteric division, of 3, spirit, soul, and body, and, in the esoteric calculation, of 7 principles, 3 rays of the essence and 4 aspects. Those who have studied Mr. Sinnott's esoteric Buddhism can easily grasp the nomenclature. There are 2 esoteric schools, or rather one school, divided into 2 parts, one for the inner Lanus, the other for the outer or semi-Lachelis beyond the Himalayas, the first teaching a septenary, the other a 6-fold division of human principles. From a cosmic point of view, Fahat taking 5 strides refers here to the 5 upper planes of consciousness and being, the 6th and the 7th, counting downwards, being the astral and the terrestrial, or the 2 lower planes. b. 4 winged wheels at each comer. For the 4 holy ones and their armies, hosts. These are the 4 Maharajas or great kings of the Dhyan Kohans, the Devas who preside, each over one of the 4 cardinal points. They are the regents or angels to rule over the cosmical forces of north, south, *. The 4 aspects are the body, its life or vitality, and the double of the body, the triad which disappears with the death of the person, and the Kamarupa which disintegrates in Kamaloka. 123 The secret of the elements. East and west, forces having each a distinct occult property. These beings are also connected with karma, as the latter needs physical and material agents to carry out her decrees, such as the 4 kinds of wines, for instance, professedly admitted by science to have their respective evil and beneficent influences upon the health of mankind and every living thing. There is occult philosophy in that Roman Catholic doctrine which traces the various public calamities, such as epidemics of disease and wars and so on, to the invisible messengers from north and west. The glory of God comes from the way of the east, says Ezekiel, while Jeremiah, Isaiah, and the psalmist assure their readers that all the evil under the sun comes from the north and the west, which proposition, when applied to the Jewish nation, sounds like an undeniable prophecy for themselves. And this accounts also for Saint Ambrose, on Amos, ch. 4, declaring that it is precisely for that reason that we curse the north wind, and that during the ceremony of baptism we begin by turning towards the west, sidereal, to renounce the better him who inhabits it, after which we turn to the east. Belief in the four Maharajas, the regents of the four cardinal points, was universal and is now that of Christians who call them, after Saint Augustine, angelic virtues, and spirits when enumerated by themselves, and devils when named by pagans. But where is the difference between the pagans and the Christians in this cause? Following Plato, Aristotle explained that the term 510 ICHEI. Thus, no more than the Christians do they adore and worship the elements and the cardinal, imaginary, points, but the gods that ruled these respectively. For the Church there are two kinds of sidereal beings, the asterisk says the scholarly Vossius, in his Theol Sir I7, though Saint Augustine has said that every visible thing in this world had an angelic virtue as an overseer near it, it is not individuals but entire species of things that must be understood, each such species having indeed its particular angel to watch it. He is at one in this with all the philosophers. For us these angels are spirits separated from the objects, whereas for the philosophers, pagan, they were gods. Considering the ritual established by the Roman Catholic Church for spirits of the stars, the latter look suspiciously like gods, and were no more honored and prayed to by the ancient and modern pagan rabble than they are now at Rome by the highly cultured Catholic Christians. 124. The Secret Doctrine. Angels and the Devils. For the Kabbalist and occultist there is but one, and neither of them makes any difference between the rectors of fight and the cosmocratores, or rectors tenebrarum harum, whom the Roman Church imagines and discovers in a rector of fight as soon as he is called by another name than the one she addresses him by. It is not the rector or Maharaja who punishes or rewards, with or without God's permission or order, but man himself, his deeds or karma, attracting individually and collectively, as in the case of whole nations sometimes, every kind of evil and calamity. We produce causes, and these awaken the corresponding powers in the sidereal world, which powers are magnetically and irresistibly attracted to and react upon those who produce these causes, whether such persons are practically the evildoers, or simply thinkers who brood mischief. Thought is matter / we are taught by modern science, and every particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened, as in their Principles of Science Messrs. Jevons and Babbage tell the profane. Modern science is drawn more every day into the maelstrom of occultism, unconsciously, no doubt, still very sensibly. The two main theories of science re the relations between mind and matter are monism and materialism. These two cover the whole ground of negative psychology with the exception of the quasi-occult views of the pantheistic German schools, not of course in the sense of the German materialist Mollschott, who assures us that thought is the movement of matter, a statement of almost unequaled absurdity. Mental states and bodily states are utterly contrasted as such. But that does not affect the position that every thought, in addition to its physical accompaniment, brain change, exhibits an objective though to us supersensuously objective aspect on the astral plane. See The Occult World, pages 89, 90, plus the views of our present-day scientific thinkers as to the relations between mind and matter may be reduced to two hypotheses. These show that both views equally exclude the possibility of an independent soul, distinct from the physical brain through which it functions. They are, 1. Materialism, the theory which regards mental phenomena as the product of molecular change in the brain, i.e., as the outcome of a transformation of motion into feeling. The Gruner school once went so far as to identify mind with a peculiar mode of motion, but this view is now happily regarded as absurd by most of the men of science themselves. 2. Monism, or the single substance doctrine, is the more subtle form of negative psychology, which one of its advocates, Professor Bain, ably terms guarded materialism. This doctrine, which commands a very wide ascent, counting among its upholders such men as Lewis, Spencer, Ferrier, and others, while positing thought and mental phenomena generally as radically contrasted with matter, regards both as equal to the two sides, or aspects, of one and the same substance in some of its conditions. Thought as thought, they say, is utterly contrasted with material phenomena, but it must be also regarded as only the subjective side of nervous motion, whatever our learned men may mean by this. 125. The real meaning of the tabernacle. In the Egyptian temples, according to Clemens Alexandrinus, an immense curtain separated the tabernacle from the place for the congregation. The Jews had the same. In both, the curtain was drawn over 5 pillars, the pentacle, symbolizing our 5 senses and 5 root races esoterically, while the 4 colors of the curtain represented the 4 cardinal points and the 4 terrestrial elements. The whole was an allegorical symbol. It is through the 4 high rulers over the 4 points and elements that our 5 senses may become cognizant of the hidden truths of nature, and not at all, as Clemens would have it, that it is the elements per se that furnished the pagans with divine knowledge or the knowledge of God*, while the Egyptian emblem was spiritual, that of the Jews was purely materialistic, and, indeed, honored only the blind elements and the imaginary points. For what was the meaning of the square tabernacle raised by Moses in the wilderness, if it had not the same cosmical significance? Thou shalt make an hanging, of blue, purple, and scarlet, and 5 pillars of shittim wood for the hanging, 4 brazen rings in the 4 comers thereof, boards of fine wood for the 4 sides, north, south, west, and east, of the tabernacle, with cherubims of cunning work. Exodus, chxxvi, xxvii. The tabernacle and the square courtyard, cherubim and all, were precisely the same as those in the Egyptian temples. The square form of the tabernacle meant just the same thing as it still means, to this day, in the exoteric worship of the Chinese and Tibetans, the 4 cardinal points signifying that which the 4 sides of the pyramids, obelisks, and other such square erections mean. Josephus takes care to explain the whole thing. He declares that the tabernacle pillars are the same *, thus the sentence, Natura elementorum obtinet revelationum dei, in Clemens' Stromata, r. 4, para. 6, is applicable to both or neither. Consult the Zends, Vol. 2, p. 228, and Plutarch de Iside, as compared by Layard, Académie des Inscriptions, 1854, Vol. 15 126. The secret doctrine. As those raised at Tyre to the 4 elements, which were placed on pedestals whose 4 angles faced the 4 cardinal points, adding that the angles of the pedestals had equally the 4 figures of the zodiac on them, which represented the same orientation. Antiquities I, 8, ch. XXII. The idea may be traced in the Zoroastrian caves, in the rock-cut temples of India, as in all the sacred square buildings of antiquity that have survived to this day. This is shown definitely by Layard, who finds the 4 cardinal points, and the 4 primitive elements, in the religion of every country, under the shape of square obelisks, the 4 sides of the pyramids, etc., etc. Of these elements and their points, the 4 Maharajas were the regents and the directors. If the student would know more of them, he has but to compare the vision of Ezekiel, chap. I, with what is known of Chinese Buddhism, even in its exoteric teachings, and examine the outward shape of these great kings. In the opinion of the Rev. Joseph Edkins, they are the devas who preside each over one of the 4 continents into which the Hindus divide the world. Each leads an army of spiritual beings to protect mankind and Buddhism. With the exception of favoritism towards Buddhism, the 4 celestial beings are precisely this. They are the protectors of mankind and also the agents of karma on earth, whereas the Lipika are concerned with humanity's hereafter. At the same time they are the 4 living creatures who have the likeness of a man of Ezekiel's visions, called by the translators of the Bible, cherubim, seraphim, etc., and by the occultists, the winged globes, the fiery wheels, and in the Hindu pantheon by a number of different names. All these Gandharvas, the sweet songsters, the Asuras, Kinnaras, and Nagas, are the allegorical descriptions of the 4 Maharajas. The seraphim are the fiery serpents of heaven, which we find in a passage describing Mount Meru as the exalted mass of glory. the venerable haunt of gods and heavenly choristers. Not to be reached by sinful men. Because guarded by serpents. They are called the Avengers, and the Winged Wheels. Their mission and character being explained, let us see what the Hindus happen to divide the world into 7 continents, exoterically as esoterically, and their 4 cosmic devas are 8, presiding over the 8 points of the compass and not the continents. Compare Chinese Buddhism, p. 216. 127 The Dragons of Secret Wisdom. Christian Bible interpreters say of the cherubim, the word signifies in Hebrew, fullness of knowledge. These angels are so called from their exquisite knowledge, and were therefore used for the punishment of men who affected divine knowledge. Interpreted by Cruden in his Concordance, from Genesis 3:24. Very well, and vague. As the information is, it shows that the cherub placed at the gate of the Garden of Eden after the fall, suggested to the venerable interpreters the idea of punishment connected with forbidden science or divine knowledge, one that generally leads to another fall, that of the gods, or God, in man's estimation. But as the good old Cruden knew not of karma, he may be forgiven. Yet the allegory is suggestive. From Meru, the abode of gods, to Eden, the distance is very small, and from the Hindu serpents to the off-eyed cherubim, the third out of the 7 of which was the dragon. The separation is still smaller, for both watched the entrance to the realm of secret knowledge. But Ezekiel plainly describes the 4 cosmic angels. I looked, and behold, a whirlwind, a cloud and fire enfolding it. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. They had the likeness of a man. And every one had 4 faces and 4 wings. The face of a man, and the face of a lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. Man was here substituted for dragon. Compare the off-eyed spirits. Asterisk. Now as I beheld the living creatures, behold, one wheel upon the earth with his 4 faces, as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. For the support of the living creature was in the wheel, their appearance was like coals of fire, etc. Ezekiel, CHI. There are 3 chief groups of builders and as many of the planetary spirits and the Lipika, each group being again divided into 7 subgroups. It is impossible, even in such a large work as this, to enter into a minute examination of even the 3 principal groups, as it would demand an extra volume. The builders are the representatives of the first mind bomb entities, therefore of the primeval Rishi Prajapati, also of the 7 great gods of Egypt, of which Osiris is the chief, of the 7 Amshaspens of the Zoroastrians, with asterisk the angels recognized by the Roman Catholic Church who correspond to these faces were with the Ophites, dragon Raphael, lion Michael, bull, or ox Uriel, and eagle Gabriel. The 4 keep company with the 4 evangelists, and preface the Gospels. 128 The Secret Doctrine. Ormuzd at their head, or the 7 spirits of the face, the 7 Sephiroth separated from the first triad, etc., etc. Asterisk they build or rather rebuild every system after the night. The second group of the builders is the architect of our planetary chain exclusively, and the third, the progenitor of our humanity, the macrocosmic prototype of the microcosm. The planetary spirits are the informing spirits of the stars in general, and of the planets especially. They rule the destinies of men who are all born under one or other of their constellations. The second and third groups pertaining to other systems have the same functions, and all rule various departments in nature. In the Hindu exoteric pantheon they are the guardian deities who preside over the 8 points of the compass, the 4 cardinal and the 4 intermediate points, and are called Lokapalas, supporters or guardians of the world, in our visible cosmos, of which Indra, east, Yama, south, Varuna, west, and Kuvera, north, are the chief, their elephants. And their spouses pertaining of course to fancy and afterthought, though all of them have an occult significance. The Lipika, a description of whom is given in the commentary on stanza 4. Number 6, are the spirits of the universe, whereas the builders are only our own planetary deities. The former belong to the most occult portion of cosmogenesis, which cannot be given here. Whether the adepts, even the highest, know this angelic order in the completeness of its triple degrees, or only the lower one connected with the records of our world, is something which the writer is unprepared to say, and she would incline rather to the latter supposition. Of its highest grade one thing only is taught: the Lipika are connected with karma, being its direct recorders. The Jews, save the Kabbalists, having no names for east, west, south, and north, expressed the idea by words signifying before, behind, right and left, and very often confounded the terms exoterically, thus making the blinds in the Bible more confused and difficult to interpret. Add to this the fact that out of the 47 translators of King James I of England's Bible only 3 understood Hebrew, and of these 2 died before the Psalms were translated, Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, and one may easily understand what reliance can be placed on the English version of the Bible. In this work the Douay Roman Catholic version is generally followed. Plus the symbol for sacred and secret knowledge was universally in antiquity, a tree, by which a scripture or a record was also meant. Hence the word Lipika, the writers or scribes, the dragons, symbols of wisdom, who guard the trees of knowledge, the golden apple tree of the Hesperides, the luxuriant trees and vegetation of Mount Meru guarded by a serpent. Juno giving to Jupiter, on her marriage with him, a tree with golden fruit is another form of Eve offering Adam the apple from the tree of knowledge. 129 The Lipika. Stanza V continued. 6 The Lipikas circumscribe the triangle, the first one, the vertical line or the figure 1, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle within the egg, circle, A. It is the ring called pass not, for those who descend and ascend, as also for those, who, during the Kalpa, are progressing toward the great day V with US, B, underscore. Thus were formed the Arupa and the Rupa, the formless world and the world of forms, from one light 7 lights, from each of the 7 times 7 lights. The wheels watch the ring. The stanza proceeds with a minute classification of the orders of angelic hierarchy. From the group of 4 and 7 emanates the mind bomb group of 10, of 12, of 21, etc., all these divided again into subgroups of septenaries, novenaries, duodecimals, and so on, until the mind is lost in this endless enumeration of celestial hosts and beings, each having its distinct task in the ruling of the visible cosmos during its existence. A. The esoteric meaning of the first sentence of the sloka is, that those who have been called Lipikas, the recorders of the karmic ledger, make an impassable barrier between the personal ego and the impersonal self, the noumenon and parent source of the former. Hence the allegory. They circumscribe the manifested world of matter within the ring pass not. This world is the symbol, objective, of the one divided into the many, on the planes of illusion, of ADI, the first, or of EKA, the one, and this one is the collective aggregate, or totality, of the principal creators or architects of this visible universe. In Hebrew occultism their name is both Akath, feminine, one, and Akod, one again, but masculine. The monotheists have taken, and are still taking, advantage of the profound esotericism of the Kabbalah to apply the name by which the one supreme essence is known to its manifestation, the Sephiroth Elohim, and call it Jehovah. But this is 130 the secret doctrine. Quite arbitrary and against all reason and logic, as the term Elohim is a plural noun, identical with the plural word Kayim, often compounded with the Elohim asterisk. Moreover, in occult metaphysics there are, properly speaking, 2 ones: the one on the unreachable plane of absoluteness and infinity, on which no speculation is possible, and the second one on the plane of emanations. The former can neither emanate nor be divided, as it is eternal, absolute, and immutable. The second, being, so to speak, the reflection of the first one, for it is the logos, or Iswara, in the universe of illusion, can do all this. If it emanates from itself as the upper Sephirothal triad emanates the lower seven Sephiroth, the seven rays or Dhyan Kohans, in other words, the homogeneous becomes the heterogeneous, the protyle differentiates into the elements. But these, unless they return into their primal element, can never cross beyond the laya, or 0 point. Hence the allegory. The Lipikas separate the world, or plane, of pure spirit from that of matter. Those who descend and ascend the incarnating monads, and men striving towards purification and ascending, but still not having quite reached the goal, may cross the circle of the pass not, only on the day be with us, that day when man, freeing himself from the trammels of ignorance, and recog the sentence in the Sefer Jezira and elsewhere, K through Ach Elohim Kayim denotes the Elohim as androgynous at best, the feminine element almost predominating, as it would read, one is she, the spirit of the Elohim of life. As said above, Esheth, or Akath, is feminine, and Echod, or Echod, masculine, both meaning 1. This metaphysical tenet can hardly be better described than Mr. Subbarose in Bhagavad-gita lectures. Malaprakriti, the veil of Parabrahmam, acts as the one energy through the logos, or Eswara. Now Parabrahmam is the one essence from which starts into existence a center of energy, which I shall for the present call the logos. It is called the verbum by the Christians, and it is the divine Christos who is eternal in the bosom of his Father. It is called Avalokiteshvara by the Buddhists. In almost every doctrine, they have formulated the existence of a center of spiritual energy which is unborn and eternal, and which exists in the bosom of Parabrahmam at the time of Pralaya, and starts as a center of conscious energy at the time of cosmic activity. For, as the lecturer premised by saying, Parabraham is not this or that, it is not even consciousness, as it cannot be related to matter or anything conditioned. It is not ego nor is it non-ego, not even Atma, but verily the one source of all manifestations and modes of existence. 131 The Sidereal Book of Life. Nicing fully the non-separateness of the ego within his personality, erroneously regarded as his own from the universal ego, animus supramundi, merges thereby into the one essence to become not only one with us, the manifested universal lives which are one life, but that very life itself. Astronomically, the ring pass not that the Lipika trace around the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle to circumscribe these figures, is thus shown to contain the symbol of 31,415 again, or the coefficient constantly used in mathematical tables, the value of p, pi, the geometrical figures standing here for numerical figures. According to the general philosophical teachings, this ring is beyond the region of what are called nebulae in astronomy. But this is as erroneous a conception as that of the topography and the descriptions, given in Puranic and other exoteric scriptures, about the 1008 worlds of the Devaloka worlds and firmaments. There are worlds, of course, in the esoteric as well as in the profane scientific teachings, at such incalculable distances that the light of the nearest of them, which has just reached our modern Chaldees, had left its luminary long before the day on which the words "Let there be light" were pronounced, but these are no worlds on the Devaloka plane, but in our cosmos. The chemist goes to the laya or 0 point of the plane of matter with which he deals, and then stops short. The physicist or the astronomer counts by billions of miles beyond the nebulae, and then they also stop short. The semi-initiated occultist will represent this laya point to himself as existing on some plane which, if not physical, is still conceivable to the human intellect. But the full initiate knows that the ring pass not is neither a locality nor can it be measured by distance, but that it exists in the absoluteness of infinity. In this infinity of the full initiate there is neither height, breadth, nor thickness, but all is fathomless profundity, reaching down from the physical to the para-metaphysical. In using the word down, essential depth nowhere and everywhere is meant, not depth of physical matter. If one searches carefully through the exoteric and grossly anthropomorphic allegories of popular religions, even in these the doctrine embodied in the circle of pass not thus guarded by the Lipika, may be dimly perceived. Thus one finds it even in the teachings of 132 the secret doctrine. The Vedantin sect of the Visishtadvaita, the most tenaciously anthropomorphic in all India. For we read of the released soul that, after reaching moksha, a state of bliss meaning release from bandha or bondage, bliss is enjoyed by it in a place called Paramapadha, which place is not material, but made of Sudasattva, the essence, of which the body of Iswara the Lord is formed. There, mutas or jivatmas, monads, who have attained moksha, are never again subject to the qualities of either matter or karma. But if they choose, for the sake of doing good to the world, they may incarnate on earth. The way to Paramapadha, or the immaterial worlds, from this world, is called Devayana. When a person has attained moksha and the body dies, the jiva, soul, goes with Sukshma Sararath from the heart of the body, to the Brahmarandra in the crown of the head, traversing Sushumna, a nerve connecting the heart with the Brahmarandra. The jiva breaks through the Brahmarandra and goes to the region of the sun, Surya Mandala, through the solar rays. Then it goes, through a dark spot in the sun, to Paramapadha. The jiva is directed on its way by the supreme wisdom acquired by yoga. The jiva thus proceeds to Paramapadha by the aid of Athivahikas, bearers in transit, known by the names of Arkyahas, Aditya, Prajapati, etc. The Arkas here mentioned are certain pure souls, etc., etc. Visishtadvaita Catechism, by Pundit Bhashyacharya, FTS. No spirit except the recorders, Lipika, has ever crossed its forbidden line, nor will any do so until the day of the next pralaya, for it is the boundary that separates the finite however infinite in man's sight from the truly infinite. The spirits referred to, therefore, as those who ascend and descend are the hosts of what we loosely call celestial beings. But they are, in fact, nothing of the kind. These voluntary reincarnations are referred to in our doctrine as nirmanakayas, the surviving spiritual principles of men. Sukshmasarara, dream-like elusive body, with which are clothed the inferior dhyanis of the celestial hierarchy. Compare this esoteric tenet with the Gnostic doctrine found in Pista Sophia, knowledge equals wisdom, in which treatise Sophia Akamoth is shown lost in the waters of chaos, matter, on her way to supreme light, and Christos delivering and helping her on the right path. Note well, Christos with the Gnostics meant the impersonal principle, the Atman of the universe, and the Atma within every man's soul, not Jesus, though in the old Coptic MSS. In the British Museum Christos is almost constantly replaced by Jesus. 133 The God of man and the God of the ant. They are entities of the higher worlds in the hierarchy of being, so immeasurably high that, to us, they must appear as gods, and collectively God. But so we, mortal men, must appear to the ant, which reasons on the scale of its special capacities. The ant may also, for all we know, see the avenging finger of a personal God in the hand of the urchin who, in one moment, under the impulse of mischief, destroys its anthill, the labor of many weeks-long years in the chronology of insects. The ant, feeling it acutely, and attributing the undeserved calamity to a combination of providence and sin, may also, like man, see in it the result of the sin of its first parent. Who knows and who can affirm or deny? The refusal to admit in the whole solar system of any other reasonable and intellectual beings on the human plane, than ourselves, is the greatest conceit of our age. All that science has a right to affirm, is that there are no invisible intelligences living under the same conditions as we do. It cannot deny point blank the possibility of there being worlds within worlds, under totally different conditions to those that constitute the nature of our world, nor can it deny that there may be a certain limited communication * between some of those worlds and our own. To the highest, we are taught, belong the 7 orders of the purely divine spirits, to the 6 lower ones belong hierarchies that can occasionally be seen and heard by men, and who do communicate with their progeny of the earth, which progeny is indissolubly linked with them, each principle in man having its direct source in the nature of those great beings, who furnish us with the respective invisible elements in us. Physical science is welcome to speculate upon the physiological mechanism of living beings, and to continue her fruitless efforts in trying to resolve our feelings, our sensations, mental and spiritual, into functions of their inorganic vehicles. Nevertheless, all that will ever be accomplished in this direction has already been done, and science will go no farther. The greatest philosopher of European birth, Immanuel Kant, assures us that such a communication is in no way improbable. I confess I am much disposed to assert the existence of immaterial natures in the world, and to place my own soul in the class of these beings. It will hereafter, I know not where, or when, yet be proved that the human soul stands even in this life in indissoluble connection with all immaterial natures in the spirit world, that it reciprocally acts upon these and receives impressions from them. Traumeinsgeister-Seehers, quoted by C. Massey, in his preface to von Hartmann's Spiritismus. 134 The Secret Doctrine. She is before a dead wall, on the face of which she traces, as she imagines, great physiological and psychic discoveries, but every one of which will be shown later on to be no better than the cobwebs spun by her scientific fancies and illusions. The tissues of our objective framework alone are subservient to the analysis and researches of physiological science. The 6 higher principles in them will evade forever the hand that is guided by an animus that purposely ignores and rejects the occult sciences. The great day of Be with us, then, is an expression the only merit of which lies in its literal translation. Its significance is not so easily revealed to a public, unacquainted with the mystic tenets of occultism, or rather of esoteric wisdom or Buddhism. It is an expression peculiar to the latter, and as hazy for the profane as that of the Egyptians who called the same the day of come to us, which e.g., all that modern physiological research in connection with psychological problems has, and owing to the nature of things, could have shown, is, that every thought, sensation, and emotion is attended with a remarshalling of the molecules of certain nerves. The inference drawn by scientists of the type of Buchner, Vogt, and others, that thought is molecular motion, necessitates a complete abstraction being made of the fact of our subjective consciousness. F.C. Le Livre des Morts, by Paul Pierrot, Lejour devines a nous say lejourou Osiris edit au Solile, Vines. Jele voix rencontrant le Solile dans elementi. Chap. 17, p. 61, the Son here stands for the Logos, or Christos, or Horus, as central essence synthetically, and as a diffused essence of radiated entities, different in substance, but not in essence. As expressed by the Bhagavad Gita lecturer, it must not be supposed that the Logos is but a single center of energy manifested from Parabrahmam, there are innumerable other centers. And their number is almost infinite in the bosom of Parabrahmam. Hence the expressions, the day of come to us and the day of be with us, etc. Just as the square is the symbol of the 4 sacred forces or powers tetracta, so the circle shows the boundary within the infinity that no man can cross, even in spirit, nor Deva, nor Dhyan Kohan. The spirits of those who descend and ascend during the course of cyclic evolution shall cross the iron-bound world only on the day of their approach to the threshold of parinirvana. If they reach it, they will rest in the bosom of Parabrahmam, or the unknown darkness, which shall then become for all of them light during the whole period of Mahapralaya, the cheat night, namely, 311,040 billion years of absorption in Brahm. The day of Be with us is this period of rest or parinirvana. See also for other data on this peculiar expression, the day of come to us, the funerary ritual of the Egyptians, by Viscount de Rouge. It corresponds to the day of the last judgment of the Christians, which has been sorely materialized by their religion. 135 The soul's pilgrimage is identical with the former, though the verb be in this sense, might be still better replaced with either of the 2 words remain or rest with us, as it refers to that long period of rest which is called parinirvana. As in the exoteric interpretation of the Egyptian rites, the soul of every defunct person from the Hierophant down to the sacred bull Apis became an Osiris, was ossirified, though the secret doctrine had always taught that the real ossirification was the lot of every monad only after 3,000 cycles of existences, so in the present case. The monad, bomb of the nature and the very essence of the seven, its highest principle becoming immediately enshrined in the seventh cosmic element, has to perform its septenary gyration throughout the cycle of being and forms, from the highest to the lowest, and then again from man to God. At the threshold of parinirvana it reassumes its primeval essence and becomes the absolute once more. 136 The Secret Doctrine. Stanza 6. 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge, a. Kuan Yin * the triple of Quan Shai Yin, residing in Kuan Yin Tien, b. Fahat, the breath of their progeny, the son of the sons, having called forth from the lower abyss. Chaos, the elusive form of Sinchen, our universe, and the seven elements, a. The Mother of Mercy and Knowledge is called the triple of Quan Shai Yin because in her correlations, metaphysical and cosmical, she is the mother, the wife, and the daughter of the Logos, just as in the later theological translations she became the Father, Son and, the female, Holy Ghost, the Sakti or energy, the essence of the three. Thus in the esotericism of the Vedantins, Devi Prakriti, the light manifested through Eswara, the Logos, T is at one and the same time the mother and also the daughter of the Logos or verbum of Parabrahmam, while in that of the Himalayan teachings it is in the hierarchy of allegorical and metaphysical theogony the mother or abstract, ideal matter, Malaprakriti, the root of nature, from the metaphysical standpoint, a correlation of Adi Buddha, manifested in the Logos, Avalokiteshvara, and from the purely occult and * this stanza is translated from the Chinese text, and the names, as the equivalents of the original terms, are preserved. The real esoteric nomenclature cannot be given, as it would only confuse the reader. The Brahmanical doctrine has no equivalent to these. Vach seems, in many an aspect, to approach the Chinese Kuan Yin, but there is no regular worship of Vach under this name in India, as there is of Kuan Yin in China. No exoteric religious system has ever adopted a female creator, and thus woman was regarded and treated, from the first dawn of popular religions, as inferior to man. It is only in China and Egypt that Kuan Yin and Isis were placed on a par with the male gods. Esotericism ignores both sexes. Its highest deity is sexless as it is formless, neither father nor mother, and its first manifested beings, celestial and terrestrial alike, become only gradually androgynous and finally separate into distinct sexes. Plus the Theosophist of February, 1887, p. 305, first lecture on the Bhagavad Gita. 137 The mystery of the female Logos. Cosmical, Fahat * the son of the sun, the androgynous energy resulting from this light of the Logos, and which manifests in the plane of the objective universe as the hidden, as much as the revealed. Electricity which is life. B. Kuan Yin Tien means the melodious heaven of sound, the abode of Kuan Yin, or the divine voice literally. This voice is a synonym of the verbum or the word, speech, as the expression of thought. Thus may be traced the connection with, and even the origin of the Hebrew Bath Kol, the daughter of the divine voice, or verbum, or the male and female Logos, the heavenly man or Adam Kadmon, who is at the same time Sephira. The latter was surely anticipated by the Hindu Vach, the goddess of speech, or of the word. For Vach the daughter and the female portion, as is stated, of Brahma, one generated by the gods is, in company with Kuan Yin, with Isis, also the daughter, wife, and sister of Osiris, and other goddesses, the female Logos, so to speak, the goddess of the active forces in nature, the word, voice, or sound, and speech. If Kuan Yin is the melodious voice, so is Vach, the melodious cow who milked forth sustenance and water, the female principle, who yields us nourishment and sustenance, as Mother Nature. She is associated in the work of creation with the Prajapati. She is male and female ad libitum, as Eve is with Adam. And she is a form of Aditi, the principle higher than ether in Akasa, the synthesis of all the forces in nature. Thus Vach and Kuan are both the magic potency of occult sound in nature. An ether which voice calls forth Sinchan, the elusive form of the universe out of chaos and the seven elements. Thus in Manu Brahma, the Logos also, is shown dividing his body into two parts, male and female, and creating in the latter, who is Vach, Viraj, who is himself, or Brahma again. It is in this way a learned Vedantin occultist speaks of that goddess. Explaining the reason why Eswara, or Brahma, is called verbum or logos, why in fact it is called Sabda Brahmam, says the lecturer on p. 306, evolution is commenced by the intellectual energy of the logos, not merely on account of the potentialities locked up in Malaprakriti. This light of the logos is the link between objective matter and the subjective thought of Eswara, or logos. It is called in several Buddhist books Fahat. It is the one instrument with which the logos works. 138 The Secret Doctrine. The explanation I am going to give you will appear thoroughly mystical, but if mystical, it has a tremendous significance when properly understood. Our old writers said that Vach is of four kinds, see Rig Veda and the Upanishads. Vakari Vach is what we utter. Every kind of Vakari Vach exists in its Madhyama, further in its Pasayanti, and ultimately in its para form. The reason why this pranava is called Vach is this, that the four principles of the great cosmos correspond to these four forms of Vach. Now the whole manifested solar system exists in its Sukshma form in the light or energy of the Logos, because its energy is caught up and transferred to cosmic matter. The whole cosmos in its objective form is Vakari Vach, the light of the Logos is the Madhyama form, and the Logos itself the Pasayanti form, and Parabrahm the para form or aspect of that Vach. It is by the light of this explanation that we must try to understand certain statements made by various philosophers to the effect that the manifested cosmos is the verbum manifested as cosmos, see lecture on the Bhagavad Gita, referred to above. Stanza 6. Continued. 2. The swift and the radiant one produces the seven laoti, centers, against which none will prevail to the great day be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations, surrounding Slenchen with the elementary germs. B. A. The seven laocenters are the 7 0 points, using the term zero in the same sense that chemists do, to indicate a point at which, in esotericism, the scale of reckoning of differentiation begins. From the centers beyond which esoteric philosophy allows us to perceive the dim metaphysical outlines of the seven sons of life and light, the seven logoi of the Hermetic and all other philosophers begins. Madhya is said of something whose commencement and end are unknown, and para means infinite. These expressions all relate to infinitude and to division of time. Plus from the Sanskrit laya, the point of matter where every differentiation has ceased. 139 From no number to number 7. The differentiation of the elements which enter into the constitution of our solar system. It has often been asked what was the exact definition of Fahat and his powers and functions, as he seems to exercise those of a personal god as understood in the popular religions. The answer has just been given in the comment on stanza V. As well said in the Bhagavad Gita lectures, the whole cosmos must necessarily exist in the one source of energy from which this light, Fahat, emanates. Whether we count the principles in cosmos and man as 7 or only as 4, the forces of, and in, physical nature are 7, and it is stated by the same authority that pragma, or the capacity of perception, exists in 7 different aspects corresponding to the 7 conditions of matter, personal and impersonal God. 4. Just as a human being is composed of 7 principles, differentiated matter in the solar system exists in 7 different conditions, ibid. So does Fahat*. He is 1 and 7, and on the cosmic plane is behind all such manifestations as light, heat, sound, adhesion, etc., etc., and is the spirit of electricity, which is the life of the universe. As an abstraction, we call it the one life; as an objective and evident reality, we speak of a septenary scale of manifestation, which begins at the upper rung with the one unknowable causality, and ends as omnipresent mind and life immanent in every atom of matter. Thus, while science speaks of its evolution through brute matter, blind force, and senseless motion, the occultists point to intelligent law and sentient life, and add that Fahad is the guiding spirit of all this. Yet he is no personal God at all, but the emanation of those other powers behind him whom the Christians call the messengers of their God, who is in reality only the Elohim, or rather one of the 7 creators called Elohim, and we, the messenger of the primordial sons of life and light. b. The elementary germs with which he fills Xinchen, the universe, from Tianxin, the heaven of mind, literally, or that which is absolute, are the atoms of science and the monads of Leibniz. Fahad has several meanings. See stanza v, commentary et infra. He is called the builder of the builders, the force that he personifies having formed our septenary chain. 140 The Secret Doctrine. Stanza 6. Continued. 3 of the 7 elements, first 1 manifested, 6 concealed, 2 manifested, 5 concealed, 3 manifested, 4 concealed, 4 produced, 3 hidden, 4 and 1 san, fraction, revealed, 2 and 1/2 concealed, 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside, a. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, 1 giving birth to the other, b. a. Although these stanzas refer to the whole universe after a Mahapralaya, universal destruction, yet this sentence, as any student of occultism may see, refers also by analogy to the evolution and final formation of the primitive, though compound, 7 elements on our earth. Of these, 4 elements are now fully manifested, while the 5th ether is only partially so, as we are hardly in the second half of the 4th round, and consequently the 5th element will manifest fully only in the 5th round. The worlds, including our own, were of course, as germs, primarily evolved from the one element in its second stage, father-mother, the differentiated world's soul, not what is termed the oversoul by Emerson, whether we call it, with modern science, cosmic dust and fire mist, or with occultism akasa, jivatma, divine astral light, or the soul of the world. But this first stage of evolution was in due course of time followed by the next. No world, as no heavenly body, could be constructed on the objective plane, had not the elements been sufficiently differentiated already from their primeval ills, resting in Laya. The latter term is a synonym of nirvana. It is, in fact, the nirvanic dissociation of all substances, merged after a life cycle into the latency of their primary conditions. It is the luminous but bodiless shadow of the matter that was, the realm of negativeness wherein lie latent during their period of rest the active forces of the universe. Now, speaking of elements, it is made the standing reproach of the ancients, that they supposed their elements simple and undecomposable. Once more, this is an unwarrantable state. The shades of our prehistorical ancestors might return the compliment to modern physicists, now that new discoveries in chemistry have led M.R. Crookes, F.R.S., to admit that science is yet 1,000 leagues from the knowledge of the compound nature of the simplest molecule. From him we learn that such a thing as a really simple molecule entirely homogeneous is terra incognita in chemistry. Where are we to draw the line, he asks, is there no way out of this perplexity? Must we either make the elementary examinations so stiff that only 60 or 70 candidates can pass, or must we open the examination doors so wide that the number of admissions is limited only by the number of applicants? And then the learned gentleman gives striking instances. He says, take the case of yttrium. It has its definite atomic weight, it behaved in every respect as a simple body, an element, to which we might indeed add, but from which we could not take away. Yet this yttrium, this supposed homogeneous whole, on being submitted to a certain method of fractionation, is resolved into portions not absolutely identical among themselves, and exhibiting a gradation of properties. Or take the case of didymium. Here was a body betraying all the recognized characters of an element. It had been separated with much difficulty from other bodies which approximated closely to it in their properties, and during this crucial process it had undergone very severe treatment and very close scrutiny. But then came another chemist, who, treating this assumed homogeneous body by a peculiar process of fractionation, resolved it into the two bodies praseodymium and neodymium, between which certain distinctions are perceptible. Further, we even now have no certainty that neodymium and praseodymium are simple bodies. On the contrary, they likewise exhibit symptoms of splitting up. Now, if one supposed element on proper treatment is thus found to comprise dissimilar molecules, we are surely warranted in asking whether similar results might not be obtained in other elements, perhaps in all elements, if treated in the right way. We may even ask where the process of sorting out is to stop, a process which of course presupposes variations between the individual molecules of each species. And in these successive separations we naturally find bodies approaching more and more closely to each other. Presidential Address before the Royal Society of Chemists, March, 1888. 141 Were the ancients ignorant of the physical sciences? Meant, as, at any rate, their initiated philosophers can hardly come under such an imputation, since it is they who have invented allegories and religious myths from the beginning. Had they been ignorant of the heterogeneity of their elements, they would have had no personifications of fire, air, water, earth, and ether. Their cosmic gods and goddesses would never have been blessed with such posterity, with so many sons and daughters, elements bomb from and within each respective element. Alchemy and occult phenomena would have been a delusion and a snare, even in theory, had the ancients been ignorant of the potentialities and correlative functions and attributes of every element that enters into the composition of air, water, earth, and even fire. The latter a terra incognita to this day to modern science, which is obliged to call it motion, evolution of light and heat, state of ignition, defining it by its outward aspects in short, and remaining ignorant of its nature. But that which 142 the secret doctrine modern science seems to fail to perceive is that, differentiated as may have been those simple chemical atoms which archaic philosophy called the creators of their respective parents, fathers, brothers, husbands of their mothers, and those mothers the daughters of their own sons, like Aditi and Daksha, for example, differentiated as these elements were in the beginning, still, they were not the compound bodies known to science, as they are now. Neither water, air, earth, synonym for solids generally, existed in their present form, representing the three states of matter alone recognized by science, for all these are the productions already recombined by the atmospheres of globes completely formed even to fire, so that in the first periods of the Earth's formation they were something quite sui generis. Now that the conditions and laws ruling our solar system are fully developed, and that the atmosphere of our Earth, as of every other globe, has become, so to say, a crucible of its own. Occult science teaches that there is a perpetual exchange taking place in space of molecules, or of atoms rather, correlating, and thus changing their combining equivalents on every planet. Some men of science, and those among the greatest physicists and chemists, begin to suspect this fact, which has been known for ages to the occultists. The spectroscope only shows the probable similarity, on external evidence, of terrestrial and sidereal substance. It is unable to go any farther, or to show whether atoms gravitate towards one another in the same way and under the same conditions as they are supposed to do on our planet, physically and chemically. The scale of temperature, from the highest degree to the lowest that can be conceived of, may be imagined to be one and the same in and for the whole universe. Nevertheless, its properties, other than those of dissociation and reassociation, differ on every planet, and thus atoms enter into new forms of existence, undreamed of, and incognizable to, physical science. As already expressed in 5 Years of Theosophy, the essence of cometary matter, for instance, is totally different from any of the chemical or physical characteristics with which the greatest chemists and physicists of the earth are acquainted, p. 242, and even that matter, during rapid passage through our atmosphere, undergoes a certain change in its nature. Thus not alone the elements of our planets, but even those of all its sisters in the solar system, differ as widely from each other in their combinations, as from the cosmic elements. Beyond our 143 the sleep of the Eternal Mother. Solar limits. Asterisk therefore, they cannot be taken as a standard for comparison with the same in other worlds, enshrined in their virgin, pristine state within the bosom of the Eternal Mother. Every atom born beyond the threshold of her realm is doomed to incessant differentiation. The mother sleeps, yet is ever breathing. And every breath sends out into the plane of manifestation her protean products, which, carried on by the wave of the efflux, are scattered by Fahad, and driven toward and beyond this or another planetary atmosphere. Once caught by the latter, the atom is lost, its pristine purity is gone forever, unless fate dissociates it by leading it to a current of efflux, an occult term meaning quite a different process from that which the ordinary term implies, when it may be carried once more to the borderland where it had perished. And taking its flight, not into space above but into space within, it will be brought under a state of differential equilibrium and happily reabsorbed. Were a truly learned occultist alchemist to write the life and adventures of an atom, he would secure thereby the eternal scorn of the modem chemist, perchance also his subsequent. This is again corroborated by the same man of science in the same lecture, who quotes Clerk Maxwell, saying that the elements are not absolutely homogeneous. He writes, "It is difficult to conceive of selection and elimination of intermediate varieties, for where can these eliminated molecules have gone to, if, as we have reason to believe, the hydrogen, Nc. of the fixed stars is composed of molecules identical in all respects with our own?" And he adds, "In the first place we may call in question this absolute molecular identity, since we have hitherto had no means for coming to a conclusion save the means furnished by the spectroscope, while it is admitted that, for accurately comparing and discriminating the spectra of two bodies, they should be examined under identical states of temperature, pressure, and all other physical conditions. We have certainly seen, in the spectrum of the Sun, rays which we have not been able to identify. Plus each world has its Fahad, who is omnipresent in his own sphere of action. But there are as many Fahats as there are worlds, each varying in power and degree of manifestations. The individual Fahats make one universal, collective Fahat the aspect entity of the one absolute non-entity, which is absolute beingness. Sat millions and billions of worlds are produced at every manvantara, it is said. Therefore there must be many Fahats, whom we consider as conscious and intelligent forces. This, no doubt, to the disgust of scientific minds. Nevertheless the occultists, who have good reasons for it, consider all the forces of nature as veritable, though supersensuous, states of matter, and as possible objects of perception to beings endowed with the requisite senses. 144 The Secret Doctrine. Gratitude. However it may be, the breath of the Father-Mother issues cold and radiant and gets hot and corrupt, to cool once more, and be purified in the eternal bosom of inner space, says the commentary. Man absorbs cold pure air on the mountain top, and throws it out impure, hot, and transformed. Thus the higher atmosphere being the mouth, and the lower one the lungs of every globe, the man of our planet breathes only the refuse of mother, therefore, he is doomed to die on it. B. The process referred to as the small wheels giving birth, one to the other, takes place in the sixth region from above, and on the plane of the most material world of all in the manifested cosmos, our terrestrial plane. These 7 wheels are our planetary chain, see commentary NOS 5 and 6. By wheels the various spheres and centers of forces are generally meant, but in this case they refer to our septenary ring. Stanza 6. Continued. For he builds them in the likeness of older wheels, worlds, placing them on the imperishable centers, a. How does Fahad build them? He collects the fiery dust. He makes balls of fire, runs through them and round them, infusing life thereinto, then sets them into motion, some one, some the other way. They are cold, makes them hot. They are dry, he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. B. Thus acts Fahad from one twilight to the other during 7 eternities. A. The worlds are built in the likeness of older wheels, i.e., those that existed in preceding Manvantaras and went into Pralaya, indeed, if such an imaginary chemist happened to be intuitional, and would for a moment step out of the habitual groove of strictly exact science, as the alchemists of old did, he might be repaid for his audacity. Plus he who would allotrope sluggish oxygen into ozone to a measure of alchemical activity, reducing it to its pure essence, for which there are means, would discover thereby a substitute for an elixir of life and prepare it for practical use. A period of 311,040,000,000,000 years, according to Brahmanical calculations. 145 The cosmic plane, an illusion. Because the law for the birth, growth, and decay of everything in cosmos, from the sun to the glowworm in the grass, is one. It is an everlasting work of perfection with every new appearance, but the substance, matter and forces are all one and the same. But this law acts on every planet through minor and varying laws. The imperishable Lyocenters have a great importance, and their meaning must be fully understood if we would have a clear conception of the archaic cosmogony, whose theories have now passed into occultism. At present, one thing may be stated. The worlds are built neither upon, nor over, nor in the Lyocenters, the 0 point being a condition, not any mathematical point. B. Bear in mind that Fahad, the constructive force of cosmic electricity, is said, metaphorically, to have sprung like Rudra from Brahma from the brain of the father and the bosom of the mother, and then to have metamorphosed himself into a male and a female, i.e., polarity, into positive and negative electricity. He has 7 sons who are his brothers, and Fahad is forced to be bomb time after time whenever any 2 of his son brothers indulge in too close contact, whether an embrace or a fight. To avoid this, he binds together and unites those of unlike nature and separates those of similar temperaments. This, of course, relates, as anyone can see, to electricity generated by friction and to the law involving attraction between 2 objects of unlike, and repulsion between those of like polarity. The 7 sons brothers, however, represent and personify the 7 forms of cosmic magnetism called in practical occultism the 7 radicals, whose cooperative and active progeny are, among other energies, electricity, magnetism, sound, light, heat, cohesion, etc. Occult science defines all these as supersensuous effects in their hidden behavior, and as objective phenomena in the world of senses, the former requiring abnormal faculties to perceive them, the latter, are ordinary physical senses. They all pertain to, and are the emanations of, still more supersensuous spiritual qualities, not personated by, but belonging to, real and conscious causes. To attempt a description of such entities would be worse than useless. The reader must bear in mind that, according to our teaching which regards this phenomenal universe as a great illusion, the nearer a body is to the unknown substance, the more it approaches reality, as being removed the farther. 146 The secret doctrine. From this world of Maya. Therefore, though the molecular constitution of their bodies is not deducible from their manifestations on this plane of consciousness, they nevertheless, from the standpoint of the adept occultist, possess a distinctive objective if not material structure, in the relatively noumenal as opposed to the phenomenal universe. Men of science may term them force or forces generated by matter, or modes of its motion, if they will. Occultism sees in the effects elemental forces, and, in the direct causes producing them, intelligent divine workmen. The intimate connection of those elementals, guided by the unerring hand of the rulers, their correlation we might call it with the elements of pure matter, results in our terrestrial phenomena, such as light, heat, magnetism, etc., etc. Of course we shall never agree with the American substantialists who call every force and energy, whether light, heat, electricity, or cohesion, an entity, for this would be equivalent to calling the noise produced by the rolling of the wheels of a vehicle an entity, thus confusing and identifying that noise with the driver outside, and the guiding master intelligence within the vehicle. But we certainly give that name to the drivers and to these guiding intelligences, the ruling Dhyan Kohans, as shown. The elementals, the nature forces, are the acting, though invisible, or rather imperceptible, secondary causes and in themselves the effects of primary causes behind the veil of all terrestrial phenomena. Electricity, light, heat, etc., have been aptly termed the ghost or shadow of matter in motion, i.e., supersensuous states of matter whose effects only we are able to cognize. To expand, then, the simile given above. The sensation of light is like the sound of the rolling wheels, a purely phenomenal effect, having no existence outside the observer. The proximate exciting cause of the sensation is comparable to the driver, a supersensuous state of matter in motion, a nature force, or elemental. But, behind even this, stand, just as the owner of the carriage directs the driver from within, the higher and noumenal causes, the intelligences from whose essence radiate these states of mother, generating the countless milliards of elementals or psychic nature spirits, just as every drop of water generates its physical. See Scientific Arena, a monthly journal devoted to current philosophical teaching and its bearing upon the religious thought of the age. New York, A. Wilford Hall, Ph.D., Doctor of Laws, Editor. 1886, July, August, and September. 147 Primordial Substance, a Reality. Infinitesimal Infusoria. See Gods, Monads, and Atoms, in Part 3. It is Fahad who guides the transfer of the principles from one planet to the other, from one star to another child star. When a planet dies, its informing principles are transferred to a Leia or sleeping center, with potential but latent energy in it, which is thus awakened into life and begins to form itself into a new sidereal body. Vide infra, a few theosophical misconceptions, etc. It is most remarkable that, while honestly confessing their entire ignorance of the true nature of even terrestrial matter, primordial substance being regarded more as a dream than as a sober reality, the physicists should set themselves up as judges, nevertheless, of that matter, and claim to know what it is able and is not able to do, in various combinations. Scientists know it, matter, hardly skin deep, and yet they will dogmatize. It is a mode of motion and nothing else. But the force that is inherent in a living person's breath, when blowing a speck of dust from the table, is also, and undeniably, a mode of motion, and it is as undeniably not a quality of the matter, or the particles of that speck, and it emanates from the living and thinking entity that breathed, whether the impulse originated consciously or unconsciously. Indeed, to endow matter something of which nothing is known so far with an inherent quality called force, of the nature of which still less is known, is to create a far more serious difficulty than that which lies in the acceptation of the intervention of our natur espirits in every natural phenomenon. The occultists, who do not say, if they would express themselves correctly, that matter, but only the substance or essence of matter, is indestructible and eternal, i.e., the root of all, Malaprakriti, assert that all the so-called forces of nature, electricity, magnetism, light, heat, etc., etc., far from being modes of motion of material particles, are in esse, i.e., in their ultimate constitution, the differentiated aspects of that universal motion which is discussed and explained in the first pages of this volume, see Proem. When Fahad is said to produce 7 Laya centers, it means that for formative or creative purposes, the great law, theists may call it God, stops, or rather modifies its perpetual motion on 7 invisible points within the area of the manifested universe. The great breath digs through space 7 holes into Laya to cause them to circumgyrate during Manvantara, occult catechism. The secret doctrine. have said that Laya is what science may call the 0 point or line, the realm of absolute negativeness, or the one real absolute force, the noumenon of the seventh state of that which we ignorantly call and recognize as force, or again the noumenon of undifferentiated cosmic substance which is itself an unreachable and unknowable object to finite perception, the root and basis of all states of objectivity and subjectivity too, the neutral axis, not one of the many aspects, but its center. It may serve to elucidate the meaning if we attempt to imagine a neutral center, the dream of those who would discover perpetual motion. A neutral center is, in one aspect, the limiting point of any given set of senses. Thus, imagine two consecutive planes of matter as already formed, each of these corresponding to an appropriate set of perceptive organs. We are forced to admit that between these two planes of matter an incessant circulation takes place, and if we follow the atoms and molecules of, say, the lower in their transformation upwards, these will come to a point where they pass altogether beyond the range of the faculties we are using on the lower plane. In fact, to us the matter of the lower plane there vanishes from our perception into nothing, or rather it passes on to the higher plane, and the state of matter corresponding to such a point of transition must certainly possess special and not readily discoverable properties. Such 7 neutral centers, then, are produced by Fahat, who, when, as Milton has it, fair foundations are laid whereon to build, quickens matter into activity and evolution. The primordial atom, Anu, cannot be multiplied either in its pregenetic state, or its primogeneity, therefore it is called sum total, figuratively, of course, as that sum total is boundless. See addendum to this book. That which is the abyss of nothingness to the physicist, who knows only the world of visible causes and effects, is the boundless space of the divine plenum to the occultist. Among many other objections to the doctrine of an endless evolution and reinvolution, or reabsorption, of the cosmos, a process which, according to the Brahmanical and esoteric doctrine, is without a beginning or an end, the occultist is told that it cannot be, since by all the admissions of such, we believe, is the name applied by M.R. Keeley, of Philadelphia, the inventor of the famous motor destined, as his admirers have hoped, to revolutionize the motor power of the world to what he again calls the etheric centers. Sleepeth. The moon is not dead, but only modern scientific philosophy it is a necessity of nature to run down. If the tendency of nature to run down is to be considered so forcible an objection to occult cosmogony, how, we may ask, do your positivists and freethinkers and scientists account for the phalanx around us of active stellar systems? They had eternity to run down in. Why, then, is not the cosmos a huge inert mass? Even the moon is only hypothetically believed to be a dead planet, run down, and astronomy does not seem to be acquainted with many such dead planets. The query is unanswerable. But apart from this, it must be noted that the idea of the amount of transformable energy in our little system coming to an end is based purely on the fallacious conception of a white-hot, incandescent sun perpetually radiating away his heat without compensation into space. To this we reply that nature runs down and disappears from the objective plane, only to re-emerge after a time of rest out of the subjective and to reascend once more. Our cosmos and nature will run down only to reappear on a more perfect plane after every pralaya. The matter of the Eastern philosophers is not the matter and nature of the Western metaphysicians. For what is matter? And above all, what is our scientific philosophy but that which was so justly and so politely defined by Kant as the science of the limits to our knowledge? Where have the many attempts made by science to bind, to connect, and define all the phenomena of organic life by mere physical and chemical manifestations, brought it to speculation, generally mere soap bubbles, that burst one after the other before the men of science were permitted to discover real facts? All this would have been avoided, and the progress of knowledge would have proceeded with gigantic strides, had only science and its philosophy abstained from accepting hypotheses on the mere one-sided knowledge of their matter. The moon is dead only so far as regards her inner principles, i.e., psychically and spiritually, however absurd the statement may seem. Physically, she is only as a semi-paralyzed body may be. She is aptly referred to in occultism as the insane mother, the great sidereal lunatic. Plus the instance of Uranus and Neptune, whose satellites, 4 and 1 respectively, revolved, it was thought, in their orbits from east to west, whereas all the other satellites rotate from west to east, is a very good one, as showing how unreliable are all a priori speculations even when based on the strictest mathematical analysis. The famous hypothesis of the formation of our solar system out of the nebulous rings, put forward by Kant and Laplace, was chiefly based on the above fact that all the planets revolved in the same direction. It is on this fact, mathematically demonstrated during the time of Laplace, that this great astronomer, calculating on the theory of probabilities, offered to bet 3 milliards to 1 that the next planet discovered would have in its system the same peculiarity of motion eastward. The immutable laws of scientific mathematics got worsted by further experiments and observations, it was said. This idea of Laplace's mistake prevails generally to this day, but some astronomers have finally succeeded in demonstrating that the mistake had been in accepting Laplace's assertion for a mistake, and steps to correct it without attracting general attention to the bevue are now being taken. Many such unpleasant surprises are in store for hypotheses of even a purely physical character. What further disillusions, then, may there not be in questions of a transcendental, occult nature? At any rate, occultism teaches that the so-called reverse rotation is a fact. 150 The secret doctrine. If no physical intellect is capable of counting the grains of sand covering a few miles of seashore, or to fathom the ultimate nature and essence of those grains, palpable and visible on the palm of the naturalist, how can any materialist limit the laws changing the conditions and being of the atoms in primordial chaos, or know anything certain about the capabilities and potency of their atoms and molecules before and after their formation into worlds? These changeless and eternal molecules, far thicker in space than the grains on the ocean shore, may differ in their constitution along the line of their planes of existence, as the sole substance differs from its vehicle, the body. Each atom has 7 planes of being or existence, we are taught, and each plane is governed by its specific laws of evolution and absorption. Ignorant of any, even approximate, chronological data from which to start in attempting to decide the age of our planet or the origin of the solar system, astronomers, geologists, and physicists are drifting with each new hypothesis farther and farther away from the shores of fact into the fathomless depths of speculative ontology. 51 The law of analogy in the plan of structure between the transsolar systems and the intrasolar planets, does not necessarily bear upon the finite conditions to which every visible body is subject, in this our plane of being. In occult science this law is the first and most important key to cosmic physics, but it has to be studied in its minutest details and, to be * the occultists, having most perfect faith in their own exact record astronomical and mathematical, calculate the age of humanity, and assert that the latter, as separate sexes, has existed in this round just 18,618,727 years, as the Brahmanical teachings and even some Hindu calendars declare. 151 Nature can never cease. Turn 7 times, before one comes to understand it. Occult philosophy is the only science that can teach it. How, then, can anyone hang the truth or the untruth of the occultist's proposition that the cosmos is eternal in its unconditioned collectivity, and finite but in its conditioned manifestations on this one-sided physical enunciation that it is a necessity of nature to run down? With these verses the 4th sloka of stanza 6 ends that portion of the stanzas which relates to the universal cosmogony after the last Mahapralaya or universal destruction, which, when it comes, sweeps out of space every differentiated thing, gods as atoms, like so many dry leaves. From this verse onwards, the stanzas are concerned only with our solar system in general, with the planetary chains therein inferentially, and with the history of our globe, the fourth and its chain, especially. All the stanzas and verses which follow in this book I refer only to the evolution of, and on, our earth. With regard to the latter, a strange tenet, strange from the modern scientific standpoint only, of course is held, which ought to be made known. But before entirely new and rather startling theories are presented to the reader, they must be prefaced by a few words of explanation. This is absolutely necessary, as these theories clash not only with modern science, but contradict, on certain points, earlier statements made by other theosophists, who claim to base their explanations and renderings of these teachings on the same authority as we do. This may give rise to the idea that there is a decided contradiction between the expounders of the same doctrine, whereas the difference, in reality, arises from the incompleteness of the information given to earlier writers, who thus drew some erroneous conclusions and indulged in premature speculations, in their endeavor to present a complete system to the public. Thus the reader, who is already a student of theosophy, must not be surprised to find in these pages the rectification of certain statements made in various theosophical works, and also the explanation of certain points which have remained obscure, because they were necessarily left incomplete. Many are the questions upon which even the author of Esoteric Buddhism, the best and Esoteric Buddhism and Man. 152 The Secret Doctrine, most accurate of all such works, has not touched. On the other hand, even he has introduced several mistaken notions which must now be presented in their true mystic light, as far as the present writer is capable of doing so. Let us then make a short break between the slokas just explained and those which follow, for the cosmic periods which separate them are of immense duration. This will afford us ample time to take a bird's-eye view of some points pertaining to the secret doctrine, which have been presented to the public under a more or less uncertain and sometimes mistaken light. A few early theosophical misconceptions concerning planets, rounds, and man. Among the 11 stanzas omitted * there is one which gives a full description of the formation of the planetary chains one after another, after the first cosmic and atomic differentiation had commenced in the primitive acosmism. It is idle to speak of laws arising when deity prepares to create, for a. laws or rather law is eternal and uncreated, and b. that deity is law, and vice versa. Moreover, the one eternal law unfolds everything in the to be manifested nature on a sevenfold principle, among the rest, the countless circular chains of worlds, composed of 7 globes, graduated on the 4 lower planes of the world of formation, the 3 others belonging to the archetypal universe. Out of these 7 only one, the lowest and the most material of those globes, is within our plane or means of perception, the 6 others lying outside of it and being therefore invisible to the terrestrial eye. Every such chain of worlds is the progeny and creation of another, lower, and dead chain, its reincarnation, so to say. To make it clearer, we are told of the planets of which 7 only were held as sacred, as being ruled by the highest regents or gods, and not at all because the ancients knew nothing of the others, that each of these, whether known or unknown, is a septenary, as is the chain to which the earth belongs. See esoteric * see the note which follows the commentary on the preceding page, and also the summary of the stanzas in the proem, page 22. Plus many more planets are enumerated in the secret books than in modern astronomical works. 153 Descending and reascending states. Buddhism. For instance, all such planets as Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, etc., or our Earth, are as visible to us as our globe, probably, is to the inhabitants of the other planets, if any, because they are all on the same plane, while the superior fellow globes of these planets are on other planes quite outside that of our terrestrial senses. As their relative position is given further on, and also in the diagram appended to the comments on verse 7 of stanza 6, a few words of explanation is all that is needed at present. These invisible companions correspond curiously to that which we call the principles in man. The 7 are on 3 material planes and 1 spiritual plane, answering to the 3 yupides, material bases, and 1 spiritual vehicle, Vahan, of our 7 principles in the human division. If, for the sake of a clearer mental conception, we imagine the human principles to be arranged as in the following scheme, we shall obtain the annexed diagram of correspondences, human principles. Planetary division. Z, skull vehicle or spat. H, animal soul up ad high of Jailand. 6, Astra. Body Yupati of life. 1, spirit. 3, mind. J, life the Yupati of. 7, physical T body all the 6 princ. I5 1 Ri7 D cur earth or any, visible, planet diagram I as we are proceeding here from universals to particulars, instead of using the inductive or Aristotelian method, the numbers are reversed. Spirit is enumerated the first instead of 7th, as is usually done, but, in truth, ought not to be done. T or as usually named after the manner of esoteric Buddhism and others. 1, Atma. 2, Buddhi, or spiritual soul. 3, Manas, human soul. 4, Kamarupa, vehicle of desires and passions. 5, Lingasarara. 6, Prana. 7, Sthulasarara. 154 The secret doctrine. The dark horizontal lines of the lower planes are the Upatis in one case, and the planes in the case of the planetary chain. Of course, as regards the human principles, the diagram does not place them quite in order, yet it shows the correspondence and analogy to which attention is now drawn. As the reader will see, it is a case of descent into matter, the adjustment in both the mystic and the physical senses of the two, and their interblending for the great coming struggle of life that awaits both the entities. Entity may be thought a strange term to use in the case of a globe, but the ancient philosophers, who saw in the earth a huge animal, were wiser in their generation than our modern geologists are in theirs, and Pliny, who called the earth our kind nurse and mother, the only element which is not inimical to man, spoke more truly than Watts, who fancied that he saw in her the footstool of God. For earth is only the footstool of man in his ascension to higher regions, the vestibule to glorious mansions, through which a moving crowd forever press. But this only shows how admirably the occult philosophy fits everything in nature, and how much more logical are its tenets than the lifeless hypothetical speculations of physical science. Having learned thus much, the mystic will be better prepared to understand the occult teaching, though every formal student of modern science may, and probably will, regard it as preposterous nonsense. The student of occultism, however, holds that the theory at present under discussion is far more philosophical and probable than any other. It is more logical, at any rate, than the theory recently advanced which made of the moon the projection of a portion of our earth extruded when the latter was but a globe in fusion, a molten plastic mass. It is said that the planetary chains having their days and their asterisks, says the author of Modern Science and Modern Thought, Mr. Samuel Lang, the astronomical conclusions are theories based on data so uncertain, that while in some cases they give results incredibly short, like that of 15 millions of years for the whole past process of formation of the solar system, in others they give results almost incredibly long, as in that which supposes the moon to have been thrown off when the earth was rotating in 3 hours, while the utmost actual retardation obtained from observation would require 600 millions of years to make it rotate in 23 hours instead of 24, p. 48, and if physicists persist, why should the chronology of the Hindus be laughed at as exaggerated? 155 Exchange of life principles. Nights, i.e., periods of activity or life, and of inertia or death, and behave in heaven as do men on earth, they generate their likes, get old, and become personally extinct. Their spiritual principles only living in their progeny as a survival of themselves. Without attempting the very difficult task of giving out the whole process in all its cosmic details, enough may be said to give an approximate idea of it. When a planetary chain is in its last round, its globe 1 or a, before finally dying out, sends all its energy and principles into a neutral center of latent force, a center, and thereby informs a new nucleus of undifferentiated substance or matter, i.e., calls it into activity or gives it life. Suppose such a process to have taken place in the lunar planetary chain. Suppose again, for argument's sake, though Mr. Darwin's theory quoted below has lately been upset, even if the fact has not yet been ascertained by mathematical calculation, that the moon is far older than the Earth. Imagine the 6 fellow globes of the moon eons before the first globe of our 7 was evolved just in the same position in relation to each other as the fellow globes of our chain occupy in regard to our Earth now. See in Esoteric Buddhism, the constitution of man, and the planetary chain. And now it will be easy to imagine further globe A of the lunar chain informing globe A of the terrestrial chain, and dying, globe B of the former sending after that its energy into globe B of the new chain, then globe C of the lunar, creating its progeny sphere C of the terrene chain, then the moon, our satellite asterisk, pouring forth into asterisk she is the satellite, undeniably, but this does not invalidate the theory that she has given to the Earth all but her corpse. For Darwin's theory to hold good, besides the hypothesis just upset, vide last footnote, other still more incongruous speculations had to be invented. The moon, it is said, has cooled nearly 6 times as rapidly as the Earth. Winchell's World Life. The moon, if the Earth is 14 million years old since its incrustation, is only 11 2/3 millions of years old since that stage, etc. And if our moon is but a splash from our Earth, why can no similar inference be established for the moons of other planets? The astronomers do not know. Why should Venus and Mercury have no satellites, and by what, when they exist, were they formed? Because, we say, science has only one key, the key of matter, to open the mysteries of nature withal, while occult philosophy has 7 keys and explains that which science fails to see. Mercury and Venus have no satellites, but they had parents just as the Earth had. Both are far older than the Earth, and, before the latter reaches her 7th round, her mother moon will have dissolved into thin air, as the moons of the other planets have, or have not, as the case may be, since there are planets which have several moons, a mystery again which no sea Oedipus of astronomy has solved. 156. The Secret Doctrine. The lowest globe of our planetary ring, globe D, our Earth, all its life, energy, and powers, and, having transferred them to a new center, becoming virtually a dead planet, in which rotation has almost ceased since the birth of our globe. The moon is now the cold residual quantity, the shadow dragged after the new body, into which her living powers and principles are transfused. She now is doomed for long ages to be ever pursuing the Earth, to be attracted by and to attract her progeny. Constantly vampirized by her child, she revenges herself on it by soaking it through and through with the nefarious, invisible, and poisoned influence which emanates from the occult side of her nature. For she is a dead, yet a living body. The particles of her decaying corpse are full of active and destructive life, although the body which they had formed is soulless and lifeless. Therefore its emanations are at the same time beneficent and maleficent, this circumstance finding its parallel on earth in the fact that the grass and plants are nowhere more juicy and thriving than on the graves, while at the same time it is the graveyard or corpse emanations, which kill. And like all ghouls or vampires, the moon is the friend of the sorcerers and the foe of the unwary. From the archaic eons and the later times of the witches of Thessaly, down to some of the present Tantrikas of Bengal, her nature and properties were known to every occultist, but have remained a closed book for physicists. Such is the moon from the astronomical, geological, and physical standpoints. As to her metaphysical and psychic nature, it must remain an occult secret in this work, as it was in the volume on Esoteric Buddhism, notwithstanding the rather sanguine statement made therein on p. 113, 5th edition, that there is not much mystery left now in the riddle of the 8th sphere. These are topics, indeed, on which the adepts are very reserved in their communications to uninitiated pupils, and since they have, moreover, never sanctioned or permitted any published speculations upon them, the less said the better. Yet without treading upon the forbidden ground of the eighth sphere, it may be useful to state some additional facts with regard to X-monads of the lunar chain. The lunar ancestors as they play a 157 opinions differ and yet agree. Leading part in the coming anthropogenesis. This brings us directly to the septenary constitution of man, and as some discussion has arisen of late about the best classification to be adopted for the division of the microcosmic entity, two systems are now appended with a view to facilitate comparison. The subjoined short article is from the pen of Mr. T. Subbaro, a learned Vedantin scholar. Phi prefers the Brahmanical division of the Raja Yoga, and from a metaphysical point of view he is quite right. But, as it is a question of simple choice and expediency, we hold in this work to the time-honored classification of the Trans-Himalayan Arhat esoteric school. The following table and its explanatory text are reprinted from the Theosophist of Madras, and they are also contained in 5 Years of Theosophy.